What do you do for work again?
I'm a waitress.
Are you sure about that?
Where did you find that?
Cashier. And I have been doing more research. Turns out that they were not telling the truth about the pinging off of cell towers or the pinging of Wi-Fi.
So, I just realized, you're 23? You weren't even alive in the 90s? This is the oldest moment of my life. I don't think I've spoken to anybody who, like, wasn't around. Do you know about 9/11?
I am born 9/11, 2001.
You were born 9/11, 2001?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Your model name should be Al-Qaeda. She just, at the very end, just crumbles. That's fucked. You guys should not be allowed to laugh at that.
We the people tell the government what to do. It doesn't tell us. We the people are the driver. The government is the car. And we decide where it should go and by what route and how fast. Almost all the world's constitutions are documents in which governments tell the people what their privileges are. Our Constitution is a document in which we, the people, tell the government what it is allowed to do. We, the people, are free. And I hope we have once again reminded people that man is not free unless government is limited. There's a clear cause and effect here that is as neat and predictable as a law of physics. As government expands, liberty contracts.
Well, it's not a state prison. He could probably buy some commissary items. You could probably get that commissary list.
Yeah,
but
I was interested to find out if it was better where he was because it was familiar and comfortable, and he got to know it for 2 years, or if it's better. You know what? But I have to go, Larry. I would have a longer conversation with you, but I have this breaking news on P. Diddy being arrested tonight. We're going to have to. By the way,
they probably took him into custody because they figured he was a flight risk. That's why they do that. This is a hoax. This is a hoax.
From the last time I flew it.
I told you that.
Maybe you did. I don't know.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I wouldn't do it. I don't want to be in it. I don't want my name coming out in it. I don't want anything to do with anything from any other mainstream media or large network. After the last 2 times, you know, where they manipulated what myself or Big Blue had said, and you know, completely.
What?
What's his name? Metal.
Oh my, this could be our best one yet.
You might go for the Hail Mary. There. What is up, everybody? How you doing tonight? I guess JJ's running a little bit late. I sent him the link. Here, I'll drop it in the chat just in case you missed it, bro. And welcome in, everybody. What a day. What a day, huh? Oh, my Lord. It's all out there now, isn't it? Man, my mind is blown right now. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's get it started. And these are them. That's the picture. That's old news now, isn't it? Okay, so there's that. Play, will you? Nothing's working today. I'm on my 3rd Celsius right now. That's here. I'll drop. Have we seen?
The best place to buy kids furniture? A furniture store just for kids. That's Rooms to Go Kids. And right now during the anniversary sale, see.
At least we're getting the video. Okay, so here you go. What up, Rod?
Like this and this.
We're looking for JJ. JJ, that's for you.
Our exclusive brands like
And
Disney
Celsius,
Princess, Star
number
Wars,
3.
and now
yeah.
Marvel's Spider-Man. Shop today, save today, and get fast delivery in
yeah.
Rooms to Go
Okay.
Kids, the only furniture
I got my
store
mouse
just
back,
for kids.
and the rat is gone. How do you like that?
Suspected Idaho killer Brian Kohlberger is due back in court this morning for the 2nd day of a critical pretrial hearing, and his defense is now pushing for nearly all of the evidence against him to be thrown out, potentially derailing the prosecution's case ahead of the trial that is in August. Kayla Gonzalez was one of the 4 students who lost their lives in the 2022 attack. Her father, Steve Gonzalez, joins us right now. Good morning, Steve. It's been a while since we spoke. How are you holding up?
One day at a time, but I'm feeling good, you know. Getting close to the trial is it's a nice change.
Yeah. Steve, we've been waiting for justice for your daughter and her 3 friends for a while.
Sparkling
What do you make of
watermelon.
this procedural move by Brian Kohlberger and his attorney to get the evidence thrown out? Because without that evidence,
it's too white, I think. I don't
it's
know.
like a slam dunk for his
It's got
defense.
white guilt.
That's exactly how we feel. You know, I've talked to my legal counsel, and this is their last hurrah. This is their last go for it. They got to challenge everything.
They definitely have to challenge everything, don't they, at this point? So let's keep moving here. I think Jules so far has nailed it the best. I don't know why this one.
Things kicked out.
There we go.
Nobody wants to go to court.
Yeah. Okay, Steve. Sure. This is a nice little tidbit. 3 Moscow officers honored themselves for saving some guy from a heart attack, I guess. Cardiac event. Let's see what happened there. Okay, and who was it? I wonder. You can't make this up. Ossifer Sneeve. I don't know if he was in the original Grinch or not. And Officer Lane. And there's a third one in there. Oh, 2 of them. Okay. I guess this is Mallory giving it away. All right, here we go. Let's get an ad first, please. I love ads. Yep. Why not? 2, 3, 2.
Fit over any mattress and transform your rest.
More important to private individuals, and with the current.
Now, I agree with that. I do. I think,
Who
if
is
there's anything
this?
precious that you want to keep private in your life, don't bring it to the. I am an advocate, a researcher. Yeah.
That's
What
right.
else she had to say? That was
Casey
4 hours
Anthony
ago.
is back, my
I'm
friends.
sure that she's probably
and,
made
sorry, I forgot
a
who
horrific
is
crime
bringing
that
this to
carries
us.
the death
Let's
penalty.
hear her talk a little bit at some
3
point
months.
here.
And she has one other. I want to read through it and look at the comments.
I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. And with the current.
Now, I agree with that. I do. I think, if there's anything precious that you want to keep private in your life, don't bring it
Meg,
to the
I'll get
internet
you.
ever. Be very careful. That's okay. I can agree with that, but oh, Jesus, no.
Climate in our country, especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am utilizing the Substack platform. Yes, I am advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is to separate from that and showcase even more why Substack is such an important resource for people to utilize moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and we'll see how this goes.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are following new developments out of Idaho where a court filing in the case against Brian
Kane, greetings, sir. Good, good. How you doing, bud? Appreciate the invite. Perfect timing for an Idaho 4 discussion, right? Yeah, I mean, I've not really been connected this afternoon too much on the interwebs. So your email was or your message was the first I'd seen of it, but I read through the transcripts and it's interesting. I got a lot of thoughts. I'm sure you do as well.
Well, I for one would love to hear them. What did you think? First of all, let's start with that 911 call, brother.
I mean, first and foremost, and I know the judges. Like, I have to question, why? Like, why are they releasing this stuff right now, right? And I know the judge released, issued a decision the other day regarding the release and future, future public publishing of these motions and no longer doing them under seal going forward. I didn't really expect a lot of this stuff getting, sealed, or I'm sorry, unsealed. That was, previously sealed. But I find the timing kind of interesting, right? This DNA release under the fingernails gets unsealed, right? Because that was also under seal.
Yes.
And then the 911 call, or the transcript, right? Which, to be fair, I think it's reasonable to not release the call and just the transcript, but if we are to believe that is an accurate, accurate account of that 911 call, that transcript that has been published. I mean, it has some interesting details. A lot of folks have a lot of assumptions. I think folks had in the past, seem to have been proven correct with some of those details. But again, I just question overall the timing, and again the accuracy, right? So the text messages that were released as well, the transcripts of the text messages.
Right.
It's a 2-minute and 19-second window, right, that they've released between Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. So that's interesting enough already that they've condensed it down to this 2-minute and 19-second window. And because they mentioned other text messages, in that same motion, including text messages to the rideshare driver at 2:19 a.m., which I think that's another interesting aspect we can unpack if you'd like to, Kane. But yeah, you're going to tell me that we're getting a transcription of the transcription. You know what I mean? So allegedly, these two surviving roommates are texting each other. We get a 2-minute and 19-second window of those text messages. The window of messages we get don't seem to make a lot of sense, and we can unpack that as well if you'd like. But just the fact that we're getting a 2-minute and 19-second window of activity, and it's a transcription of a transcription, right? Like, those aren't, what I mean is those aren't a phone company's report or anything else like that. Somebody has transcribed the phone company's report of this data and then put it into this motion filed in the court. So, it's I don't know, seems a little unnecessary. Just publish the actual phone report, right? So the transcription of the 2 minutes and 19-second window, very odd in and of itself, but yeah, the details are even stranger, yeah, if you ask me.
Yeah, it seems like there's missing text messages in between. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it almost has to be. The context of some of those statements don't make any sense. It's almost like there's missing text messages that should have been there. And that's what I'm getting at is, like, are we getting a censored transcript, right? Like, there is the transcript that the phone company produced to law enforcement via the subpoena. And then someone then said, I'm going to type this out based on what we're reading here. And then someone said, take that one out, take that one out, take that one out. We don't know. But reading it certainly seems to read that way. I agree with you.
I would say exactly what Miss Potts is saying. They cherry picked what they wanted us to hear. And
sure, that's certainly possible.
I noticed another interesting thing is they don't release the names A1, A2, and passing it along. And somebody had said in a chat earlier that they thought that it seemed staged. And Rolo Moda, we're going to play a video from him later, says that Bethany wasn't home and that possibly somebody was using her phone to stage the text, and that she returned later, and that's when the cops were called. So, but one of the ones that stuck out to me was the one where Bethany tells Dylan to come down here, and here you have the bloodiest crime scene in Moscow history, and they're going to say, oh, they're unconscious. They literally are saying in that 911 call, they're not breathing. If you know that they're not breathing, you got close enough to see that there was a bloody freaking mess.
Right. No, I like the idea, the statement you said, someone suggested it's staged. I definitely agree with that. I think it's staged, and there's numerous levels to the staging, right? But, you know, I know what you mean there, Kane. The details, they simply don't make sense. And I would actually suggest to folks, don't get lost in the magic show, right? Because if you try to make sense of these details, as you're pointing out, they don't make any sense, right? They don't make any sense. Even on the face of the transcription, they don't make any sense. Where, yeah, she's running downstairs during this again. This is all being done ostensibly with no one hearing these things, right? You know, and both girls seem to be, according to their text messages, awake. And according to the timeline, these murders are occurring, right? So it's not just Kaylee. They're, you know, they again, it's the weird cherry picking of these text messages, right? Like, it seems they're only contacting Kaylee. There's no record of them contacting Zaina or Maddie, right? It seems right in the transcript.
Well, they show that they did text everyone, and they got no response, and there was a communication about that.
Right, but in the release of the text messages in that 2-minute and 19-second window, I think the only roommate that's referenced is Kaylee that Dylan Mortensen texts.
I'm not sure. We'll look at it again in a minute. I want to play an excerpt from Jewels of All Trades there, and she goes over it pretty well. But in your opinion, with this release that we've been waiting 2 years for, and remember, everybody, that it was the prosecution that released this. It wasn't the defense putting some golden nugget out there. So the fact that it's cherry picked, it seems without a doubt quite obvious. So man, nice to see a lot of people in here. James Moen, Meanie Weenie, Steve W, Miss Potts, love you. We got Willie up in here. Be real. Nothing's here. Where's my cold? Cold in here? And we got Douglas Outlaw. Sorry about the audio thing there, guys. But what other thoughts did you have so far?
Well, you know, kind of a little bit more to the don't get lost in the magic show thought. So, and also to bridge that with my previous statement of, there are details yielded from these statements, I think, and some things confirming previous assumptions. So, and I'll bridge that with the thought of it, if some of that, or most, if not all of that, all being staged. So, a lot of the assumptions early on was this, you know, this unconscious person, right? But that was kind of a media narrative, right? That wasn't a, you know, that was you know, kind of perpetrated through the media, right? The idea that this group of students were there, and that there was an unconscious person that they found, and that plays out in the transcript we finally received publicly. So you know, to a certain degree, I just feel like, you know, maybe that is all kind of a script, right? And that, you know, I have yet to see proof there was any students congregating in front of that house that morning. In fact, I'm actually of the belief the phone call did not occur from that property because, to the best of my understanding, when law enforcement responded, the students were not there.
Red Metal's here. Sorry, Red Metal. I didn't mean to leave you in with Kenyan Tonka out. Really? Okay, I had not even thought of that. I don't remember hearing that. From what I understood, when they pulled up, there was a group of students out there. That would be really interesting.
Is that a media narrative, or was that confirmed by any of the police in their body camera footage or affidavits or statements?
I don't know. I think I'm so programmed at this point that
right.
I wouldn't be able to answer that properly.
Separate the two, right?
All right. You had a show that was awesome the other night. The OJ didn't do it. If he did it, he didn't do it. And
sure, I appreciate it.
I just wanted to hear for the gang here that wasn't able to join us on that one, some highlights from you.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Just one more thought on the transcripts that we received, which I'm curious to see what the video you got ready for that as well. But the idea that I don't know, again, that it's staged. So I mean, I think these ideas were planted early in people's minds 2 years ago, right? 2+ years ago, and it's kind of how magic does work, implanting these things in the I mean, I'm not a magician. I guess technically I was a Mormon, so they are somewhat ceremonial magicians. So maybe that's an incorrect statement, but nonetheless,
there's a lot of magic there in the LDS. Oh, I lost JJ. Did I cut you out, bro? There he is. He's coming back. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you for a sec. You're good.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
So I think the idea of implanting these ideas that are seemingly now being confirmed by this, again, transcript, or just a script, if you will, because it may in fact just all be staged, is, the ideas that the phone was being passed around, that there was an unconscious person. They're clearly referring to Zaina because they say that there's a guy in the room, right? So the idea, as you're pointing out, if Dylan Mortensen's running down the stairs, running past this bloody scene in the hallway, these students are going to be finding that same scene as they're attempting to apparently access the door to Zaina's room, where she and Zaina Kernodle and Ethan Chapin were inside. Again, they don't blatantly say that in the transcript, but this is what's suggested, right, with these statements. So I'm saying to this effect that it is all staged. I think that's a strong argument because it reads like a script, first of all, and again, the details that are described aren't necessarily, they don't comport with the details of the scene, right? With, again, the bloody mess in the hallway. There's no way these kids are calling in for an unconscious person. And they even say at one point in that script that when the operator asked when it occurred, and they said around 4 a.m. So again, these things in my mind are implanting things that early on were implanted, or confirming things that early on were implanted in folks' subconscious through the media campaign and what I claim is the magic show.
Smoke and mirrors, totally, and that's
smoke and mirrors.
Willie was making a comment earlier in the chat today. Willie from Truth Nation Uncensored. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I've had too many Celsius now. I feel it.
ODing on Celsius.
I really have. It's okay. I got tomorrow off miraculously, so I wanted to go live on the night of nights here. Regardless,
bank holiday, huh?
I'm doing banker's hours from here on out. It's all downhill. It's going to be a nice slide. I'll be able to go live more, and hopefully you can join me for more Idaho 4 chat, man. I got to say, I really appreciate you being on and hanging in there, and I love talking to you about it. And I know this is your one major outlet on your show to be able to discuss it with somebody like I am. So
I appreciate somebody so knowledgeable in the case to share some ideas with, and I actually want to know what are your kind of overall thoughts on the not just the release but the contents of these documents, because I there was a couple other notes in the in the argument and the motion saying that these items were not, they did not meet the hearsay rule, so that they were going to be admitted as evidence, and that was messages to the rideshare driver, messages to Dylan Mortensen's father before the police were called. So some of those details are interesting, and maybe they'll yield other results in the future. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the release and its contents?
Well, the first impression I have is the redaction and another answer with more questions. It produces more questions than it does answers. But like I said, again, somebody also stated that I don't think the prosecution ever intended for all this to come out. And we wondered if it ever would, even 20 years from now. So to actually be able to put your hands on some of it and read it and look at it, and my overall outlook is what I said earlier is shit, I had it right on the top of my tongue. Fuck, what was I gonna say?
Take your time there, Kane, no worries.
Well, you were excuse me, okay, I'm Celsius. Take over, JJ.
No, I mean, so you make a great point there. So that's kind of what I was getting at before, in a roundabout sense, if not trying to do it directly, but failing in that attempt. But so what I'm trying to say there is we should question the veracity of this document, right? Like the idea that it's not only the idea that it's now being released, as far as maybe perhaps some sort of strategic situation or a strategic attempt by the prosecution, who knows? But and that may prove true in the future. But nonetheless, I didn't expect this thing to ever be released, much like you just said, Kane. So the idea that it's being released, I think we should question the veracity, because again, it's a transcript, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's something that wouldn't have occurred to me, that you're pointing out and making a point. Getting back to what I was originally saying is my overall thoughts, like you were asking, are how in the feck did they get to the description or the narrative that they gave us from what we've seen? I mean, bro, what were they trying to tell us with, she was in a frozen freaking shock phase, and here she is being told to run downstairs, and man, I think it was Meanie Weenie who was saying they're telling me to shotgun the other Celsius. That it makes the surviving roommates look more guilty than before.
Oh, for sure.
Now, on the other hand, to play devil's advocate, if it is an accurate transcript and this is what was really texted between the two people, then it does seem, and I think this was the intention, that it is two terrified roommates scared of somebody that walked. I mean, the way they presented it, though, and the way that it actually reads are two different dimensions, bro. Without a doubt. There's nothing even close, in my opinion, to what we're told before for 2 years that we've been chewing over. And, a long time ago, I think both you and I don't think from the beginning you bought that whole PCA and bullshit. But, for, I would say, a good 6 months, we sat there and chewed this thing and tried to explain it to ourselves and make it make sense over and over and try to find flaws, turn it upside down. I mean, we've even played it backwards, for God's sake.
Very reasonable responses. Very reasonable responses. But to that note, to bullshit, right? Very reasonable responses to things that you'll never solve, because none of it's all schizo reports, right? Like the 8 hour frozen shock, right? That's that's out the window now, right? With
Without
this
a doubt.
release of information.
Yeah.
So it's the schizo nature of these reports, right? I really just feel like these are all part of kind of the distraction, but yeah, I know what you mean by digging into this PCA. I mean, I did the same thing too, Kane. I mean, but early on, like, well, when I dug into it, I dug into it to try to see, again, how they're framing their case, right? Like how they're building their case. Because again, before the release of the NEPCA, the affidavit, his affidavit of the arrest there, they'd already done so many things that it tripped so many red flags between Thanksgiving and December 30th. So approximately 35 days, we'll call it, I believe. So 36 days between when I started looking at the case and when they arrested Brian Kohberger, and then the subsequent release of the affidavit, I believe about a week later. So, but before the arrest, I mean, again, the schizo nature of their activities and the reports. They've since in recent months been trying to backtrack and explain how they got to Brian Kohberger through this white Hyundai Elantra. Because if you remember in that PCA, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? The identifying Kohberger through his car on November 28th, despite them apparently not looking for that make and or that year of the Hyundai Elantra until December 6th and then released on December 7th publicly. So, those aspects, again, the schizo nature of that, but that doesn't make any sense. But just the actions before that, preceding the release and those details, which when I was digging through there, these were the details I was looking for because that was a red flag, right? The way that they acted around the Hyundai Elantra, the release of the information, the subsequent obvious nature of not collecting video evidence. I think we discussed it last time, how they released the call for help on December 7th for the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. A gas station night manager on a gas station on a major state route on the east side of Moscow scrolled through her videotapes video recordings, not videotapes, and found a white car, and that was released to the media, and she turned it into the police, and so that's nearly 4 weeks after the murders, they didn't go get video surveillance footage from the gas station heading out of town on a major state thoroughfare. That's a major red. These are the major red flags that I had already identified before the PCA that already had me drawing suspicion into whatever they were going to try to produce in this PCA to make it look right. Not to mention the idea of Kohberger in general, because I remember when they first announced his name, I saw the post on Twixter from Brian Etten that morning, and I said, well, this doesn't make any sense, and I immediately went on to like Instagram and stuff and looked to see if this guy Kohberger had any accounts, and there was already immediately like a dozen Kohberger accounts, and this dude had just posted it like 7 minutes prior. Anton was the guy on the scene. He was the first to know and reporting a lot of these things as far as breaking it publicly. So I don't know the exact time frame between the arrest of him in Pennsylvania and Enton's post, but it's not a significant amount of time. So these were other red flags immediately before I even. So that's another thing before the PCA relative to the suspect they're already claiming that I had already identified a series of other red flags involving. So yeah, I hear you. I picked apart the PCA too. It just I didn't put a lot of effort into it because to a certain degree I was just trying to see some of the salient characteristics of their case and to answer the red flags that I had already identified, and to the rest of that matter I just assumed it was part of their magic show.
Yeah, that gas station thing was after they did the giant video canvas, and that harkens back to them just having 56 terabytes of dick pics once again, and presenting that. And people other than me, I've seen in the chats point out that it literally, I think it was Rolo, they literally look like they're going through the motions, these investigators, taking pictures and deliberately holding shit up, like, oh, look at this, but at the same time, they're not following procedure, they're not doing the booties in and out. The gloves are a second option. But I think with Miss Potts' show the other day, she made some great points. And the first one was they had the other two suspect DNAs before they even had anything with Kohberger.
That's correct.
And that might have been from your show. I'm sorry if I'm too self.
No. I'm saying they play a weird timeline with his DNA and their investigations into him. So,
and that leads to the second point is they admitted in one of these documents here that they used the IGG as a tip to get to Kohberger. So that's finally said and done. They can't deny that anymore, and they're going to try to motion in limine that right out of the courtroom.
I'd like to see the state continue to argue that point and to keep that evidence. That's going to get kind of, the idea that that's not a constitutional right in of itself. I'm not an attorney, not the vice president, and I'm also not an attorney, but I suspect that's a Fourth Amendment right violation.
Fourth, fifth, sixth. Take your pick.
Yeah, all of them, right?
There. A lot of people have noticed that, and I think you said something about it, that Bill Thompson's been real quiet lately, and I don't know if he's personally thrown in the towel and sees the light at the end, the neon light at the end of the tunnel there. But it would appear to any reasonable folk that this case is over for what they have, and God forbid that he had something to do with it, because they're going to lose him, and even if they get a mistrial and a retrial, I don't think it has a chance. And
I hope you're right, Kane. I hope Kohberger finds justice, because by all means, the victims and their families don't appear to be in this case, thanks to the state and their nefarious actions. But yeah, I hope you're right that Kohberger finds justice as a result of some of this stuff. I hope it really does, trend that way for sure. But it's the idea. Bill Thompson. It's funny you mentioned that. So there is seemingly a strange dynamic of politics that have played out in that town. After the murders. For example, not only the folks retiring, like Fry and Lanier, the top two dudes in the police department. Fry tried to run for sheriff and lost to a different guy. So there's obviously doesn't seem like they're at least those two folks are in agreement on situations around the county of Latah there, but you never know, I guess. Fry's wife is no longer the clerk of court. She's now the county treasurer, I believe, or county auditor. So, things have shifted around there for sure.
Yeah, I feel Fry was trying to climb that ivory tower and trying to create a powerful circle with his wife in a key position. As much as
I think so.
As much as he wants to deny it. So, what further moving forward? Where do we go? I think we haven't even touched on all of it that's been released. Jules is going live soon too, with more document readings. You looked them over, and I've kind of scanned them. What else have you pulled out of this, bro?
Let me. I would say if you want me to just pull it up real quick so I can look directly. I gave it about a 15-minute read before we started here, but yeah, it's so looking at the text messages, for example. Well, actually, hold on. Let me look at the motions.
Yeah, no.
That's what So, and the argument there on the state's motion in limine, responding to the text messages and testimony here. This is page 4. It's referring to text messages from Dylan Mortensen to that community driver at 2:29 a.m. Right.
Sure.
So that's the guy that drops off. He's the guy married to the woman who's the head of the administration and records department of Moscow PD. He himself is an employee of the University of Idaho. I would argue they're both employees of the University of Idaho because
very much.
I think that's who funds the PD. I think
absolutely. they have the Vandal flag in front of the MPD right under the American flag there.
Right.
And I think that says everything you need to know about that police department.
For sure. Well, and again, if you look at, like, so at least on paper, there's a bifurcation of activities over in Pullman. You got Washington State Campus PD, and then you got Pullman PD, right? But in Moscow, you just have Moscow PD. They have a campus division. So the university's paying them for that function. What else they're paying them is, I suppose, up for debate, but you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, there's 2 officers and 2 detectives officially assigned to the university itself. They have offices in the university. It seems, I mean, okay, let's look at Hitler's statement that DNA on a knife sheath is PC all day and twice on Sunday.
It's a broad statement.
But you have... Shit, where was I going with that? I forgot what I was going to say. I gotta quit drinking. I was reading the text here.
Well, let me finish this point here, Kane,
yeah,
on the, while you're thinking about the Hitler statement.
Bail me out.
The 21029, let's just unpack that for a second. So that same driver drops off Kaylee and Madison, right, at 153.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
That's allegedly.
So, so that idea, they go inside, and apparently at that time, at some point in time around 2:10, there was a discussion with somebody who needs to leave that house and needs a driver in which to do that.
Aha.
That's the way I take that, because it says that she inquires to see if he's driving.
Not to inquire to see if he dropped them off. In other words. Yeah.
Right.
That's been a big point of contention with Jenn at Criminal Confidential. She's wondered how Kaylee's sister knew that that was the person that drove them, and how she contacted him and talked to him before the police had. And I thought, now until you said that, I kind of thought that this explained it. But now I see it from a different viewpoint.
Right. So I know what you're saying there. The Gonzalez's have made seemingly conflicting statements in regards to this driver and reference them as if they know him like a best friend or family member. Nonetheless, the guy seems to have played a role where he's routinely driving the sorority and fraternity students primarily, it seems. I'm assuming they get priority at least in this transportation as a University of Idaho, sober driver or drunk driving program situation. Nonetheless, yeah, this to me implies that they're trying to call for someone to get a ride out of there, maybe, or to take them somewhere else, right? Maybe Dylan needs to get out of there and go somewhere. But it sounds like somebody needs to get a ride out of there that night.
That's a huge boom thought right there, and I'm kind of processing it actually. So, all right, so go on. You had more?
Well, yeah. So on that idea, though, right? So on that note, like maybe because again, the original, I'm more willing to believe the statements of Kathy Mabutt stating that the murders occurred in around 3 a.m., no later. And that was later changed to all this other narratives, right? I'm willing to believe that is probably most accurate, right? The earlier statements before things get co-opted and revised seem to be the most accurate in most cases, not just this one. But it seems like if there's an argument that ensues over there at 2:10 in the morning, right? And Dylan's maybe not involved in the argument or dispute. Maybe she's in her room, but she wants to get out of the house because whatever's going on. She may be familiar with the activity, but maybe wants to be a part of it, right? Again, what that activity is can be, construed in many, many manners, but I would allege it's relative to some sort of drug trafficking channels regarding all these fraternity and sorority students. So she would be familiar with what the dispute may be about, but not want to be involved in the dispute. and again, I just can't look at any of it just on a general context. I can't look at any of this information without also operating under the full, assumption, I guess, but full understanding that these two surviving roommates have to play a role in the entire murders, because not only the 8-hour shock phase and the seemingly contrary information we got here today, but just the mere fact that no random assailant can account for no one calling 911. No random assailant can account for them not calling 911 for 8 hours, but yet that's the circumstances that are still presented with these two roommates. And as you said, Kane, that does make them look more guilty.
JJ, we got Jenn at Criminal Confidential here with us. I know she's biting her tongue right now, ready to join us. So Jenn, if you'd like to call in, we'd love to have you. I have a ton of clips, and there's other news, believe it or not.
Oh, nice.
Around here and around there in Moscow, stuff going on that I'd love to talk about. But let's get her on and let her speak her piece, Jenn. If you want to call in, we'd appreciate it. And guys, we got JJ Vance, not the vice president, from the Operation GCD podcast, #1 show on YouTube, hands down. And if somebody put a link for JJ there, I appreciate you. What's up, Backwoods? Douglas Outlaw in here. Good to see you, man. And I do want to play Rolo's, because Rolo's got a wrap it up comparison. It's pretty killer video I'm trying to see and play. Okay, we got 5 minutes for Jenn. Did you have other stuff you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, well, so just to wrap up some of those points on the text messages, right? So I'm looking at this transcript right now, again, page 4 of the release today, and it's got the text messages on there as well as the Uber statements we were just talking about, or the rideshare driver. So looking at, as I said before, the one thing that stood out to me is Dylan Mortensen's only texting Kaylee here. She's not texting Madison. She's not Mogan. She's not texting Xana Kernodle. She's not texting Ethan Chapin. She's only texting Kaylee out of the victims, right?
Isn't there one in there that says no response when she tried to contact Maddie and Kaylee?
Right, but here's the question. The cell calls were unanswered, right? You're correct on that. It does say that. But what I'm saying here is in the text messages, it says DM. There's no text messages DM to Mogan, DM to Kernodle, DM to Chapin. It's just DM to Gonzalez. And it says, quote unquote, Kaylee, next DM to Gonzalez, what's going on? There's no other contact to any other victims, despite her apparent concern of what's going on. And then it goes on to even a more schizo statement, as we were saying before, is she says Xana's wearing all black. What does that mean?
Right.
Why would you then text Xana, why are you wearing all black?
It's like, oh, maybe it was Xana that walked by the bedroom in the ski mask.
Exactly. Well, that's what they're implying, I think. That's what they're implanting in folks' heads, that this makes sense, because these previous concepts that were implanted in folks' heads, largely through media campaigns, right?
Media partners, sure. I love the schizo reference. It's a great adjective. It is a schizo document, man. There's no doubt about it.
Super schizo.
It jumps around. It leaves holes. It leaves you wondering and scratching your head once again. They didn't mention the dog barking for 25 minutes after the car sped off either. And they're trying to release also those photos, not that that's as important as what we got today. But I don't know. I was looking at the Elantra, or the car in those pictures from 1112, and I was like, man, it looks sportier than an Elantra. But then I looked at my Elantra, and I'm like, oh, it's, got that kind of lean to it. Not that it's a gangster car or anything,
You got some rims on there? You got some rims on that?
I got the good rims. I do. I'm getting new brakes in a week or so. No, I'm not high rolling. But I got the Cadillac Bromes.
Nice.
No, they're the stock issue Hyundai rims upgrade package there.
There you go. I got a Hyundai. Nothing wrong with Hyundai. It's the Korean Koreans make a fine car.
Yeah, I
Korean,
still
Honda
got
manufacturers.
3 years on my 10-year warranty left, so I like that.
There you go.
I think just keep up with the maintenance. I got one more free oil change, believe it or not, with them. And
Nice.
I've knocked on what I call.
That's a nice selling package, right? That their maintenance and free oil changes. I
It's
enjoy
great.
that.
Yeah, they give you all kinds of stuff. They give you free rental car.
Yeah.
But then when you go in for an actual repair or maintenance through them, you're going to pay through the nose. Trust me. They give you good service, but yeah, the dealership prices are dealership prices.
Once the warranty runs out, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, in between, there's other stuff too that they want you to do. They want $50 to change a $5 or $15 air filter and that kind of thing.
Right, which is silly.
And
yeah.
I tried to make a copy of the key. They wanted $250, and it's a 2018, not a 2013. I thought it was 2019. Up till then, I talked to the DMV. So
It's you have a 2018. Is it white?
It's silver. If it's at night, it looks white.
You're lucky. If you drove in Moscow, you might have got pinned on this crime.
I'm sure I was included in that 22,000 report. They probably checked my name.
That's a great point. So that's part of the magic show, right? Like, what do you think about that? So that's before anyone heard the name Brian Kohberger. What do you think about this number of 22,000? Like, to me, it never made any sense from from jump.
Why do they open their freaking traps? It's like they just dig themselves a hole with everything they say, and
right.
Yeah, that's just like ridiculous because.
Oh, go ahead.
You can narrow it down a little bit. Are you talking about 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras in the immediate Latah County and Pullman areas? Or,
right.
Are we talking about every Hyundai ever shipped there that hasn't even sold yet? And then you've changed the year 2 or 3 times after you put a bolo out for this car, and then you find the Eugene Elantra with all these odd things in it. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Here's Jenn. All right. What's up, darling?
Hello.
We got Jenn
Howdy,
from Criminal
Jenn.
Confidential. Jenn, you're on with my boy JJ Vance.
Hi.
How are you
I know
doing today?
there's a delay and stuff, so that's going to be fun.
What's that?
I said I always forget about the damn delay.
Oh, right.
And I have it muted, so I can't hear.
That's okay. Just we're wait. I know you got a spiel that you're waiting to spew out from your New York Minute over there, Scoop. So we'll let you talk for a minute. We've been running the show here for a sec, and we're dying to hear from you.
Well, the thing I first noticed reading those texts and everything was they weren't scared enough to leave. You know what I'm saying? Forget calling 911. They didn't even leave. So that tells me they knew they were not going to be harmed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold that point. Hold the phone for a second. JJ was saying something about Dylan or one of them having contacted the private driver. JJ?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's in there. 210-29.
Gower, but I'm not convinced because if that's the case, then who's the person going around doing these interviews saying he's the driver and lives 1,200 feet away from Brian? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And also, MPD came out and said it was a private party, which to me infers that it's not someone who's commercially licensed, not someone that does it professionally. That to me, that means just a friend or someone. So I don't know. Those are two big discrepancies. And why would she be asking him if he's driving anyway? That's weird.
maybe to get out of there is the only thing I can rebut with that. That maybe this was a regular occurrence, and it's like I used to live next to an alcoholic father, and when I was like 8 years old, and you'd hear the screaming, and you could almost set your clock by it. As soon as you got a couple shots of whiskey in him, it was on. So it could be a situation like that where she's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. And she did text Kaylee and say, what's going on up there or something like that. I don't have it in front of me. So, like, maybe, I don't know. I keep thinking Kaylee and Jack D fighting or something. I don't know.
What do you think, JJ?
Yeah, I mean, Jen brings up some great questions. My take on the 210 notification. Well, my take on the driver is, I know there's been a lot of what I would assert is intentional obfuscation surrounding this subject. My understanding, to the best of my understanding, from all reasonable search and assessment that I've made on the subject, it seems this private driver is a fellow that works for the university and volunteers in a capacity to drive around drunk students to and from home to destinations or bars and whatnot, to and from. That's a service I think many universities offer. And I know when I was in the Air Force, something the Air Force would offer, I could call somebody on base to come pick me up. Didn't have to be a taxi or something. So the idea it's a private one. Yeah. I mean, if he's technically a private citizen doing it in a voluntary capacity for the university, I suspect that might be the case here. And that fellow, again, is married to the lady that runs the administrative report section for Moscow. So as far as that guy, so what I'm getting at is her contact to him as a routine means of transportation. Dylan, in that context, it kind of, I think that makes sense in that context. Because, as per the statements of, again, the Gonzalez family and some of the other folks about this driver, this is an individual who would routinely drive these girls to and from places because this is a service he provided for the university.
One question that kind of brings up is when they were interviewed. Sorry, I'm a little loud there. They said they did everything right. They got a professional driver. They walked around together.
Chaperone.
Yep.
Go ahead, Jen.
No, he said chaperone. Like, he used the word chaperone. And I kept thinking, if it's such a safe place, like, why do they need a chaperone? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so many times Jen has pointed out that the goal of the town and the entire state is to keep their stats low and to make it look like a safe place to go, a safe place to live, safe place to go to school. Steve has even said, "Yeah, I get it. I didn't put the posters around town because you've got rush and you've got your enrollment, and that's gonna affect you." I mean, shit. If it was my daughter, ain't nothing like that gonna stop me. I'm all over
I'd be putting up billboards.
Yeah. How come you're not sponsoring me on a billboard to put out you got to think again. There was never a reward offered for information leading to the arrest, whether they were going to screw them over because they didn't use Crime Stoppers or not, like they have before. That was never done.
That's a great point.
And you have to look at, again, JJ made a great rebuttal on my point that there's no out-of-state dream team, Morgan & Morgan or Shapiro or anybody like that coming in because they need the permission of the state to come in and practice law, and the state ain't having it.
Oh, wow, I didn't know they needed permission, but I always wondered, like, why didn't anyone step in and offer to represent him? It's happened in all these other notorious cases, but I didn't realize that they needed permission. That makes sense now.
If it's not a barred attorney, if they're not licensed with the Bar of Idaho, they got it.
Right?
Hold on, Jen.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't even know who's talking. My bad.
I know. No, it's okay. Go ahead, Jen.
No, I didn't want to interrupt Jen. I was just saying, yeah, just the Idaho attorney. If it's an attorney not licensed by the bar of Idaho, then they have to ask to be permitted to practice law in that state.
We lost Jen here. Hold on, I might have hung up on her. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get her back here. Sorry. She called me. There it is. Hopefully she didn't rage quit. Let's get
No, I didn't mean to interrupt her. She had a statement on the driver. I'm waiting to
You're okay. You're okay. We're just. It's hard to take turns here.
I know it's annoying.
Sorry. We'll get it
I
together
have
soon.
it muted, so I don't know when he's talking, so I don't need to talk over him.
Fair enough. No, you go ahead with what you were saying, hon.
Shit, I forgot now. Hold on. Oh. Okay, so this person doing these interviews that came out that is allegedly Eric Gower, like, this makes it all the more suspicious, you know, because remember there was a 4chan post and it was like, everyone was saying it might have been from Hoodie Guy from Jack Showalter, and it said that the cops got the wrong driver on purpose. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's true. If they did get the wrong driver on purpose, because whoever is doing these interviews going around never mentions talking to the G's. Said that he didn't even know that it happened until like the day after, or a couple days later. Says that he works full time driving people around back and forth. You know, lives in Pullman. So if Eric Gower works at the school, the university, it just that just I don't even know what to say, but that's crazy.
Let me interrupt you for a second, Jen. Yeah. Do you remember the Facebook account? Was it of Gower that had the weird weapon obsession?
Yeah, it was a Pinterest page, yep. I believe.
And he had some of the wildest shit I've ever seen as far as medieval type stuff, and you know, not that I'm pointing any fingers at him, but a lot of the things that he had seemed at the time to me to fit the crime.
Yeah.
And I agree.
If this person is getting rides booked, you know, via text, right? Because they said Kaylee texted him to request a ride. If he's so, like, basic that there's no, like, app or, like, website to book rides or, like, at least a dispatch you call in, none of that, then how did he have any digital evidence with the timestamp that he dropped them off if there was no digital way to book a ride? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
That's a great question.
Another important thing to look at here is they released this conveniently, but they did not release Kaylee or Maddie or Xana's anything.
Exactly. Now, I've had a big problem with that from the beginning with that PCA, right? Mm-hmm. When the PCA built the entire case off the survivor.
Hold on, Jen, hold on.
But I just have more questions now.
Hold on, Jen, 1 sec. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
No worries. That's a great point, Kane. Because we were talking about the PCA before. That's one of the biggest issues I had with the PCA. Remember, I said I was looking at more of a meta-analysis of how they built their case, and then a couple data points there that I'd already flagged. Well, they built their case off the victim's cell phone data. I'm sorry, the surviving roommates. That really bothered me from the beginning why they would not be building their case off the victim's cell phone data, especially when they reference the 10 phone calls or 9 or 10 phone calls between 2 and 3 a.m. there to Jack D. You know, they're using some of that data, but they're not building their case off that data.
No. They're doing the IgG, and they admit it.
Well, but I'm saying just in regard to the cell phone events going inside that house, right? They're ignoring the victim's cell phones to build their case, and they're using the surviving roommates. And again, they're doing it in a very odd fashion, in my opinion. One thing we're also missing from this transcript and release is any mention of the DoorDash driver.
Right. Let's not throw that into the mix, for God's sakes. Where is the record of that? Because that's very digitally recorded. That's
Absolutely.
every turn, every because you can actually call or text your customer, let them know I'm around the corner, just in case they're not watching you on the GPS, which they can, and they know right when you're going to be there. And when you've
Absolutely. And a lot of the no contact deliveries, if it was no contact, you take a photo of it.
take a picture.
That's another digital evidence.
Thank you. Which is, especially if you're a newer driver, you got 99% of the time, you got to drop that picture. What a picture just to see and have, with something in hand. Once again, what do you think about the DoorDash thing, that Jen? Just to brush on that.
I feel like that the DoorDash is bullshit, to be honest. I don't think. I mean, what are the chances? I mean, honestly, like all that happening at the same time. I don't know why it would be thrown in there. That's the only thing I can't make sense of. But I just get the feeling that it's bullshit, and it's like maybe a cover for someone who's in the area. I don't even know, to be honest. I really don't. It's weird that they mentioned the driver's name, but not the DoorDash. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
So you think that maybe they've thrown in little tidbits and pieces. Shaggy, what's up? Maybe they've thrown in little tidbits and pieces to cover for something that may appear later.
Right. Oh, one thing I want to say also, as far as the still shot of allegedly a white Elantra or a white sedan that you really can't tell what it is. Now, I could be wrong, but certain color vehicles are going to appear white on like a night vision camera like that.
Right, like I was saying, my silver Elantra would have probably, it was JJ was saying it might have appeared suspect on the video.
Yeah,
and they might have called me.
You drive a silver Elantra.
Thank God I wasn't in Idaho at the time.
Your search history, you're fucked.
Oh man.
Wasn't there like a green Elantra like on the next day or something coming from the apartments next door? I feel like there was some reporter was doing an interview or something, and it showed in the background. I can't remember when, but it was like a light green that I could see might appear because it was like a bright green, I could see it might appear white on camera. I don't know. You can't tell anyway. I mean, come on.
JJ?
Right. Well, I think in some of these details, these were some great points because there was that whole campaign with News Nation ran after the release of the information of the white Elantra in December. But again, before anybody heard the name Brian Kohberger, where they were trying to say that this white Elantra returned to the scene of the crime. They were showing this seemingly not white Elantra that was driving by the apartment building next door. So this, again, these details I would assert are all part of the distraction, all part of the magic show. Because again, back to this DoorDash driver, like this whole, all of this evidence here is building the timeline of events, right? In and around the time of the murders, including all the way up to 2/19, when Dylan's texting the private ride driver. Well, that DoorDash event is going to fall not way closer to the murder time at 4:03 than any of this stuff. So as far as the purpose of this activity of establishing a timeline and essentially obfuscating that from the events here or any communication surrounding the order of DoorDash, I would agree with Jen. It seems like bullshit, right? So again, that's something that's been included in the past. It's now being seemingly, excluded now, and which causes me to question long question on that. What is the origin of this DoorDash? I believe in that PCA statement, Kane, that we mentioned before, the arresting affidavit, they claimed it came from an analysis of Zaina Kernodle's cell phone, I believe, right? The evidence of that order.
And Wakinyan Tonka was pointing out that they misspelled Xana's name on the receipt, which is interesting. But no, there would definitely be a record of that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. Do we know? Does maybe Jenn know, or you know, Kane, where was the origin? So, to the best of my understanding, it was the arresting affidavit claimed to be an analysis of Zaina's cell phone that yielded the results of this DoorDash order, right? So, if that's the case, I'm not even referencing the Ring camera that's allegedly in the front door that should have picked this up or whatnot, but just the record of this. So, the police are analyzing her cell phone, I believe, is where that information came from, right? So, there's an instance of them analyzing that and using that in the PCA timeline, excluding that in this timeline, and maybe it's going the way of the Vance shoe print. Maybe we'll never hear of the DoorDash driver again.
Jenn, what other thoughts do you have? I want to play, because there's really a lot of, in my opinion, other important stuff here to talk about, but I want to get more of your what you're waiting to tell us in your opinion so far and what you've seen today.
Okay, so I have so many opinions. It's just, I don't understand why these girls aren't arrested. It's just crazy to me. Yep. And they weren't scared, okay? Let's get that right. They weren't asleep. And
well, they claim to be scared.
Even when she woke up at, 10:30 something, and she texted everyone, or called everyone, and they didn't answer, something like that. It was they still waited an hour and a half. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what the F? Like, how did you not? I don't even know what to say.
I feel okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, it draws into question.
So the Hunter Johnson Emily being there, like I want to know what point were they called? It didn't say it in there, right?
One thing that I did notice, and I wanted to point out real quick while I'm thinking about it, is that it appears the police arrived during the 911 call. Am I right?
Did
I believe so. They got there before EMTs, or EMTs never went inside, right?
And the 911 dispatch says, "I'll let you go. Do you have a defibrillator there?" Yes, we have a defibrillator. Why would you give a shit if it's the bloodiest crime scene? The defibrillator is the last thing you need. And
the smell of death. Let's just think about the smell of death, not to get gruesome. The smell of death would have been outrageous in that 8-hour time frame. And to Jen's point about, I'd like to hear what Jen's thoughts are. So at 4:22 approximately, Dylan Mortensen's texting Bethany Funk saying, "I'm freaking out right now." So I want to hear what maybe Jenn thinks about this frozen shock phase relative to these new statements.
Yeah, Jenn, he's asking you what you think about the frozen shock phase now.
Obviously, it's bullshit. Like, it's insane. And I mean, there's so many gaps, so it's like I have questions, but some questions are answered. Why? What is the Dana wearing black thing about either? Like, what is that about?
Right.
That means she saw her, right? That means she saw her, so she was either walking around wearing black or passed out unconscious, quote unquote, and this is in the middle of the night. So, like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, 'cause wasn't the text about Xana wearing black? It was after it was 4-something a.m.
Correct. Yeah, and in the context of the other statement she makes, she says she's freaking out. Right after she says Xana's wearing all black.
So that means that if she saw her wearing black, then like what was she doing? Was she still alive wearing black? Was she not? If that's the case, then you literally went to bed knowing that something was wrong with her. Like that makes it 10 times worse.
Yeah, I think that shows a missing text right there, because that's like a response to something, you know. She was wearing black. That Xana was wearing black. Go ahead, JJ.
No, I totally agree with you both. It's just in the context of the next statement, right? So Xana's wearing all black. The transcript published next statement is, "I'm freaking out right now." So, you know, again, I think these details are very schizo. They don't make any sense, especially relative to this 8-hour shock phase. And again, the fact that no no 911 is called. But yeah, to the point, Kane, of your defibrillators, that's a good. I didn't catch that. That's a good point because again, the smell of that home would have been god awful.
Yeah, like a bad penny times a million.
Yeah, it's not even the sight of the blood that's allegedly all there. The moment you even go near the front door, the smell is going to be outrageous.
And
that's one of the things one of the things I pointed to emphasize. In my mind, there's no way these girls stayed in that home with dead bodies. By 10 a.m. when they're texting, "Are you okay? Are you awake?" The smell would have been outrageous.
Yeah, 10 a.m. They were up at 10 a.m. and they didn't call the police themselves there, but it appears that they did speak on the 911 call. They said, "Oh, she wants to talk to you," or whatever, and put her on for a second. So she was not the unconscious person because she was coherent and speaking. The unconscious person clearly was one of the second floor roommates. And anyway, okay, that's a good start, you guys.
What do you mean second floor roommates? Who do you think it was, Kane?
Whoever was in the hallway. We've had conflicting reports of Ethan being up against the door, being on the bed. I can't say for sure, but my best guess is Xana in the hallway.
Right.
I think that's where it occurred, and I think that's where what do we feel about? And Jen, go ahead and answer this first. It's okay, I'm here to help you thing now. Are we even seeing that in this report?
It's such an odd thing to make up.
That's a good question.
But I've always said it sounds to me like what either a co-perpetrator would say, or someone older and of authority, or a first responder.
Perhaps a fireman.
A killer would say to the victim.
Did you catch that, Jen? Perhaps a fireman, because they're saying that at one point Dylan, in one of the interviews, said it might have been a fireman that she saw.
Okay, so the fireman comment. Oh my God! Did you see what I posted yesterday?
I haven't, and I'm dying to see your Fry's Greatest Hits video also.
So the fireman thing. So there was that creator 1122 King Road Clue that disappeared from existence. That has that Rumble video. I don't know if you watched it. We've watched it, I think, on Trish's. Anyway, he was saying that it was these two kids. I say kids, but these two young men from Alpha Gamma Rho, which is the fraternity right next door to Sigma Chi. And they're both wildfire firemen, right? So,
wow.
And I'm not going to say their name. If you know, you know. If not, go look at my pages there. But there's ties to the Funk last name, I should say. I don't know Bethany directly, but those names are very old, ingrained in Idaho. Settlers, old farming families. There's those two guys. Their family name is married into the Funk family name. I'm just saying that could be related to the exculpatory information. And also holding something that looks like a vacuum could be either a chainsaw, with the cover, or with the case of some sort. If you go look, I posted some pictures
on
my community page. It could look like a vacuum.
I thought you were joking with that.
Or an axe, maybe.
She did say that it could have been a chainsaw, and I got a laugh out of it. But I mean,
firemen use chainsaws.
Right? No, yeah. That would have been something that I would expect to alarm the neighbors at 4 a.m, but I don't know. What do you think, JJ?
No, I mean, it's some interesting thoughts because, again, these are what Jen's identifying as a lot of unanswered questions where, seemingly at this point with all of these hearings and all of the release of information and reports, we would have some more answers to these questions. So, and again, obviously relevant stuff. And actually, I have a couple follow-ups. I watched a couple of Jen's videos. I thought that two of them specifically I thought were I want to get some more of her thoughts on those subjects. Very relevant information or relevant pieces of information, I think, in the overall, narrative. But real quick on the DoorDash, I look back at the PCA here as we're talking. Yeah, that's the first time we heard of the DoorDash, and I apologize, it wasn't a analysis of Zaina Kernodle's phone, which again is mysterious that they're not using this, especially since they say she was on her phone on her TikToks at 4:13, I believe here it says. But nonetheless, there's no other analysis of the victims' phones in building these timelines, which that's been troubling to me. And it says the DoorDash driver is who alerted Moscow PD that he dropped off, or that they dropped off. It doesn't say he or she. That the DoorDash driver dropped off an order to Kernodle at 4 a.m. So no one heard about this prior to the PCA, and we're seemingly not hearing about this past the PCA. So I question the veracity of that situation when they printed this PCA, because again, the next statement is law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So putting that in context of their actions before the PCA and before the arrest of Kohberger doesn't make a lot of sense, calling the public's help and whatnot, in regards to cars that are in the area. There's never been a clear indicator what this fellow was driving, or this driver, the DoorDash driver, what vehicle he was operating, he or she. But nonetheless, I'm curious, like, what's this about? Why we hear about it in the PCA, and why is it no longer there?
All right, cool. That's. I think we got a good bite on crime right there. And before we get to looking at some of the other creator stuff here, let's look at the real big bang boom here, and that would be the mixed blood. And I'm sure. Let's let Jen get ripping on that one to start off with. I'm sure she has her own look at that.
Sorry, say that again?
The mixed blood under Maddie's that JLR says was Kohberger's blood.
Was it just DNA?
There was DNA under Maddie. 3 different brands of DNA underneath Maddie's fingernails. And JLR he put a title that it was BK's blood. Sure. Underneath their fingernails, and I said I was going to drive over to New Tampa and kick him in the shins. What do you think, Jen? Have you heard that yet?
What I think is I want to know if it's the same DNA that was they didn't test it, so let's just say they did test it in the future. I would love to know if it's the same, because you have 3 unknown, DNA under the nails. You have 3 ABCD, right? Unknown male, ABCD. So you got 3 there. There was 4chan posts that said it was 3, 1 lookout and 2 inside, right? Mm-hmm. Those are all kind of tying together.
This was, to me, new information as far as Maddie's finger. And I suspected all along that one of the victims had to have something on him. And I've said that over and over, that if you remember me doing the pounding on the couch with the sound, I'll repeat it here real quick, hold on. Okay, so that's the sound of the thud of the butt of a knife hitting somebody's chest, which apparently did happen. There was stabbing. And how, secondly, if Maddie had DNA in her fingernails, how on earth, with all of Xana's alleged defensive wounds, is there no DNA related to her? Did the vacuum pick that up? Was he able to vacuum all his DNA up? And Heather made a comment. I was laughing earlier, and I wasn't trying to discredit anybody. She said that BK ran to get the defibrillator, which is hilarious.
When he saved his coworker, is that what he did?
Yeah, I'm here to help you. So JJ, go ahead.
That was a good joke on the defibrillator, because he did save his coworker right there at the community college.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, I forgot what she was referring to. Thank you, JJ.
Yeah, the Pleasant Valley High School or
right.
School District. No, I mean, you're bringing up great points. about again, I don't want to say we can't believe anything that's been published or et cetera. It's you got to kind of navigate through these activities here. But the question I ask around the DNA is what we can make a lot of we can assume a lot of things, and and it can support a lot of different theories. But I think the one thing that at the core of it, what does it show? It shows that it seems to be evidence supporting, exculpatory evidence supporting that Kohberger is not the, at least the evidence in of itself would show that he's either involved in one of those 3 samples or not, which I presume not, because we're just now hearing about it, which then begs the question is, why did the court just unseal this evidence? And are they piecemealing evidence and what's to unseal? Because it seems like this 3 DNA under the fingernails of the victim, I mean, that's vital DNA evidence that should have been tested, suspects identified. And comparatively speaking to what they've done to Kohberger,
And apparently they had it before they had any sniff of BK. So what on earth is going on here? And yeah, they're piecemealing all this. They're kind of just spoon feeding us this shit, trying to twist it and give the press something to tell the regular public that actually watches and believes their bullshit still. And they'll eat it up. They really will.
Think about it this way. 3 months ago or 3 weeks ago, we didn't know this DNA existed, right? So a lot of folks discussing this case would say there should be more DNA in this case and there's not, etc. But that's what I'm kind of getting at before. There's so much secrecy in this case. While we make these assumptions and analysis based upon the available information, we don't have a full sight picture on what's going on here, especially with evidence such as this. And again, it just really begs the question of what the hell is really going on here, and not investigating this evidence, the releasing of it now. I mean, an argument could be made that the state might find that they're up shit's creek and trying to find a soft landing when this whole court case falls out on them.
Yeah, I think they've given themselves plenty of cushion to do that with, to be blameless in this, with the retirements, like you were saying, and the rookie detective, and yeah, it's pretty horrifying, bro.
It is that,
and it's not the first time that we've seen it. That's why I love Rollo's video there, and I love the go. You haven't had a chance yet, JJ, to do your OJ thing, or did you? I'm sorry, I'm speeding out on Celsius so hard I can't keep up.
No worries. No, I didn't yet, but I'd like to hear some. I'd like to actually discuss. If you had a video to play, watch the video. But I had two videos of Jenn's that I watched that I'd like to ask her some questions about.
Okay, I guess I'll have to play a relay on that. What video did you watch?
They're 2 brief ones. There were 2 brief videos, I think 30 seconds and a minute and a half, and the topics were brief, so there's not much of a relay. But yeah, that one, I didn't realize there was a vehicle sitting in front of the home in December of 2022, seemingly doing some sort of guard duties that had Montana plates.
Okay, Jen, what about the vehicle sitting in front of 1122 with the Montana plates?
Oh, the security, or I couldn't tell if it was security or cop, I guess it was, right? Yeah, I don't know much about that. I just connected there's a letter from Montana, or letter from Brian from Montana, or something like that. Something about a letter and mentioning Montana was listed on the search warrant list. And then
from the apartment,
weird.
Right?
Like, why Montana? I don't know what he wanted to know.
And then that car appears.
That's all I know about it. It's just
when Montana. Was that car in front of the residence? Was it that night, or?
It was there in the beginning. I don't know exactly how long. At least for the first, week or so, I would say.
Oh, interesting.
I have to go back and look and see exactly when that video was, but
okay.
Yeah, I was there for a while.
Okay, JJ, what was your second question?
No, that's interesting. I appreciate that. What's Jen's thoughts on the private investigator that was filmed out there January 6th in front of the house.
So the guy would kind of speak to you and then not speak to you. Jen, what do you think about the private eye guy that came to the... What, did he go to the garbage can and talk to him for a second? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the one that the reporter asked who hired him, and he said not the defense. I forget exactly what he said, but if I remember off the top of my head, I have to look and see for sure, but it said something about like fugitive something on his vest. Or marshal or something, like, I don't know.
It did, yep.
It's a fugitive task force or something to that effect.
It did. Yep.
Okay, great.
I don't know who the guy is. I would love to know.
Go ahead, JJ.
You know, it's kind of what I saw there too, the fugitive task force thing. It kind of made me think that some of the activities of the Department of Justice surrounding the U.S. Marshal's office is they will employ licensed bounty hunters, and sometimes that means that private eye as well. Oftentimes, those people are licensed in both.
All right, let's take a break here and give my click finger a rest on the volume here, and let's tune in to a couple things that I got for you guys here. So
nice.
Hang in there, JJ. I'm gonna put you on Tiny Guy. There's Tiny JJ. And let's see what I had first here. Get through this. We can still hear you, JJ, so if you'd like to add anything, feel free.
Awesome.
Or take a break, whatever you like to do. Everybody
yeah. I'm gonna go take a quick break if you don't mind, but I'll listen to the video you're playing.
Sounds like a plan, brother. All right, let's see here. Played that one. Got that one. And we got Casey Anthony. And here we go.
Kohberger is revealing some potentially bombshell DNA evidence. In the document that was filed last month and just unsealed yesterday, Kohberger's defense team reveals that there's a 3-person mixture in the DNA found underneath the left fingernail of victim Madison Mogen. Now, Kohberger is accused of brutally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students, Xander Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogen. This was all in their campus house back in November of 2022. And we're going to be talking about this even more at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. We do want you to tune in to Vinnie Politan and his team of experts. They're going to do a deep dive on this Kohberger DNA evidence on Vinnie Politan Investigates. But we have a team of people now to talk about this. Joining us to discuss the latest is trial attorney Robert Hilla, former deputy public defender Philip Dubé, and criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Thank you guys for coming on. It's breaking news that we are going through. So Marie, I want to start with you, and we're going to go through piece by what we have from this motion, because a lot of it's redacted, but it is talking about this grand jury witness who is a statistical analyst who told the grand jury about the DNA. Your thoughts, first of all, on this 3-person mixture of DNA underneath the fingernail of victim Madison Mogen?
I think it could be something that defense can use as some sort of a reasonable doubt to say that, you know what, she had DNA under her nails that did not belong to my client, so maybe somebody else did it. I don't think it's 100% exculpatory evidence to say, you know what, with that, just drop the case, because she was a young girl. She could have had contact with other people prior to the incident that didn't involve violence. So it's not in and of itself conclusive that he's innocent and all the charges should be dropped.
Now, speaking of conclusive, let's take a look at this motion in limine that was filed by the defense, because the title of it is Inconclusive Data, and they want that to be taken out. Now, the details from that is that the data from the sample was, and then it's blank in this document, as to Mr. Kohberger. Jade Miller, who's that grand jury witness, she testified that inconclusive means that an analyst is, and then the rest of that is blank in this document. And then it goes on to say that the use of misleading language confuses and misleads the finder of fact and is barred by the rules of evidence. And here, expanding beyond the language of the report would prejudice Mr. Kohberger in that it might allow the jury to infer that the inconclusive data would mean that he might be included. Philip Dubé, Inconclusive. What does that mean when it's testified to, and what do we think an analyst might be saying on behalf of the state that the defense objects to?
Yeah, inconclusive means that both stochastically and from an evidentiary standpoint, you don't have a definitive match, period. They cannot match that sample to a known DNA profile, either in CODIS, maybe through IgG, the investigative genetic genealogy, or through some other source. And I do agree with the defense that it is prejudicial to have some inconclusive finding because it leaves the specter of guilt out there. I think the only way to cure it, if the court's not going to allow the exclusion of that word, is to perhaps supplement the language so that the jury is educated on what that word means. In other words, it could also exclude him, but we're not allowed to clinically say in a lab receipt that the person is definitively excluded. So I just think that the definition needs to be clarified before it's actually read aloud to the jury.
Bob, does the state have to go about figuring out who this DNA belongs to? If it's inconclusive, maybe that's impossible for them to do, but do they need to be giving more profiles to the DNA analyst?
Well, as you said in the intro, I mean, there's a weighing analysis that the court has to do here. And, ultimately has to decide whether that term, I agree, it would require some sort of an explanation to the jury as what that term means in the context of this case, because there was evidence taken, there was an analysis done, and there was a conclusion. Does the jury have a right to know that that was done and what the outcome was? But they can't give undue emphasis in a way that's going to be prejudicial or unduly prejudicial to the defendant. So, I think it probably comes in because it was evidence and it happened and the analysis happened. But I think, as Philip said, I think they're going to have a definition or an explanation as to what that term means in the context of the case and what they're allowed or not allowed to draw in terms of any inferences.
It's certainly one of those motions that could have a big impact on this case, especially since there's another motion that is similarly redacted that actually talks about the sheath and what that grand jury witness testified to and what was on it. So I appreciate you all's analyzing this for us, and we know that we're going to be continuing to talk about it throughout the day because there were a lot of motions that were unsealed in this case.
So I thought this girl was...
Whoa, what happened there? All right, let's keep going. I thought this was somewhat interesting. They got UI agricultural student loses his life, and Alex Tabor was announced by Dean of Students, Dean Eccles, to have passed away at the hospital. And that's all they're giving us. He passed away, and if you need counseling, you can get the counseling. I just thought it was interesting in timing. I don't know, maybe he had a chronic illness, and maybe there's more to this story than we see. So I just wanted to mention it. And let's see. All right. This is Christy, Nevada, and she had a very interesting insight into this one. I need to move it up. Oh, okay. These are the, if you guys can see, let me make it so you can see here. Sorry. The names of, I think these are the alleged psychiatrists or whatever who diagnosed Kohlberger with the ASD that they have a motion in limine to strike from the court record. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought that was a good find. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Christy, for that. All right, and this was another point I wanted. This is another point I wanted to make that somebody brought up in one of the chats. They wondered if Hitler was finally sick of the secrecy, and that's why these motions and everything were being revealed. And that's what this report kind of states, is that the attorneys have made secrecy a norm, that so has LE, and that runs counter to the public's First Amendment rights to know. And I have high doubts that Hitler wants to get the truth out there right now for whatever reason. It goes along the lines of smoke and mirrors, as JJ so eloquently stated. So I'm not. This is about as clear cut of a response as I've seen in the media, but Hushly Buckets. So that was interesting. All right, this happened in Tampa, and it just goes to show you how you never know that these people went to a basketball game here and a shootout broke out. And one person lost their life. That was here in Tampa. I like to keep you guys abreast of the local stuff. Pretty crazy. You just go to a basketball game and you wind up dead. I mean, geez. Here we go. And so check this out. This had some interesting... I usually leave the police blog to Bubbly Waters. She covers it very well. But there was some interesting ones in here. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. This was it. The RP says he went outside this morning, and in his stairwell he found human waste. Officers responded, no report taken. And let's see, there's one more. Pretty sure that was the one that cracked me up. Just only in Moscow. Let's see here. I don't know on this one, you guys. I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Well, Lewiston man has entered a not guilty plea for a first-degree murder charge along with kidnapping. Police say he shot and killed his ex-girlfriend February 4th at a home on Park Avenue. The suspect is Joseph Nesbitt, appeared in court today as he recovers from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. According to court documents, Nesbitt allegedly shot Jessica Dalton before turning the gun on himself.
Dude.
Authorities say he lured her to that location under the pretense of wanting to see her dog. If convicted, Nesbitt could face the death penalty or life in prison.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Can we see that again, Kane? One more time. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Well, Lewiston man has entered a not guilty plea for a first-degree murder charge along with kidnapping. Police say he shot and killed his ex-girlfriend February 4th at a home on Park Avenue. The suspect is Joseph Nesbitt, appeared in court today as he recovers from a
Nope. Okay, when I watched this the first time, I couldn't believe it. But when I look at it, man, doesn't that look like a green screen? Like, look at me and look at him kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, apparently, the guy lost his mind. Sorry. Here we go.
Florida surge. We continue to set tourism records. 2024 saw more than 142 million visitors come to the state of Florida. This includes 3.3 million visitors from Canada. That's not much of a boycott in my book. Maybe they wanted to get a glimpse of what a Stanley Cup winning hockey team actually looks like.
That was from Rochford. Rochford, I haven't forgotten you, bud. We're really getting into it here, and I'm sorry if we put you to sleep. If you're still out there, I'd love to have you call in real quick and give us some Rochford files. I know you got some shit ready. I don't know in our minds, right, what can compare to all the shit that we have to go through here. But I thought that was a funny mic drop from Rochford. Thank you for that. Hold on. All right. Okay, here's where we're at.
Because they're trying to say that they tested, there was some sort of test that they could figure out on the camera to prove that he was actually barking outside for a half hour. But I don't know if that means that he was actually outside for the whole half hour, or if it picked him up inside, then he was put outside because some movement and stuff was happening inside the freaking house. And then once they got everything established, then they let him back inside. But let's go back real quick to this real quick and look at these timestamps. Because at 4:20 is whenever the car sped away. And Anne said in court that it was like another 30 minutes that the dog kept barking. So you're telling me that through the 4:32 when she's sending messages to Kaylee that she doesn't hear the freaking dog barking his head off still? So even after all that, she's downstairs apparently in Bethany's room, and the dog is outside barking for another 30 minutes. I'm sorry, but that means that after 4:32, somebody had to go and bring that dog back in the freaking house. Who did it? Which one of them put the freaking dog back in the house? This is wild. This is wild. Okay. Okay, so this is the one for the 911 call. There's pretty much the same sort of information about it being excited utterance, stuff like that. I don't really feel like we need to go through all of this stuff because it's literally just them saying the exact same thing.
All right, let's put a pin in that. We got the Rochford files coming up for you guys here. Hold on. What's up, my brother?
I don't really feel like we need to go through
Mute the
stuff because it's
Rochford.
just them saying the exact same thing.
Yo, Rock. Oh, Rochford, you're on. Sorry, I muted him.
What's up, Kane?
How you doing, brother?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Doing great, man. Thank you. You need to mute your computer, though.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
what's going on?
What do you think so far?
Well, I cashed out for a second there, but yeah, man. Like, all of a sudden in this case, like, everything's haywire. Like, really, bro?
Let loose.
Yeah, did you see that little screenshot I sent you earlier?
Mm-hmm. I just looked at it.
Yep. But yeah, you guys all know I don't know an awful lot about the case, but just listening in, it's just like, man, it's just this after that, after this, after that. Like, really?
It's astounding. Astounding, brother. So take us away, Calgon, and give us some Rochford stuff.
Oh, you guys want the Rochford files?
Definitely, bro.
Well, I didn't come up with much today. Not a lot going on. Everything's politics, and I don't want to talk about politics.
Fair enough.
Although that DeSantis one, dude, about the hockey thing.
Yeah, I love that.
Hilarious. And I was actually born in Canada, so I got a special interest in all things Canadian. Like you said, yeah, 3 million tourists still came down. Canadians are staying beside me right now. They don't give a fuck.
Right. You know, it's funny. I think that they have more of an impression that the average American really gives a shit when we don't. Because I was talking to somebody in the store yesterday, as a matter of fact, And we got to talking, and she said, "Oh, I just flew in." I said, "Oh, where'd you come from?" And she says, "Oh, I'm literally afraid to tell you." And so I said, "Oh, Canada?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like,
Canada.
She's like, "Oh, I can't believe it." I think she was referring to Trudeau or whoever's in charge now. Sorry, refusing to sell us electricity at this point was their big answer back. And I don't think the average American even knows, for God's sakes, anything about that.
Oh, I know all about it because I'm from Maine, and years back they changed over the Maine power plant and started getting electricity from Canada. And now it goes, dude, I grew up there 25 years. The power went out 3 times in 25 years because of thunderstorm. But then over the years, talking to my parents and my friends up there, the power goes out all the time, like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Since
Canadian
Canada
power is bullshit. Anyway, but that reminds me of something. As a fellow Floridian, because we've lived here a long ass time.
For sure.
If it wasn't for snowbird, and you know how everybody complains, oh, the snowbirds and the Canadians, Dude, if it wasn't for the snowbirds and Canadians, this place would still have dirt roads, and there'd be no jobs.
For sure.
Full of mosquitoes. Now, that might be nice if you're a bushcraft person.
Well, can I interject?
Without the tourism in Florida, nobody would have a job. Nobody would ever move here.
Well,
still be stuck in Idaho or, Indiana or Maine like I was.
Sure.
So I really appreciate tourists.
Well,
and I want to tell you, not just tourists, but like snowbirds. Tourists too, whatever. That's Orlando. But anyway, I want to tell you a funny story.
Okay.
Back when I was working at Pizza Hut, I would greet all the customers that would come in all the time. And these people would come in and go, these gosh darn Canadians can't drive. And they go on and on about the Canadians. And I just sit there and listen and agree with them. And at the end, I'd be like, yeah, I was born in Canada, so I'm actually Canadian.
I love it. Oh, it's great.
I wish I had a cell phone back then to catch a reaction.
That would have been amazing. But the thing I think is just a quick retort to your Canada thing there. I think with the tourism in Florida, back when you had the 3-story tourist trap restaurants with the gift shops and all this shit on the water, most of the snowbirds at that time that were spending money and whatnot were Michiganders and Minnesotians. And then when you had the shutdown, A, of all the car plants in Detroit, and B, the fishing out of the Gulf, you had a complete reversal. And it's like we were talking about in the car the other day, when people come down, and even from Michigan too, but when they come down from Canada, they either have their own residence here or they have family here. And so, in general, they don't go to Disney and spend a lot of money that way. Those are your Pennsylvania folk, that want to vacation down in the Gulf of Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
The Gulf of what?
The Gulf of America. I apologize. Yes, sorry.
I'm going to call Trump right after I get off the phone with you and tell him you said that.
Well, make sure you don't fly over Mar-a-Lago, whatever you
He's
do.
going to cancel your YouTube account.
What else you got, brother? Go on ahead.
Oh, shoot. Well, I just think that a lot of most of the Canadians that I know either have timeshares or, like the lady next door, she pays $900 a month in rent to come here for 4 months.
Damn.
All year, though. She pays that all year. And she's like 90 and she drives down.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy, huh? And she's a cool old lady, man. You won't get nothing by her, you know?
Well, that's about standard, and it beckons the question: will that continue with the next generation as they inherit these timeshares or they inherit these properties? Will they continue to want to be here, or will they sell when the market's high right now?
I think it's going to continue.
Yeah, you got to get away from that cold as you get older, for sure.
Yeah, and actually there was a study that just came out that says that when you're old, your body breaks down quicker in the heat, which I was like, what? Most people come to the warm climate when they get old, because freezing cold is hard on you. But at the same time, they say ice baths are good for you, so who the frig knows?
Yeah, well, Rogan swears by him. Rogan swears by him for sure. What other news did you have, brother?
Well, I only came down with a couple things tonight. Let's see, the Rochford files.
Dun dun.
So, you know how everybody does the ancestry DNA, like the 23andMe and stuff?
I sure do.
I saw this video. I don't know how true it is. This lady talking about this stuff. And really what they're doing, apparently, is they're trying to find bloodlines to find enemies from the past. Kings, rulers, disruptors that threaten the system. But they think that these people are reincarnated with the same bloodline, and through DNA, they can figure out who these old ancient enemies are, like it's some kind of big loop. I know, tinfoil hat.
That's a wild one. That is a wild one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never gave my DNA to those motherfuckers.
Yeah, mine wound up in the system anyway through one of my nieces. So that's how we found my daughter. That's another story.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's how we found my daughter.
The whole DNA thing, I thought that might be interesting to your listeners. That there's a lot of stuff about DNA that just isn't known. And I'll tell you, I know my DNA. I'm half black from the waist down.
That's so racist. All right, what else you got? What's the other?
All right, well, I only got one other one. So apparently Microsoft, their quantum computer, uses some kind of different matter. Like, they're talking about, like, I don't even know what they're talking about. But in the spiritual realm, you know how you do your, I am this, I am that. What do they call that? How you manipulate reality. I'm forgetting the word at the moment.
Oh, your perception? I don't know.
I wonder if man, I'm just forgetting the word.
Oh, manifestation.
Yeah, manifest.
Right.
You know how you can manifest because there's some other kind of weird dimension that apparently we don't know about, the ether or whatever the tinfoil hat people call it. But anyway, apparently the quantum computer has been using, and I was going to write it down while I was watching the video, but I didn't even understand what the hell they were talking about. Like, I can't write all this shit down.
It got out there.
But anyway, now that your listeners know that, when it pops up, they might go, oh, and listen for themselves, because I'm sure everybody's on, the feed. But that was an interesting thing.
That is.
What kind of dimension are they going into? And dude, you look at the numbers on these new quantum computers, like they do. You take a regular computer, it would take a million years to answer. Shit. And these computers do it in like a second.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be the next generation of home computer. Once you buy your next generation quantum computer, you won't ever need another one.
Well, here's the thing. I don't even have 5G on my phone. I'm still on 4G. Thing works great.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, my TV works great. My computer works great. It doesn't need to go any faster. The only thing is, if you're uploading stuff,
yeah,
I can see if you got a 4-hour podcast you want to upload, it's a difference between an hour or 10 minutes. You might want, faster connection or a faster computer. But
sure.
Really, dude, the speed used to be such a big thing. My buddy sends me this thing all the time. Oh, my internet's going this fast. I'm like, I don't care. I'm still on 4G, and my shit goes fast as fuck.
Right.
I mean, I watch videos all day on my phone. I talk on my phone.
Well, if you come across that link again, feel free to post that in the chat, because I think people would be interested in seeing that. I would, for sure. But, no big deal.
I would suggest to everybody, because I don't have a link, because it was just a video I saw on Reels,
I see.
TikTok, whatever. I don't have TikTok, but I see TikTok videos on Reels on Facebook and X.
Okay.
But just look up Microsoft Quantum Computing. I'm sure it'll, pop up a video on it or something to read about it.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna let you go here. 'Cause my forefinger is about to fall off, trying to keep this volume up.
All right, I just want to say one more thing to everybody that's listening out there. I found this new show to watch on Netflix, and I'm like, it's really fascinating. It's called, hold on. It's kind of like a dark humor. Kevin Can Fuck Himself.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's from 2022, but it's pretty cool because it's like a sitcom when she's with her husband, but when she's not with her husband, it's like a dark drama. It's really neat.
It's pretty wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Anyway, and just to let you know, I ate that second piece of pizza for dinner. So delicious, bro.
That was the
Good
best.
call.
Yeah, today's Thursday, and they got the stuffed meat lovers at Beach Pizza. So we went to lunch today and had that. Mine did not make it to dinner. I'll be honest with you. But you know me. So, all right, Rochford, I'll let you go, brother. Stay tuned and stay in the chat, man. We love having you.
All right, Kane B's the Purge. Like and subscribe, mother friggers.
Right on. Love you, brother. All right, everybody, Rochford there, and I'm going to get to the next video here. Give my thumb a rest.
At 1122 King Road. And then...
Okay, this thing's not cooperating.
The roommate says she's not waking up.
Oh, my gosh.
Are they not looking at her and seeing things? Like, how are they just sitting there being like, oh, she's just not waking up? But we're supposed to be believing that this freaking house was a horror movie scene where the bodies were found. This is a very odd conversation compared to what we've heard. This is really crazy, okay? She's not waking up. 70 is en route. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay, maybe. Unintelligible. 1122 King Road. All ambulances respond for unconsciousness. 1122 King Road. And then this is, I guess, I copy. Unintelligible. 58, I guess that's a code that they read through. Multiple RPs, respondents, I guess, reporters, are on the phone advised saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night and blank about a male being in the room with them. Unintelligible being around. That must be one of the cops. 911 dispatch. That one I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Yeah, this says Evan, but we know damn well that that's supposed to have said Ethan. So this is where they're seeing Ethan, I guess. And that was one of the girls that said something. Okay, but then again, Evan could be another person. Evan could be somebody that we don't know about. I guess that's...
You gotta wonder, was Evan the one, because the initial report was 4 dead, 1 taken to the hospital. But if it's Ethan, then it's like we were talking about before, where they're saying the roommate wasn't breathing, unconscious. Now I think you've got Susanna and Ethan. So if you know they're not breathing, you were close enough to see a Manson level 6 crime scene, and you're not reporting an unconscious person unresponsive. Sorry about your made up bullshit ass story.
Possible. One of the roommates. Okay. 911. Okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to them? Okay. This is the second roommate, I'm guessing. The second person. Let me make sure. Yeah. Oh, no. A2 is a dude. A2 is a guy. So, A2 is who said, yeah, it's Evan. Okay. And now this guy is also talking. Hello. 911. Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. The guy. Okay, sorry. They just gave me the phone. 911. Is she breathing? The guy. Hello? 911. Is she breathing? The guy. No. 911. Okay. And then you can hear the dispatch in the back saying that the cops and stuff are en route or whatever. And this guy says, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. Then one of the roommates gets back on the phone. Okay, hello? 911. Okay, I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. Okay. Is there a defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RP's advising. One of the girls says something that they can't make out. Dispatch says the patient is not conscious, not breathing. Again, something that they can't make out. 911. Okay, if there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. They say, we don't have one. Then in the background, dispatch, unconscious, not breathing. Do you have a defibrillator? Somebody says, yep. And one of the roommates says, yes, we have one. So they had a defibrillator at King Road? 911. But are you talking to the officer? The roommate. Yes. Okay, so at this point of the call, the cops are there. 911. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay. And then you hear the guy on the phone, the cop there say, I think we have a homicide. That's it, guys. That's it. That's it. They cut it off. That's it.
It's like JJ was saying, there's definitely missing parts now. They finally released they finally released the 911 call, but they couldn't give us all of it. They didn't release the call itself, obviously, because we'd get the whole story and we'd hear it was chopped up, but they gave us the redacted transcript. So hold on.
I am so freaking confused.
So I think, yeah, the Red Metal, the defibrillator, I think would probably, maybe the officer nodded, maybe it was on speakerphone that they had a defibrillator. A lot of good that would have done, in my opinion, at this point. But let's see what else.
I'm so freaking confused. I am so freaking confused. Thank you for joining, Annie. Thank you for the $10. Say it louder. I appreciate it. I'm confused, guys. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. What's the phone number? One of our roommates who's passed out. She was drunk last night. She's not waking up. They saw some man in their house. That's all they keep saying. I'm sorry, but we were told that Xana fought back. There was blood dripping outside of the damn house. This is absolutely insane. I just saw a comment that I wanted to highlight. That. All the secrecy for that 911 call. For what? For what? This is wild.
And apparently the secrecy continues. There's no amount of depth to their desperation here, and I keep telling Twiz that it's going to be a shit show coming up here, that there's going to be an attempt on BK. Whether it's successful or not, I don't know how well planned this is going to be. And another point I want to bring up while we're talking about it is the motion in limine. I think it's important that they're trying to keep the families out of the trial, and that's coming from the prosecution. So what did the families say or do that's getting them banned from their own child's court case, especially when the Chapins have decided now to attend? All right, let's look back a little bit here.
I don't freaking know, but this is definitely insane to me that they got all this proof that she knew exactly what the hell was going on, when it was going on, that she was awake for well over an hour and a half before she even called freaking 911. And then we go back to the latent shoe print. Even in the most innocent of circumstances, you're walking around that damn house and you're walking through something that is a bodily fluid. And tried to clean it up. I think this if anything, this just validates to me that the latent shoe print is probably only there because they didn't freaking clean up correctly. They missed a spot. It's just so annoying.
They missed a spot.
It's just so annoying. Okay, you guys.
I love her.
Are you ready for the 911 call?
All right, let's go back just a little further because there's more.
What is this? I want to know if this is the only text messages between her and her dad from the time everything started to the 911 call, because something tells me it's not. So we have beyond proof that they were discussing something insanely ridiculous happening, that they were more than aware of the situation. We finally have clarification that Eric Grower was actually the driver that night, and that he's well known because this is about Dylan texting Eric, not about anybody else, about Dylan texting Eric. And it's actually kind of interesting because notice the time. What time did the girls get home? Like 1:50 something, right? 1:53, I believe is what Olivia said. 1:53, 1:54, 1:59. It was something around that time. So the point is this. Why the hell is Dylan messaging Eric Grower, the driver, if she was already home between 1:15 and 1:30, apparently wasn't leaving, unless she's asking this because she's wanting him to come and get her at 2 o'clock in the morning. But this is after Kaylee and Dylan were already dropped off. So, why? 1:56. 1:56. So this is almost 15 freaking minutes. Yeah, Bethany saying run says a lot. Dylan texting him is interesting because why are you texting him? Why are you texting him? But I mean, does this actually prove that he was the one who brought the girls home? I guess maybe it doesn't. But then again, maybe it does. Because maybe she... I don't know. All it proves is that they freaking were talking to each other. For no reason whatsoever. After she's already home, drunk off of her freaking mind, and the girls have already been dropped off. Why are you texting him? Then you're texting your dad. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Kaylee, what's going on? Yeah, dude. WTF. Xana is wearing all black. Xana was wearing all black. Okay, that's Bethany saying that to Dylan about Xana wearing all black. So was Xana wearing all black right before, like the last time that Bethany saw her before they like shut it down for the night? Thank you for the $10 super sticker, Lori.
How do you shut it down for the night if you were 1 minute saying I'm freaking out and run? Oh, I don't know.
I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But that's interesting to go back and reread that, because that does say that Bethany is the one who said to Dylan that Xana was the one wearing all black. And then Dylan says, I'm freaking out right now. And she says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And then Bethany said, shut the F up, actually. Dylan, like he had something over his head and his mouth. Dylan, Bethany, I'm not kidding, I'm so freaked out. Bethany, so am I. Dylan, my phone is going to die. F. Bethany, come to my room, run, down here. That's wild. And she calls Ethan's phone. We didn't know. Oh, wait, I guess we did know that. We've been hearing about that. What times were these? Okay, so this is from 4:22 to 4:24. And she tells her to come down there. And then at 4:24, Bethany also gets a text message from Dylan that says, I'm screwed, though. What the hell does that mean? Like, is it... I don't know.
That's the one I wanted to talk about with JJ here. We'll get to that. That one's wild. I'm screwed. Also, combine that with her message from Nevada saying, if I come back to Idaho, will I be arrested? What are you worried about? And somebody pointed out that in these documents, there's no mention of drugs of any sort. I don't think we got a talk screen on any of the survivors. We did get one, I believe, on the victims, right? And that led a lot of people to think that either Xana or Kaylee perhaps was pregnant, because they were the one clean shot on all of the, so to speak, of on the talk screens, right?
I don't know if that means that like she just did something crazy and now she's screwed, or does it mean that she's screwed up because she's apparently on things? Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. And then at 10:23. So look, okay, so this is okay. See, this is even dumber, okay? We've got 10:23 in the morning. She is messaging Kaylee and Maddie at 10:20 freaking 3 in the morning. But at what time did she text her dad? Over a freaking hour later, she texts her father. And then it says that Dylan got the text message from the J person stating bro. And then 3 seconds later, Dylan calls Emily. Look at the timestamp. 11:55, 11:58. So whoever J is sent a text to Dylan, and 3 seconds later, it prompted a call to Emily. $10:23. She was up at 10:23 then, or before 10:23. So at least from 4:32, from what they're telling us, and there's probably a bunch of shit missing. We already know, okay? But 4:23, she texts Kaylee, please answer. And then what? Passes out at that point? And then what? Still doesn't go upstairs to freaking check on Maddie and Kaylee? Maddie and Kaylee are the last ones that you're freaking trying to get a hold of on your phone, and you don't go upstairs to talk or look at them? Because how we've been told, the 911 call was made for Xana and Ethan. So at 10:23, she gets up, she starts texting him again, not getting a freaking answer, and she waits over an hour before she contacts her dad, or at least with this one text message exchange, and then still. So she was just awake and sitting in Bethany's freaking room? Exactly. Thank you for the $4.99, KP. That's what I've always said. Like, you called an outside source to come and help you get Xana's room open, whenever you, at this point in time, according to everything that we've been told, have no freaking proof whatsoever that there's anything bad going on that third floor. We've been being told that this entire time, that the first responders didn't know what the hell they were walking in on, and they didn't even know that Kaylee and Maddie had been attacked upstairs until way after they got there and started asking questions.
So only in a 2022 millennial world millennial world, would we believe that an 8-hour period or a 4-hour, 2-hour, or 3-hour period would pass, and the only response in a horrifying murder scene would be for a surviving roommate to text her father and a friend? Only in that wild world. If AR had texted me this same thing of whatever is given to us that's not redacted, it would scream guilty. So process that as you like. Let's go on.
That's interesting right there. I bet she sent a picture. That's what the bro and quick call is about. Very freaking possible, because there's no context. There's no context. Unless, I mean, obviously there's stuff missing. So it's very possible that she was reaching out to somebody else, or maybe there was a group chat situation. I don't freaking know. But this is definitely insane to me, that they got all this proof that she knew exactly what the hell was going on, when it was going on, that she was awake for well over an hour and a half before she even called freaking 911. And then we go back to the latent shoe print. Even in the most innocent of circumstances, you're walking around that damn house and you're walking through something that is a bodily fluid.
So, pretty good one by Jules. Let's keep moving on here. I just thought this headline was funny. And this is an infamously mob-owned restaurant from back in the day with Tropicant and those type of fellows there. The Teflon Don, famous for Malio's restaurant in Tampa, which I believe closed a few years back. I did a wedding for the family of the owners of Malio's, and it was very, very, we had a blast. It was probably the best wedding I ever did. My girlfriend and I did that together doing video for them. And so now they're opening a swanky new restaurant in St. Pete Beach called Malio's. Somebody, I think Rollo was saying that Italian mobsters have a grip on the Italian restaurant because they get the best seafood. And they definitely know how to make pasta. So I have to agree with that. I just wanted to point that one out. All right. This is another release here. They're trying. Now, I question this. I think there's a video if it'll play. I don't know. There we go. Oh, this is the DNA again.
Across the country, Mr. Cool's DIY heat pumps are providing high-performance comfort, all from a simple connection. Each system heats and cools efficiently, for one room, all the way up to 5. Featuring the out-of-sight ceiling cassette and our classic wall-mounted air handler. So mix and match and build the perfect DIY system for your home at MrCoolDIY.com. Do it yourself with Mr. Cool.
Okay.
Available now.
Keep going. I love it. Anyway, let's see if this is the same one. Now it's just gonna fidget and load. And scene. There we go. It's gonna come up.
Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Lexi Rigdon now from RLR to the LR at issue here. And without getting too wonky, does the defense have a good argument? Should this evidence be excluded?
You know, I'm not sure that all of the evidence would be excluded, but I think that they are trying to pinpoint the language around the evidence. What they don't want is somebody getting up on the stand and saying that the evidence was inconclusive, which could lead a jury to believe that that means that maybe his DNA was under her fingernails. I mean, just in layman's terms, these people are not scientists that are going to be deciding this. And even reading the motion, I think that the lawyer that actually even wrote the motion is a DNA expert herself, because this is very, very convoluted in terms of the science. But they don't want to confuse a jury by saying inconclusive and then have people go back in the jury room and say, well, that must mean if they can't exclude him, then he is included. But the biggest bombshell in that report was actually kind of at the end. It's almost like an afterthought in the, I'm sorry, I said report in the motion. And it said that further testing actually excluded Bryan Kohberger, so that they tested that sample and he was actually excluded. So there's going to kind of be some competing testimony in the trial.
Bing, bang, boom. Here you've got News Nation and CNN reporting and JLR reporting that the DNA under her fingernails was Kohberger's. And in the report, the motion, it says that it's exculpatory to him, which is the first time we've heard that coming from anybody. I'm assuming this is again from the prosecution.
Trial.
You make an important point. Science can get wonky, can get complicated for a jury. So bottom line this for us. If somehow this DNA evidence is excluded, is there enough other evidence to convict, or could Kohberger actually be found not guilty of these murders?
Well, that's the $60,000 question, and he's got some very talented attorneys. He's got a lot of attorneys who represent him, even in other states, who have been allowed to participate in the proceedings. So I think this entire case really comes down to the DNA, and we've actually learned a lot through the motions. One of the things a few weeks ago that we learned just by listening to the oral argument is the defense had said that the prosecution has never said how he's actually connected with these victims. And so we learn a lot sort of by reading these filings and hearing what's being said that is not otherwise coming out. And so the DNA, either way, is going to be crucial.
Another case that really has captivated the nation. 2 suspects arrested and charged after 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans were found frozen to death last year. This case really did perplex the nation. Turns out the victims did not die of what I like to refer to as voluntarily freezing themselves. They were poisoned, Lexi.
Yeah, and they were given a cocktail of drugs. I mean, they took a cocktail of drugs, but this is happening all across the country, especially with the fentanyl coming over our border. And there are a lot of states, including where I practice in New Jersey, where supplying somebody with drugs that ends up killing them, even if that wasn't your intent, is a serious crime. In fact, in New Jersey, it's the most serious crime. It's a first-degree crime. And so they charged them with involuntary manslaughter and also distributing the drugs. Because, again, it doesn't matter if you didn't intend to kill the people. If they're taking the drugs that you supplied.
All right, I want to get back to JJ. JJ, if you're still with us, get ready. I'm going to play one more video here for you. Hang in there. We should be able to hear you still. Hang on. This is longer than I thought it'd be.
At least funded by someone who is. Vast doesn't list a price on their website, but they
Whenever
are
you're ready.
active.
All right, cool. There he is. So that was for Rochford. They have a SpaceX Skylab that they're gonna, I guess, rent trips up to. So you'll be able to. It's basically what I call it a disco, a Trump disco in the sky, a billionaires club, where they can look down upon us little peasants above their drones from the Skylab there. All right, let's get back to JJ here, guys. There he is. Oh, man. Okay, let's...
Are we back?
Yes, sir. There you are. Welcome back,
I'm
JJ.
here, okay.
So what
I enjoyed the intermission.
It was good rest for my hand. I didn't have to click for 5 minutes there. That was nice.
Nice. Well, I also watched your videos there and played along at home. and
with the home game.
And I also had time to compare the PCA to the newly released documents. So I got some more good commentary for you.
Excellent, great.
Jules made some good statements there in regards to pointing out the schizo nature of these activities and kind of emphasizes. Well, she wasn't intentionally doing it, I don't think, in her video, but she emphasizes my point in her statements of you can't get lost in the details, right? Like, it's tough to say it's all bullshit, but like, they're obviously got to mash some facts in there with the bullshit. So that's what I'm saying. It's tough to sift through at times, right? But doing a comparative analysis of not only the previous statements that were made and some of the topics we already touched on here, but comparative analysis of the PCA to these some of these newly released details. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense, right? So again, to me, it's all part of the show, right? So they're just going to keep bending in the narratives and details and facts, at their leisure to fit their ends. In this case, and it seems evident. So we discussed the group of students that were hurting in front of the home allegedly, right? So this gets to my point of the media propaganda campaign, and we kind of touched on earlier, Kane, of it's at this point in time we have to kind of go back and look at notes, you and I both, to see what is either fact or fiction. The fiction being from the media, and the fact is being what's at least ostensibly fact based upon the official record. The documents and affidavits and whatnot. So the group of kids or students that allegedly formed in front of the house, this is what I mean by this kind of magic show. This idea has been cultivated through two factors. The media report that seems to have originated out of the Lewistown Tribune, the neighboring town in Idaho, on November 14th, claiming that citing a neighbor to the home had looked out their window and seen a group of students all circling around the front of the home that morning.
Okay.
The neighbor's name is not cited. You remember that?
Definitely, certainly, yes. I couldn't put my finger on it, so thank you for refreshing my
so
memory.
That was November 14th, Lewistown Tribune's where that first report was. The neighbor's name is not cited. But again, this is a media report. This isn't from law enforcement. This isn't from authorities. However, on November 20th, so just within a week, the media then makes a statement. It kind of that's what I'm saying. Like, these ideas are planted only to be confirmed later. So that's kind of confirmed when I believe it's Roger Lanier on November 20th is making statements to the media in regards to the 911 call. This is before they cut off the media on or about November 24th from the press conferences. But so this is November 20th, and he's describing how the phone call. Fry alluded to this stuff in the first press conference, November 16th, but the details were this idea of the students forming in front of the home seems to have grown out of that media report on the 14th and the 16th and 20th press conferences, where they cite that there was other students present in the home, right? When the 911 call was made. Again, I question whether or not anyone was at the home when law enforcement arrived. I question whether or not the 911 call was made from the home and not in a different location altogether, right? I question whether or not the surviving roommates were even present in the home at the time of these activities. So these things all should be questioned because, again, these are all narratives that have been constructed kind of out of this ethereal, shenanigans of ambiguous media reports and ambiguous statements by law enforcement. So they do say in that statement that the roommate's phone was used for the 911 call, and the police say that other folks were on the 911 call, and they say other students were at the home at the time of the 911 call, but there's no evidence that any students performing in front of that home, pictures or otherwise, the millennial nature, as you say, of these folks taking pictures and videos, none of that's been produced, and this idea has been generated through this media propaganda magic show that's going on with this whole situation.
Well, I will say one thing, that the fact that in this document, Dylan seems to contact the private driver lends credence to that. And I would also add that now going back to Heather Fitziana, for fuck's sake, that the convenience of that picture / video of the garbage pail kids, I call them,
Right.
was a part of that lending credence to the fact that students were gathered outside when they could have easily come from somewhere else. Absolutely. And don't let me sidetrack you. I just wanted to add that.
It's a great point. It's a great point because, again, that's part of these ongoing distractions, right? That's not really that doesn't provide any value to the case, right? And you question the timing of the release as a result of it. So, looking back here at this kind of meta-analysis, and reminded me there in the Jules crime clip you showed there, she's talking about the 911 call and the defibrillator we discussed before, Kane, and it mentions an officer, right? But it doesn't give an officer's name. So that made me think we don't really, maybe reconsider, we really don't know the initial responding officer's details, right? They've been carved out ambiguously. So one of my meta-analysis at the time of the PCA release was this, and this is a statement I've made in my series there on the Operation GCD, Occult Rejects, Wicked Planet, conversations I've had on this case. Is one thing I continue to stress is this was written for plausible deniability, right? This whole PCA was written for plausible deniability. And here's one of those examples that is continuing to rear its ugly head in this narrative is the PCA says Officer Smith was one of the initial responding officers, right? That's what Brett Payne says, right? So the 911 call is not giving us a name. So it seems like this is continuing on where we have this ambiguous atmosphere of, or the dynamic of who exactly was first on scene and what exactly were they doing. I know there's statements saying who was first on scene. We know what time the 911 call was made. We now know what time the officer responded as a result of this transcript, but we really don't know the whole dynamic of all the responding officers. Because Brett Payne doesn't get there till 4 o'clock. Him and his partner, Sergeant Blaker.
And Fry was also late. They both arrived around the same time, allegedly on hunting trips, conveniently out of town, allegedly at this time.
Right. And when according to Payne's affidavit, Idaho State Police were already on scene.
Really?
Yep.
Before
his
Payne
arrival.
arrived.
Right.
Right. And you wonder now, coming from a LE background, is there typically, I wouldn't say competition, to be lead on a case like this, but you know what I mean? It seems that they're, with Moscow saying we're in charge in that press statement, we're in control. It does seem like a declaration, where in some of the videos they're patting each other on the back, and I'm like, let's not start sucking each other's dick just yet, because there seems to be some friction.
Save Andy James for later, fellas.
What would you offer on that?
No, I'm tracking what you're saying, and I quite honestly, I think a lot of that's performative. A lot of that what you're describing there is performative in nature because of that behavior. Because let's look at Brett Payne, right? Why is he the lead detective on the case?
I think plausible deniability definitely is the great way of putting it. I think I've said it a million times, and those two words define it, in my opinion.
I think that's the most reasonable explanation. I definitely agree with you, but here's a noted theory that I've had. Brett Payne, who is Brett Payne, right? Like, why would he be chosen? On the force 2 years, yeah, he was top of his class there at the police academy. Great. I was top of the class at my Air Force Police Academy. I shouldn't be investigating the quadruple homicide 2 years into my law enforcement career. Nonetheless, he's chosen for this role. He has no experience in this position. Not to mention a quadruple homicide. The town has not seen a crime like this. Yet they choose this seemingly unexperienced officer. So what uniquely qualifies him is my question, right? So looking at his background, I noted theory. He's got a top secret clearance with the U.S. Army as a military officer. He strangely enough, and again, this is an even deep end of the noted theory. He and Brent Kopacka served in the precise same unit of the precise same battalion on Fort Bragg. They didn't serve there together. They barely missed each other, but they were in the same paratrooper unit. This is a unit of, I believe, approximately 60 paratroopers. This
The
is
182nd Airborne, is that correct?
Right, but they were in the same detachment, same paratrooper unit within that detachment. So they're in a group of 60 people. They didn't cross paths, it seems. However, they knew the same people.
That's a brotherhood for sure, without a doubt.
Exactly.
Top to bottom.
And noted theory on that note, standard duty issue for U.S. Army paratroopers, or at least, one of the standard issue knives, K-bar knife.
Another interesting point about the knife sheath is they had allegedly a knife sheath with, now we find that there was mixed blood on the knife sheath also with the victim that wasn't Koberger's. Right. And we also have in the PCA for the Washington apartment looking for a knife sheath, which they didn't find.
Exactly.
Why is that?
I think you hit on a high point there. That if I can just make a comment there, I don't want to interject, Kane, but just to emphasize your point there, the county prosecutor over there that wrote the affidavit, the deputy county prosecutor, I believe it was, she gave herself an out. She said, even if you don't consider this evidence of the knife sheath and consider this evidence of the knife sheath, then don't still issue us the warrant, right? So they kind of gave themselves an out over there, right? So like it almost seemed like they didn't want to commit too much to it, right? But yeah, it's an interesting warrant and an interesting, more schizo stuff, right? It's a very schizo situation, is it not?
Are you saying they didn't commit to it in the PCA, or just in general involved in the crime?
Yeah, I believe it was an affidavit I read out of Whitman County that was the DA's affidavit attached to that search warrant.
Okay.
We can flag that for a future conversation. If you like, I can unpack that some more of my analysis on that. I haven't read it in a while, but yeah, I do recall them giving themselves an out surrounding the issue of the knife sheath. Well, so that's in the affidavit, right? Well, the one of the officers wrote an affidavit, like you said, claiming to search for the knife sheath. So it's the schizo nature of the reports. You have an officer filing an affidavit in that search warrant saying, we're looking for a knife sheath and a knife. And they're saying, don't consider this evidence of this knife sheath and this other one. So again, that's what I'm saying. It gets to this nature of this dissecting the reports. You may in fact go mad because none of it makes any sense. None of it jives.
I think a few of us have gone mad and come back and gone back again. There was another thing that Jules said. I had it on the tip of my tongue a second ago. Darn it. I don't know if actually she discussed it, but it came up in the videos that I played there. As far as, why do you think the defense wants his Amazon search record stricken? If you caught that.
Well, I mean, it could be for a litany of reasons, right? I mean, maybe dude gets weird in life. Who knows?
And
I'm not saying he's buying copper tubing and gerbils Richard Gere style, but you never know what's going on, right?
I actually saw Richard Gere at one of the spots that I showed in my opening video there. It's called Black Speech, and they were filming. It's a very scenic cliff, and I think they were filming a movie called Rush, and my buddy was from La Jolla there, and he's like, we just ignore these movie stars, they're assholes. And so we just walked by with our surfboards on our way down the Ho Chi Minh Trail to the beach, and I guess Gear wasn't used to being ignored, and he made some gerbil comment. I swear to God.
That's awesome.
Whether there's any credence to that story or not, I don't know. It sure brought it out in the forefront. But yeah, that's a good point. That's where my thoughts led. That, you know, there might be something in there that's not necessarily reflective of the case. That's just another weird fetish that somebody has that would reflect badly in his image towards the jury. I think that's very good.
Yeah, because I mean, I think it's a reasonable conclusion to make, especially considering the context of the circumstances that's already occurring, right? So any information can and will be used against Brian Koberger in this case. So,
and then we had the video that discussed the mixed DNA, and the press actually finally said it, that could be exculpatory to Koberger.
I saw that.
How did you feel about that one?
No, that was funny because then they quickly did a U-turn and were trying to claim.
Right away.
Yeah, they were trying to claim like they need to get rid of it for X, Y, and Z reasons. But no, if it's not Koberger's DNA, it is exculpatory in the sense that the law enforcement did not investigate that. So it automatically casts any reasonable doubt that Koberger is even involved in it if his DNA is not involved in that mixture. Even if it is involved in that mixture, there's other arguments to be made.
I think it speaks volumes that it wasn't investigated, and the fact that they found it before they got to Koberger is alarming.
Right.
It's
That's
like,
what I'm saying. If it was Koberger included in that, we'd already heard about all that.
Oh,
you know
sure.
what I mean?
That would be on the tip of Jeff H's fingers typing into the chat right now for sure. But you what really is queer about the whole thing is you have so much emphasis placed on these 70 picos of touch DNA on the knife sheath, when previously you've ignored DNA on a handrail. I'm sorry, my audio is going wacky. You've ignored DNA on a handrail, under a victim's fingernail, and on a bloody glove. So, why all of a sudden, when you get to Koberger, do you throw that in the kitchen sink and break your own DOJ guidelines to get to this guy? And I think that's the most important takeaway from these recent releases, whether they wanted us to see it or not, is that that they admit that they used the IGG to find Koberger, that it wasn't some random security guard at WSU that stumbled upon his car. Bullshit.
Right. No, that's a great point, because the moment Bill Thompson wanted to not include that as evidence in the trial, it was indicative of a much larger issue going on there.
Do you think he'll continue to shut the fuck up, which I'd love to see, and keep his steamy ears shut, or do you think he's sandbagging us?
Well, given it's a great question, Kane. Given, and you mentioned some folks in the chat say this earlier, and we've kind of touched on some of this a little bit here too in my response. So, what we're seeing here is, in context, you got to put yourself in the through the perspective of the folks prosecuting this case, right? But look into the eyes of Bill Thompson, just as an example. Use him as an example. They wanted Koberger to plead guilty there in January, 5th, when he was flown to Idaho. They didn't want him to have an Ann Taylor volunteer to do all this, above and beyond type activities. Further, they never wanted to release a damn thing, right? They never want to release a damn thing. So in that respect, again, when I saw that order from Hitler the other day, with his, essentially separating himself from all the secrecy in the case, right? Which I thought that was funny. All right, what's going on here? Why is he trying to separate himself from all this stuff? Again, I didn't expect a lot of this stuff from the past to suddenly get released, but he did say that going forward, we're not doing the secrecy stuff anymore. I'm like, well, that's going to be interesting. Because again, this is an unprecedented level of secrecy we've seen in this case. So him to make that line in the sand, I'm like, well, is he going to follow it? That's kind of what I was thinking. And then suddenly, things are popping up. I'm like, all right, well, again, the validity and veracity of some of these releases can be drawn into question, but nonetheless, what these things are doing is providing a soft landing. Because I think as a result of not pleading guilty, having all this other X, Y, and Z reasons, all these things falling out for the state over the last 2 years, I do think they may be considering just trying to find a soft landing in this case because they're fucked.
That's the quote of the day. They are fucked. And I can just hear Shushly Jennings saying, if we can just look past the DNA and move on to what we are trying to narrate to you, it's right up her alley. So I'm twofold on Hitler saying, oh, we're trying to be more candid and stop being so secret. Well, yeah, okay. This is an unprecedented amount of information being released at one time for this case.
Absolutely.
But then again, they half-assed it.
Right. It's not full. It's a distraction, right? We're getting transcripts of transcripts. We're getting alleged activities, right?
Redacted portions.
With no names, right? So there's no Officer Smith. I didn't see his name here. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see Officer Smith's name as being the officer on that, responding on that 911 call. Again, we're getting obviously cherry-picked communications. While it does provide answers, it also provides a lot more questions. And again, I think that's the design. Like, if you try to dissect this, you're going to go just as schizo as trying to dissect that PCA. But in comparison to the two things, we can see how more of the narrative's changed. We can see how they're trying to fit some of this stuff into that previous narrative of the seeds they've already planted in this stuff. Because again, much like the group of students in front of the home, a lot of this stuff has been generated through narratives because of the secrecy and the gag orders. A lot of this stuff has been generated and ideas around it generated through media reports and other such rumor activities. But when we compare what they're actually saying in their narratives, right, comparing to the PCAs, again, we can see, I think to me, it seems indicative they're trying to still force things into this timeline and sell everybody on it, right? Because again, I think I'm of the opinion all of the shit's bullshit, and who knows what really went on that night. But again, trying to apply this stuff to reality again is going to be, it's schizo, so it's going to result in schizo and schizo out type of deal. But if you look at these text messages they released, this 2 minutes and whatever 29 seconds or whatever it is here, that's allegedly right when the murder occurs, right, according to the PCA. So they say that the murder occurs between 4 o'clock and 4:25. Well, that ends. These text messages end at 4:24:37. So in comparing those two things, where's the murder here, right? Like, because again, none of this includes. So during these exact text messages, it would seem would be exactly when Dylan would have encountered the black-cladded, bushy-eyed figure walking out the back sliding door, right? Because again, that person's out of the home by 4:25, and these text messages in at 4:24:37. We don't see those statements here.
What's missing, in my opinion, and when you talk about the narrative, you're dead on. Because what's missing is there's a reason that it's called Screaming Bloody Murder.
Right.
And what they've been trying to tell us in the narrative is that not only were the victims asleep in their beds that the survivors were asleep in their beds, fully knowing that these text messages existed.
Exactly. No, they did say that, didn't they? They did say that they were asleep in their beds, the survivors.
Lies. You know, I mean,
Lies.
There's no other way to fucking put it. That's why I keep saying, how in the fuck did they get to the report that they gave us 2 years ago out of all this shit? Pardon my French, kids go to bed. But what?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's all bull. That's what you're getting to. What I'm saying right there. You just struck the nerve of what I'm saying there, Kane. Is this all bullshit?
It's freaking obvious. And what Kevin Costner Waterworld explanation is this to present and have us trust you again?
Right. Dry land exists. I've seen it.
And I feel strongly that you're right, that they're piecemealing this out, and I think Hitler is trying to distance himself from the silence to make it appear that he's partial, where he's absolutely not. Because he's known all of this was bullshit coming in and never called it out.
Exactly.
So moving forward.
And again, I wonder how much political weight he's getting right from above. I mean, he gets elected, right? So, I mean, he's, you know, if the Republican Party doesn't want to back him as the candidate, then what's his options at that point?
From what I understand, both the DAs, I think you were the one saying, are applying a lot of pressure to put Koberger down.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. So I think Hitler's going to find himself in no different than Judge or Thompson finds himself in. That you know, they're getting that heat from the Attorney General's office.
Well, he's getting the heat, but at the same time, there's reality, and he knows that. I wonder what the stop in your tracks moment was when Koberger chose to waive a speedy trial. And what did he stood silent?
Sure.
Right? He stood.
Sure.
He
Well,
stood
I mean,
silent
and
to the
Taylor
charges.
probably had some of this information, right, to reach that conclusion, or didn't have that information. She was either getting stonewalled, which we know publicly she was with some of the discovery requests, but I mean, behind the scenes, yeah, it's a good question. What was her sight picture on the matter?
It was enough for her to come out and say, "We believe my client is innocent," and put her neck on the line.
Exactly. Yeah,
Which is out of character for any defense attorney, public pretender. And here she's broken the trilogy, and I look at her as the advantage, the imagined advantage of Ann Taylor is that she's an inside man. She knows these people inside and out. She knows this system better than anyone else that could defend it. What I don't see from her, and I hope, and my hopes are, and hope in one hand and what in the other, but is that she's playing the long game on this, but I don't see a sense of urgency. And it's maybe because she did not have all of the information and what she saw wasn't adding up. What do you think?
No, I think you're spot on. So I think that's a great analysis. She's represented drug cases that I would assert are in and around the drug trafficking activities that I think are going on here. So she's seen these things in the public defender's office come through, even Kootenai County.
Skylar Meade, for example.
There you go. Great example. And then she's a University of Idaho grad, so she knows the atmosphere, she knows the environment, she knows the people.
Clearly. Which also Thompson and Judge John Judge, and I believe Hitler attended University of Idaho at some point also. He has
did he? Okay.
several degrees there.
No, I think it shouldn't be. The point you're making shouldn't be stressed, or can't be stressed enough. There we go, because it is a factor that I don't think the political, sphere and whatever, whether or not it's it's obviously I think it's manifesting through the Attorney General's office. I don't think it's origins there, but they couldn't account for Ann Taylor putting her neck out on the line.
I don't think they expected it at all. They work, they work as a team. I mean, get the suspect in, get him to plead or whatever the case, and move on to the next case, because there's a lot of cases, especially in Ada County. And for her to break rank, literally, it's astounding. And it should speak volumes also.
I agree. I think it does, and I think it's a factor that they couldn't account for in the prosecution of Brian Kohberger in this case.
Yeah, freak Thompson out, bro.
So you got to consider that with all these subsequent actions. So yeah, I mean, Hippler seems to be separating himself and kind of distancing himself from these things. I would agree with you on that, and I think it largely surrounds what I presume is, again, and it could be internal, dispute within the prosecution of this case, but that's caused them to do this. But for whatever reason, I see this as all, from moment one, they left themselves out with plausible deniability throughout this, especially Brett Payne's statements in the PCA. And the release of some of this information, again, this seemingly, again, as you pointed out, the media is even at least finally saying it, exculpatory evidence towards Kohberger. Again, this and again, the release of this stuff that was previously sealed, it just seems to me, that maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. I think it's a shit show internally to this whole case. I really do. I think the internal politics are a mess. I think the story's falling apart. I really do. And I think it's indicative of these releases, especially in comparison to their previous affidavits, right? Not necessarily, again, not the media stuff presented, but the affidavits, because as you pointed out, Kane, these text messages now show that the statement Brett Payne made in that PCA, where he says DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m., with the exception of Cornodal, who had received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m., and then goes on to include the TikTok until 4:12 a.m. So that in and of itself is in direct opposition to the fact that these two surviving roommates are text messaging each other after 4 a.m. when they themselves said they were asleep.
That's a great point to make a transition right here, and I know you have thoughts on this. Going forward to August, based on the history of these two surviving roommates, do you think they will appear in court? Because clearly they're going to be subpoenaed as witnesses. Or do you think it's going to be a Zoom type thing, which I honestly think is how they'll have them appear in court? What do you think on that?
I agree with you. I don't think they're going to force either one of them to show to appear there, even though Dylan Mortensen lives in Ada County, right? She lives in Boise. So that's interesting. But yeah, Bethany Funk lives in and I was actually just looking to see what she's up to lately. She was pictured as I don't think she's in a sorority anymore, but she was pictured as the girlfriend of a member of a ATO sorority, the Jewish sorority. Fraternity there. So she's in Nevada, but I don't think they're gonna make her come back again. So, but it's interesting. So, I think they will probably do Zoom if they have to, right? So, I don't think this. That's what I'm saying about all this stuff falling apart. The state never considered having them take the stand. There's already conflicting statements, right, in regards to the activities of the occupants of that home being awake or not, including the surviving roommates, right? So what I think is maybe if they have to get to that point, Zoom. But what I think is interesting relative to Bethany Funk's statements, right? So if you recall back in March of 2023, they subpoenaed Bethany Funk, the defense did for exculpatory statements. For her deposition, because she had information that would provide exculpatory evidence, for Brian Kohberger, right? I think it was March 17th, 2023.
Another thing.
Does that sound familiar?
Say again. I'm sorry. I was thinking about my next.
Oh, no worries. Bethany, this whole Bethany Funk exculpatory evidence situation popped off beginning, I believe, March 17th, 2023, right?
Right.
That's when they got the ruling, right? They got it. I think that's when the court first ruled saying, yes, you can depose Bethany Funk, right? It continued to get fought out for the subsequent months and resulted in, I believe, her attorneys going there or some sort of Zoom situation. I don't recall, but nonetheless, it's the activities that surround these events in the case that interest me. So I look at that as a loss for the state, right? The state doesn't want Bethany Funk providing statements. If they wanted Bethany Funk providing statements, they would have included her statements in the PCA, right? So they don't want Bethany Funk providing statements to the defense, especially since the defense appears to have knowledge of exculpatory evidence that she can provide, which I don't doubt that she could. Nonetheless, that motion gets approved again. They fight it out later, but it gets approved. Caden Young dies of a hotshot overdose immediately thereafter. I believe it's the next day or 2 days.
Wow.
Again, I don't know if he's directly related to these victims. He is a fraternity president, or was a fraternity president, junior, at University of Idaho, right? So it begs the question, though, is if the state's losing this case and there's drug stuff going on, are these some of the reasons why we have more body count in the situation with Caden Young?
Just piling them up, and there's probably a couple deaths that you could say could possibly be fallout from this that have happened in the meantime, other than Hayden Young. Even like the one I was talking about in the article earlier. But to sidebar a little bit, I have this distinct notion that possibly Dylan also suffers from some type of mental anxiety or illness. As indicated from her statements, whether they were drug-induced or just how she normally is, from two things. One would be how protective some of the people have responded that are close around her. That would indicate that she needed that they were used to being able to protect her. And then perhaps that would be hidden, because then possibly that would reflect on her testimony. But I want to say that she possibly was manic depressive, and she suffered severe depression, and
maybe some bipolar.
Right, and that this is why you see the video. If you ever seen the video of her a year later partying with her friends and doing a TikTok video to some rap song with like, also I guess you would call it, what would you call it, she has a detachment thing also, and you could point to PTSD on that, I guess, but there doesn't honestly seem to be, I wouldn't say remorse, but it in that video, my initial feeling, you know what I'm talking about, where they're drinking and listening to this murder rap song a year later at her house or at her friend's house. Are you familiar?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
it to me, my initial impression, I hate to say it, seemed to be celebratory, and in the context of the song and on video for the public to see. I guess maybe that video wasn't supposed to be released, but it's like celebratory.
It's absolutely celebratory. So I like your assessment of her potential emotional and other issues there. I think that's a very reasonable assessment. I think you, in doing so, you assume this person has a soul. I think this person has no soul, as indicative of that video you're describing right now. It's very celebratory. I don't, as far as this shield around the victims, I agree with you. There is a shield. There's a shield. I think it's political in nature, right? The forces behind it, if you will.
Absolutely.
As far as the cordoning off, no, I mean, outside of, again, you mentioned it shouldn't be public. She posted that herself, right? So she wanted it public. Or one of her friends did. I don't recall.
I believe it was one of her friends posted, or somebody hacked the account, something along those lines.
Okay. Nonetheless, if it goes on social media, if she's dancing around there with friends filming, she's of the age and knowledge that these things get out.
Well, I believe the lyrics in the song were like, "I'm a bad bitch, don't fuck with me," kind of thing. And I believe there were some murder references in there, so that's shitty.
Oh, you got to rewatch it. I don't remember it being that aggressive, but I'm not surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised if Heather could post a link to that for us to play. I wouldn't mind looking at it.
Yeah, there you go.
I do have another creepy video to play. If you're familiar with the last video of Maddie, where they're drinking with Ethan's brother, Xana, Maddie, and I believe Kaylee on their patio the night of, or the night before.
I've probably seen it, but I'm happy to watch it again and refresh my memory, because it's not. I don't recall it offhand.
It's so creepy to me, and when I first saw it, I thought that Hunter looked like Saeed or somebody else, and somebody corrected me on that. Give me a second here. Let me pull that up real quick, JJ.
Yeah, and while you're searching for that, Kane, I don't want to get in on a deep dive on this subject, but I do want to point out that when we're discussing all of these matters, it's important to understand the environment that, again, aside from any, assertions of drug trafficking, etc., it's important to understand the environment that was going on in the University of Idaho at the time and the deep financial stress they were already under previous to these murders. And when these murders happened, approximately 40% of the students did not come back for the finals there in December, and they did virtual finals and whatnot. They did not come back to campus, so it was very important to get those folks back. Mm-hmm. I've gone to a deep dive and analysis on this before, and happy to jump in the future. But the university essentially was going to be losing millions of dollars when they're already losing millions of dollars situation. So it was a real butt pucker situation for old Green there and gang.
Well, since you brought it up, go into it a little bit more, because I feel you're kind of brushing the iceberg. As far as I can off the top of my head say they were facing that cliff because of the 2008 drop in pregnancies, that all universities, and they were also closing neighboring universities for lack of funding. Do you have more to add to that?
Yeah, actually, I can give you a quick overview. I did a whole blog. I started writing a blog. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta sneeze here real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, I'm back. No, so I did this. I wrote this back in. I can just do a quick overview of this. I did this back in I don't know, September of 2023. Damn, it's been a while. So what I did was, luckily enough, there was enough available public data to see how the COVID shutdown affected the university and the numbers and stuff they were working with. So I was able to do a pretty accurate analysis of and quantify the exact amount of money they were losing, and it was a lot. So especially again when you consider the economics of the town. So the town operates approximately 45% of the town's total population revolves around the employment of and extension of the university's operations. So, that in and of itself means if that university isn't in business, they're not those folks aren't making any money, and that et cetera. Now a good portion of the remainder of the town is the folks supporting those employees and students through restaurants and groceries, et cetera, et cetera. So literally everything revolves around the university, because if they're not in business, the majority is employed under the minority of the town who comprises the most of the rest of the town. They're all supporting industries. So huge economic impact. So when COVID struck and no one was on campus, for example, they lost $7 million in one semester, the university alone. It took a $7 million hit that spring semester. Wow. So they in the board meeting, this would have been Green in the board meeting. He's describing how they're going to double that if they're closed down for the summer semester. Before it was essentially, he was describing the exponential growth of these losses for each subsequent semester they would be shut down. Right. And again, this is not just because they were doing the online. This is the economic impact of not having the students on campus for the campus alone, not the town. The town took a larger impact as well, because again, that coffee shop or ice cream shop down there on Main Street that you were mentioning there's one of the few tax-paying industries there in Moscow. They they're not making any money during this time, so they're not paying any taxes. You know what I mean?
Dutch
so
Brothers.
The university. They got good coffee. I like their coffee.
You've had Dutch Brothers before, huh?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time out there in Northern California around Beale Air Force Base there. So in 2019, when Green comes there, he's already facing a $22 million shortfall in the budget. They immediately terminated 150 employees right off rip. So, he's already facing in the red situation there, and then immediately gets hit with another even bigger situation with the COVID shutdown, financially speaking. And then these murders presented a whole new dynamic with economic shutdowns, because again, 40% of the students said we're out. We're not coming back. So if they couldn't convince those students to come back January, whatever that was, 10th or 8th or whatever it was, directly following the arrest of Koberger, coincidentally enough, they needed somebody. Whether or not Koberger was the guy from the beginning, they needed somebody at that time in order to get these kids back to school. So again, it was an exponential effect too. So those 40% don't come back for that first semester starting in January, the spring semester, they're losing approximately somewhere around, $3.5 million or so, let's call it. We'll call it $3 million. But then that's $6 million in the second, from the following semester. And again, that's not to include the economic impact of the town.
A lot of pressure to get somebody.
A lot of pressure.
But what a pathetic effort to literally frame and patsy somebody to get that pressure off you, instead of doing the work and pinning this on the people that deserve it. And the scary thing is, those people still walk among us. And once again, this is not the only case in the country where this exists. This is a glaring example of it, and it's the hill that everybody in this chat has decided to die on. And I can see that even you, JJ, have relinquished portions of your life to getting to the bottom of this, as much dedication as you have. And hats off to you, sir, on that. Thank you for everything that you're providing. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Jump in the chat with us. We got JJ Vance here from Operation GCD, one of the best shows to hit YouTube since Tidy Whities. And if you guys don't mind, post the link in the chat and go ahead and just sub up to him real quick. You'll be glad you did, because beyond this show, he does some amazing shit, and he's got a great panel with Nick from the Occult Rejects, Lisa Headless. I love Headless, man. Headless is great.
Yeah, great folks.
You want to talk about facts? That guy really he doesn't even need a clipboard to look from. He's just all right off the top of his head, which is beautiful.
He's a character.
Really a character. That's what Tommy Jude called me on my show. I'm like, somebody, Lana gave me a shout out in her Truth and Transparency broadcast, and somebody said, Kane, I hate that guy. And so Tommy Jude said, yeah, why do you think I called you a character? So, Headless is great. I like the tinfoil hat guy, too. I love that somebody made him a tinfoil hat.
Oh, yeah. Nate from Reality Czar is great. Yeah, great. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, Nate, that's right. He took over the GCD while you were out for a while.
He filled in when I was on the IR.
You got the beard transplant.
The beard, right?
But yeah,
I donated for beards for locks.
You guys do Freaky Fridays or whatever. Beards for love locks of beards.
Right.
You guys do every Friday there at GCD. I'm sorry, as I'm talking over you. But you do every Friday there, right?
Yeah, I do Fridays with Nick, the host of the Occult Rejects. It's a conspiracy culture kind of roundtable discussion on whatever topics are present at the time in our minds. And I do Operation GCD live on Wednesdays, Fridays at 9, and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern time, where I just whatever's on my mind. Last night was the O.J. Simpson Idaho 4 comparison. Previous to that was an esoteric review of the film Pizza Man, starring Bill Maher, opposite battling Donald Trump in a 1991 comedy. It's kind of ridiculous, but yeah, these are the many things of these natures. But yeah, Idaho 4. I'll be quite honest with you, Kane. This case has gotten my blood boiling since day one.
Nice,
and it's only gotten worse since then because, on top of that, I'm a very ardent supporter of constitutional rights, being a descendant of numerous folks that signed the documents that created this here country, and my 20 years in the military police. I'm a big fan of constitutional rights. I understand the value and the context of these things, despite their bastardization in our modern times, and the value that is in the context of what is or is not a right. But nonetheless, the idea that Brian Koberger or anybody, insert name, can be charged in this case with the ridiculous amount of evidence. So when they charge this guy, then saying the gross violations of his constitutional rights, is notably his, unreasonable search and seizure, which has gone on from day one in this case. The gross violations of unreasonable search. Every search and every seizure related to Brian Koberger in this case, in my opinion, is legally by definition unreasonable, which again is constitutionally protected right. It's not a privilege. You can't just go in there and do what you want to do, and maybe we'll violate them a little bit. Again, this is a full-blown, full-spectrum violation, including what things such as the FBI's joint effort to get the trash out of his parents' trash can, because again, it's what's not mentioned is his parents live in a private residence, so that roadway is not public. It's not normally, even in this case, the detectives got a cigarette butt from a quote-unquote suspect early in the case to get his DNA they got it from a public trash can. Well, I think they put that in their report to try to. I don't even think that happened, right? I think they put that in the report to make it to everyone convinced that this shit that went down at Koberger's was legit, despite there not being comparative circumstances. Public trash can versus private gated community, not the same. Trash can on a private roadway, not the same as far as the ability to search and seize. So I think everything relative to Koberger, search and seizure wise in this case, is literally by definition a violation of his constitutional rights as it being unreasonable. So these are the things that, I appreciate your words there. I do have a dedication to at least educating folks on the massive amount of shenanigans involved in these law enforcement reports, and again, the gross violation of rights and the injustice that that clearly that I can't put myself in the shoes of the families, but regardless of their activities or what they've done or what they've gotten into or whatever, the idea that they've lost a family member and they're having to sit through this whole process too, and it's not justice for the victims. That's for certain. These shenanigans.
Right. The curtilage laws there are different for a gated community, which is more than likely why they had to have the trash guy. But in another note,
but you see what I'm saying? Like, it becomes questionable, right? It's not the same. It's not the. Yeah, they don't have. They could just as easily get a search warrant.
well, they could have gotten his DNA from his office, because literally that's more or less a government office. It's a state-owned office, and they would have.
That's the most reasonable. That's the most reasonable, right?
Why chase him across the United States? But also, when you talk about the victims' families, when you have Steve G saying, "Don't make me stand up and be the alpha," and saying, "I get it that I can't post pictures around campus because that'll affect your enrollment." That's just a little too forgiving for me. If this is my daughter, those posters are going up, and
for sure
there ain't nothing that's going to stop it. Money is not a matter to me. I don't give a shit if that university fails or succeed after this shit.
Great point, and very reasonable to question those activities. That's kind of what I was commenting, is just I'm not really trying to separate those ideas from the families, just what they have to witness here. But yeah, I mean, I can't move past Steve G wearing that hex hat on numerous international TV, their national TV interviews.
Right.
In December of 2022, he's got that hat on numerous interviews, numerous days. But these things are getting, broadcasted international. This case gripped the attention of folks internationally.
We have regular viewers from Kiwi and Australia and England, India, South Africa. Alaska seems to be a very popular of interest. I guess that some areas in Alaska are a little closer to the area than you would think, so they have relevance to them. But what was I going to say? Sorry, go on with what you're saying.
No, I just with the hex thing again. It's just
right.
When that guy got charged 6 or 7 months after the murders, and the same stuff the Sam Bankman-Fried gang are about, the same kind of business, the same Ponzi schemes, again, it's these actions relative to Steve Gonzalez. I'm like, well, why has he got to wear that hat? Why is he wearing the hat multiple times?
Here's a viewpoint on it. It is a message. That hat was a message. He wore that whether he was trying to advertise that particular crypto and get it to bolster, or I don't know what the fuck he was trying to say with that hat, but it was an odd icon for a victim's family member, and you can't help but say that it's literally about money. And then, fast forwarding, he switches over to the cross hat, and now he's representing as a man of God because people have villainized him. And now he wants to have this angelic portrayal, in my opinion.
No, I think you're right. I think it is performative to a certain degree. There is meaning to it. There's purpose. He's wearing it for a reason.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think that's an important note to consider.
Before Jen has to take the rest of her blood pressure medicine, let me put you back to Mini JJ, and I'm going to play one of her videos. You can stick around if you want. You can bail out too if you like.
I was going to say, I think I'm going to have to call it a night here, Kane. It's getting long in the night here for me, but I appreciate your time and the invite, and I definitely appreciate the Idaho conversation.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you again for all your insights and sharing your time with us. I appreciate you being here. And let's hear it for JJ Vance. Remember to please subscribe to the GCD, Operation GCD podcast, and tune in with us. We had a hell of a chat. the other night, and he does some great shows. So we'll have you on again, man. You've been fantastic,
Awesome.
bro. I love having you
Thanks,
on.
Kane. And tell Jen I appreciate the conversation and looking forward to catching y'all next time.
Yeah, I can't see going forward without you, brother. So we'll see you soon. Have a great night.
I appreciate it. You too, sir.
Thank you, JJ. All right. I don't have to fight the volume anymore. Here we go. All right, so let's let me get back to the chat here, and I'm going to play this video from Jen.
You fucking asshole! You fucking liar!
Oh, I'm going to get a copyright on that, but we know that video. Thanks, Jen. So let's see here. Heather had one for me. There it is. Okay, Heather had a video. Let's get back to it here. Where was it, Heather? Is this the same one? I think so, yeah. Yeah, when I talk about the depression thing, I don't know. This does stand out to me right there. Okay, so all right, moving on. Let's see what other videos I had here. Forgot why they had to. Okay, so I wondered about this. A couple things. You're gonna like, why is Kane showing this? They had to battle a storage unit fire in Tampa for 9 hours. And one thing I've noticed, and it may be the same. I did, Jen. I was actually asking for a different video. I forgot what. Anyway, that's fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It might be the same in your town. What is that one, Jen? I'm sorry. Hi, Happy Hounds. Good to see you. Em Hawkins. Thank you for being in. Very nice to see you. Anyway, it may be the same in your town or not. I don't know. I know with the growth of this area, it's exponential. That many of these used storage places have popped up. And I always make the joke to my friends that that's what we're going to be living in the future. So they're just building apartments out of these little used storage units. But I was talking to somebody about it the other day, and there are people that live in storage units, you know. And what I wonder with this one is two things. Is if now this investment, because, you know, a lot of times when a bar fails or a restaurant fails, they'll burn it down. They'll bring the alcohol in the front and then take it out the back and then light a match to it right out of Goodfellas. And so I wonder if the same thing is happening here. You have this brand new large storage unit place catches on fire and burns down because it's taking a big loss, because we've lost a lot of the incoming new residents here in Tampa, so perhaps it didn't fulfill its monetary goals. And so they get the insurance money and move on and then build a Bob Evans there or something. So I just wanted to point that out. What else we got here? Oh, this is our second look back here on Brendan and Malia. Let's take a listen.
We are digging right into the first case of tonight, and it is going back into the Idaho 4 case. We're going to be talking about the trial and all things having to do with Brian Kohberger, who is the current main suspect of the Idaho 4 massacre. Brian Kohberger is the doctorate criminology student that is currently sitting in Latah County Jail, waiting for his trial. And we just had some search warrants released on January 23rd of 2024, and they are in reference to what date?
They were originally filed. These unsealed search warrants were originally filed September 12th, 2023.
All right. And we have 3 of them here. Well, first we have order setting sealed hearing on defendant's motion to unseal. That's just setting a sealed hearing to talk further about these, and the motion to unseal. Not further about these, but the motion to unseal that we talked about just recently. Then we have order to seal and redact Meta platforms, order to seal and redact Microsoft, order to seal and redact TikTok. And essentially, like, all right, I'll go through who the first one applies to. So the first one applies to Meta platforms and Instagram in parentheses. So essentially it's asking for any of the data associated with Meta platforms. And for those of you that don't know, Meta platforms is Facebook and Instagram. And when you're logged into the Meta business login or personal login, it is both accounts in there. And it actually highlights a few things in here, like pokes, having to do with Messenger, that's tied to Instagram, but it looks like there's...
It's tied to Facebook.
Facebook, yep.
Facebook is the pokes.
Yep. And but they're going to be specifically looking more into the Instagram stuff for at least this search warrant here. And honestly, my original plan was to read through all this, but it's so many details. I can tell you what they're looking for. Everything associated with that account. And that means anybody who interacted with them in that account. That includes that person's IP addresses, any screen names, any location services, literally anything. Payments, anything tying to their personal accounts of Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. Everything. And we'll get into that just a little bit in an open conversation forum. Now, we also have OneDrive, Microsoft Corporation, OneDrive. And for those of you that don't know, OneDrive is a software, a program that is attached to a Microsoft account. You don't have to have a Microsoft account, but it's essentially a storage system that allows you to save anything, connect different things, seamlessly share information and pictures.
Is it a cloud?
Yeah.
And this one, by the way, I wanted to mention, this one was filed August 28th, 2023, originally, this warrant.
Okay. Awesome. And yeah, I mean, it can be a cloud. I think that I'm always unsure of whether I should use the term cloud, except in specific situations, because there's a lot of operating systems and things out there that aren't specifically clouds. This is and isn't. This is just a program, but there is cloud storage associated with it. Now, I wouldn't say that it is all cloud focused or anything like that. So I just want to be clear, you know, that it's not a cloud service system, but it does have cloud storage associated with it. And it's asking for, again, all things attributed to it. You're talking everything from accounts, email accounts, passwords, pins. Clearly, they believe that it is tied directly to cell phones because they're asking for IMEI numbers, which if you guys have watched our past videos about cell phone coverage, that is a cell phone or tablet or computer's social security number. You know what I mean? And it's asking for all things associated with that. Again, financial, photos, search history, and we're going to be talking about the IMEI OneDrive Res ID information. Now, for the third one, we have TikTok, and this one's interesting. So this one's specifically asking for Ethan Chapin's TikTok account with any of the following email addresses, redacted, of course.
So in the interest of science here, I wanted to take a pause on that right there. Because first off, just about every single person in my chat right now was there at some point in the Thought Riot days. Toes, I'd forgotten, many people that were excuse me, I'm a little out, that were there all this time. Happy Hounds, Jenn, obviously, Leslie and Billy, Toes was a part of it, Shaggy, and gosh, if some of the stuff that they talked about way back then, you'll see here, wasn't so spot on and ahead of every other creator, but I just love that my chat is a regrouping, and that's why I've tried to gather the attention of everyone that I remembered being there and steer them towards my show. Heather and Twiz and I were there probably every night. Let's just watch more. You'll see.
Dylan Mortensen's TikTok account, Bethany Funk's.
Janet, when's the last time you had a vegetable?
Email and TikTok account, and everything associated with all of them. So if you guys are interested in hearing all the details about it, you can check it out. We will have a video out there posting all of them. So I've seen some conversation out there around this a little bit, and I guess I'll go into the first thing here before we dig into the other two. And let's dig into the Microsoft OneNote IMEI. Okay. Now it's interesting. All right, you guys. So let me explain it here. So if I have a OneDrive and I had a video on there and I wanted to share that with you, I could have this storage space in my OneDrive and send you an invite to give you access to that system. So essentially we could be trading, talking, watching, following up on information and invite certain people to it. Now I'm interested that they want that IMEI. I'm interested because we've been told and have seen firsthand that the defense has come out and said, hey, there is nothing tying my client to these people.
Yeah.
So this account is not the geolocation background data type account I would expect to see when they're looking for that specifically. And clearly, based on this request, they are looking for specific data. Specific data here.
Like what?
Like we just talked about, literally everything from phone numbers to invites to IMEIs. I mean, we just went through it. Everything. IP addresses, everything. So it's interesting what they think what they're looking for. Now, some people have asked this because it says search warrant, IMEI, and OneDrive Res ID. So when you're talking about OneDrive specifically, more than likely what I would assume it is it stands for Resource ID, which essentially is that sharing feature that I just explained to you, where I could create a OneDrive, all right, and then invite you and offer. Well, it's going to create an identification number for that saved storage, because essentially just imagine you're in a room and all the information you want is in a drawer, right? And you pull that drawer out, you pull it out when you're ready, you do whatever you got to do, put it back in that drawer and then put it away. And you have all your drawers numbered, so you know exactly where certain things are at in your room of drawers, right? That's essentially what I believe that Res ID is. However, there is another option here too. So there is also a res ID that is associated with audio accounts.
It's audio accounts.
Yep.
What do you mean?
It is programming that can reverse engineer and break down audio data information. Now, I haven't done enough digging to find out if this is a program that OneNote offers. I have no idea if
You mean OneDrive?
Or OneDrive offers. Yeah, OneDrive offers. OneNote's a different part of the Microsoft, whatever platform. But ResID is a C++ library containing a complete emulation of the SID chips. This library can be linked into programs emulating the MPU to play music made for a Commodore 64 computer. The ResID has been linked with multiple different programs and into the trackers, geo trackers, cheese cutter, goat tracker. ResID is a reverse engineered software emulation sound interface chip programmed by Dag Lem. This chip was used in a 64 computer. But yeah, really interesting that it has to do with audio and sound interface devices. So I don't believe it's that, but I wanted to be able to give that example. The reason why I don't believe it's that is because it specifically says OneNote ResID. But when that popped up, that's what I thought about first, is that sound programming. But interesting, right?
So this is a premiere. That's why you see Thought Riot in the chat a lot here. I'm going to fast forward to see what else pops, because it's interesting to... is that why it was, Heather? So this is what that's why I didn't do live chat replay, because it just hides the chat. Let's see if it...
Yeah, it is interesting.
Well, let's fast forward though.
Want to try Ozempic?
I would love to see Celtic Spike back in the chat with us here.
It has a crazy
enjoyed
side effect.
the comments from them.
That makes me feel like maybe they expected to go to trial and didn't expect Anne to slow down and really dig into everything.
Yeah, I think yes. I was just looking at the first video that we put out where we started talking about app data and things like that, and it was right around the same time that stuff was being requested.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but so yeah, I think that is a very good possibility and very real theory that yes, I don't think they expected there to be pushback here.
Not to this extent that Anne's going. Anne has hired an investigative team, and she is literally combing through every single piece of evidence and requesting every expert report.
Yeah.
She wants all of it, and she wants the time to really dig through all of it. And I think that they didn't expect that.
Yeah, maybe I don't know.
Or maybe just problems started coming up.
For me, it just shows again a lack of experience personally. I think this should be the first go-to right away. As soon as they wondered and thought that Brian Kohberger could be their guy. Look, it's a 1-2 punch. You look into his background and you realize, oh, he has a tech background. Oh, in criminology. Okay, what tech does he have? They should have been figuring these things out. This should have been number one. Like, these into the victims' devices is what I would have expected to see in November.
That's what I'm saying right there, is that I don't understand when you have a homicide to this extent, and these are young kids that are constantly on their phones and posting to social media, interacting with lots of different people on the internet. Like, why did they not immediately think, okay, we need to know everyone they had contact with for the past 6 months on every social media platform? You cast out that net immediately.
I agree. That's what should have been done.
So yeah, spot on, always spot on, and from one spectrum of the end to the end.
All right, you guys, all of you, for my stories at least, this week I was just going to cover a single Idaho 4 case, but I happened to come upon something very interesting. So I changed it around. I'm doing 2 of them again like I did last week, which I normally don't do 2 weeks in a row. But we'll do like an Idaho 4 sandwich where I do a case and then a different case and then, the second Idaho 4 case. But anyway, so crazy video here. Okay, at least I think it is, because it supports some of the major questions that we've had the whole time when it comes to this. So we're going to watch that, and then we are going to talk through what it means and everything in between, in my opinion, because, what it's in reference to is the car, Brian Kohberger's car. One of the very first pictures I ever saw when I was looking into this case was the car of the gas station.
Okay, yeah.
The one that said,
Sure.
like, half the people who watch us say it's fake. If you zoom in, you can see that it's been altered and adulterated and everything else. Then you have the other half of people that are like, duh, it makes perfect sense. Let me show you exactly where he drove and exactly why he would be right in that area right at that time. You know what I
Mainstream
mean?
media believes that it's definitely real.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's watch this, and then we will go from there, okay?
News Nation getting more reports about the murders of 4 Idaho college students. A former medical examiner believes the toxicology reports in this case could help solve this murder. This coming after the coroner assigned to the case called the tests irrelevant to the horrific killings. A police officer's body cam also picked up a loud sound that could have been a scream around the time of the murders. Also, a convicted killer on death row believes the killer was waiting inside of the house before the savage stabbing spree. We want to bring in now former FBI agent Tracy Walder for her insight into these reports. Tracy, thank you so much for being back.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
And first, what do you make of the San Quentin death row inmate giving an interview saying that he believes the killer was already waiting inside of the house? Does this theory have any merit?
I don't want to say that it doesn't necessarily, because the reality is we still have no answers and we still have no suspects. And so what I do think is interesting, and what I do think lends a lot of credibility and interest to this perspective, is the fact that he is a criminal and he is inside the mind of a criminal. A lot of times, we rely on profilers and things of that nature who are not necessarily, of deviant mind and involved in these kinds of activities. And so I do think that his theory has merit, but obviously I certainly cannot say if it's fully credible or not. Now, I do think it could possibly explain how the person perhaps knew the house so well if they hadn't been to the house before. But then I think it really, in a weird way, casts a wider net in terms of suspects, and that perhaps this isn't someone who's in either an immediate or sort of periphery friend circle of the individuals. And I think that in and of itself is scary. The only reason I'm a little hesitant to fully embrace his theory is that the police, the one consistent thing they have done is they've been pretty consistent in discussing the fact that this is a targeted killing, which tells me it's probably less likely that person that was unknown to them was laying in wait.
I appreciate that. And I know that you're also tracking this issue. There was CCTV footage, but it was lost after a week. 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 What happened there? Why wasn't it reviewed in time?
I've tried to be very pro law enforcement in this case, and I am very much pro law enforcement. I do think that they are doing a good job. But one of the things that I did read that was slightly frustrating to me is that there was CCTV. As we know, there's a clerk at one of the convenience stores who came forward and said they had perhaps the Hyundai on CCTV. However, that CCTV was recorded over after a week. It was recorded over after a week. It was recorded over after a week, and that the footage was asked for about 3 to 4 weeks later. And that the footage was asked for about 3 to 4 weeks later. And that the footage was asked for about 3 to 4 weeks later. I'm very surprised because what I think law enforcement probably would have and should have done at that case was asked for footage of really anything along the transportation route of where those houses are. And then they can go back and sort of go through it. But they should have asked that all of it be preserved initially, even if they didn't have time to go through all of it.
And we understand that law enforcement is completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of evidence and footage and photos that they are going through. Does this perhaps indicate, though, that some things may be falling through the cracks?
You know, no one's perfect. No entity is perfect. No human is perfect. And I do think this may have been a situation where something did slip through the cracks. Typically, you know, what we would do is immediately ask for it. And even if you are overwhelmed, which is completely understandable in this case, then you at least save it from being erased or recorded over so that you can come back to it when you are able to look through it. So yes, something like this very well may have slipped through the cracks, but I'm just speculating at this point.
And right now there's dispute over how relevant the toxicology reports are in this case. What do you make of that?
Yes, I thought that was really interesting too. And I'm surprised that there's a dispute about it because in my opinion, we don't have a suspect, right, in terms of what we know. And so I'm very surprised that they are perhaps deemed by some to be irrelevant because they really might go towards helping towards a motive, helping towards the state of mind of the victims. If the victims were incredibly intoxicated when this was happening, it might really go to show and completely rule out the other roommates and that maybe screams weren't happening, people weren't fighting back. And so I do think they are relevant, although I'm not sure that they're relevant at finding us a suspect.
And what about the high-pitched sound that police body cams picked up? Do you think that those could have been screams? Can anything be made of the timing there? And does that warrant further investigation?
You know, I think anything that's going around in that vicinity that's on any of those cameras that we're hearing or seeing will.
I just want to point out, there's like when you watch these chats, this is another example of one of the ones that's either not available or extremely hard to find. The past two I played before Heather's here, and so you have Swifferfly and Victorini, Tanel Ray, and Taxmax Thunderclap. I'd forgotten she was there with us.
Will be relevant that happened at that time. It has to be. You can't rule it out immediately because of what we know happened. I am on the fence in terms of what I think these may be. I do think they very well could be tires kind of speeding away. And if they are, that's interesting as well. If someone is kind of peeling out of an area, were they just involved in something that they shouldn't have been? And so even if they are the victim screams as well, then that kind of narrows you in closer to the time of death.
Former CIA officer and FBI Special Agent Tracy Walder, thank you as always.
All right. So you all just got done watching the video. We just got done watching the video. When I first watched this video, my jaw was on the floor because we haven't been able to find very many videos like this when it comes to mainstream media because this does not fit into the current narrative that we see.
This is so far left field. I can't believe there's so many things said in that. I mean, so many things that are so alarming.
I agree. And the picture they're talking about right here, you know, we've done a full video. I think we've done a couple videos on that picture talking about, you know, the fact of if it's real, if it's not, what it's all about. And it sounds like to me, based on what she said, they don't have that footage. There is none. It was recorded. It was re-recorded over in a week, and police never asked for it till 3 to 4 weeks later.
Exactly.
That's insane.
She said basically what they should have been doing was getting all of the camera footage along that route, period, even if they didn't have time to go through it. You just get as much footage as you can.
And yes, 100%. That's absolutely
seems kind of obvious.
Have happened. Yeah, I agree with you. So why do you think that's even brought up in like the PCA? You know how many videos have been made about this is where Brian drove. This is where he was at this time. This is where he was at that time. They don't have that footage. So Like that picture.
That's it.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you.
And it's another piece that's pointless now. There is nothing.
Isabella Rankin was another one I loved, and they're in the Where Are They Now files, I guess. And Rachel also, and we see Colleen O from time to time. But like I said, this is more or less a gathering here, and you see it also in Echoes of Clarity, in her chat, a reconvening, if you will.
Thing in that picture that could confirm anything.
No, that's such an awful picture. It does not confirm it's Brian's car at all. And on top of it, there's no footage to even see whose car that was.
None. So is that a real picture?
That
or was that a troll?
That was a red herring. You know, Nancy Grace literally says that picture cracked the case open on her show.
I mean, maybe it led them to an incorrect suspect. Maybe it led them in a wrong direction. We have confirmation of at least 3 other white Hyundai Elantras, if you can even tell in that picture that it's an Elantra to begin with. But there are other people right in that area that have other Hyundai Elantras also.
Hyundai?
Yeah.
Hyundai?
Yep. It's that serious.
Hyundai?
But, so, my jaw's on the floor with it. Absolutely on the floor with that.
I had no idea that they lost footage. I don't ever recall anyone talking about that. Now, maybe it was talked about, and it just out of all the other things that have been going on in this case, it got buried because it was so long ago. But that's a big deal.
I think it's a very big deal. I think that is evidence of exactly the concerns we've had with this. You know, we brought up this topic before and have talked about it before, that there are some very big content creators out there that have very real background experience in law enforcement that are currently looking at this case and currently feeling like the investigation can't be trusted.
Calling some of it into question. Their competence. Yep.
Yeah.
Especially involving the university and the investigation.
Right. And you know what's interesting is the fact that we like to connect the FBI with this investigation, even though the FBI wasn't the law enforcement agency leading anything. They weren't making any decisions.
There's one of my aliases. They eventually banned my aliases because they said YouTube was cracking out, or they're having all kinds of problems. Kane looks like a bald baby right there, right? Look at Heather, though. She was way ahead right on top of it, right from the beginning there. And Tax Max never fucked around either. I wonder if Kenyan Tonka is going to appear in this here.
Essentially there as a support piece. They were there to break down evidence that would be passed to them or that they have gathered. They were not making any of the key decisions in this case. Now, in this situation, they didn't come and attempt to get this, regardless what happened with the recording over. They didn't come attempt to get this evidence for 3 to 4 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, a month. We'll just call it what it is. They didn't come attempt to get visual evidence, video evidence for a month. And we're supposed to trust this. I don't know about you guys. I have a hard time with it. I have such a hard time with it. And this has nothing to do with Brian's innocence or guilt. It has to do with the fact that we have an investigation that we can't trust in.
Possibly.
So what would happen in this situation that we find out the evidence can't be trusted, right? All of this. There's flaws, there's mistakes, it's misleading, it's all over the place. Then it's been handed to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, right? And we've talked about this in a previous video, how uncomfortable and how hard it is for prosecutors to navigate the waters of an investigation where they feel like the police didn't do their job, essentially. We'll just say that. They didn't do their...
See what I'm saying? They're just like, they're maybe a little too spot on, but that's why we all gravitated. That's why they had 80,000, 81,000 subscribers when they quit. If you're new to the Purge, please do all the YouTube things for me. It's free. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like, and make sure you get over to Jenn at Criminal Confidential's channel. We're going to play a video from her coming up here in a second, and I'm not worried about time tonight, guys. So if you're wanting to chat and hang out, and I don't know if Miss Potts is done, I'm sorry that we coincided our lives, and I hate to miss hers, but I have time off. I'm going to enjoy myself tonight, and I'm not going to worry about time. So if you came to chat and hang out, you've come to the right place tonight. And also, Operation GCD podcast, JJ Vance is weird, and make sure you sub up to him, because these chats are going to even get crazier over there when we're looking at the occult rejects and headless and all those other characters over there that we enjoy so much, that hopefully you can join us with Meanie Weenie and Woke Up 1984 over there. One thing I will say, give credit to, is Meg P. To this day, and from this point and earlier, she was always the first one there. Always had something smart, great to add. And Idaho 4 revealed new video. Have not. But anyway, yeah. So please hit the subscribe button, and you don't even have to wait. You can just come on in the chat. We're gonna hang out for a little while longer and do our thing like we always do. Let's listen to Thought Riot, because we love them a little bit more.
Their job, because they talk about both fraudulence in there, lack of experience, mistakes, everything, under the sun, and how hard it is to move forward. Now times that by 10, because the whole world's watching. And what would we see a prosecutor do?
I don't know.
I mean, I think they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I really do. And I'm talking about the prosecution.
Yeah.
I think that this situation is very easy to get out of control, get out of hand. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, what do we do now at this point? You can't take back what's been done, what's been said, what's been submitted, the charges that have been requested, the warrants that have been issued, the arrests. You can't take any of that back.
Nope, you can't. I just can't believe they would wait that long to get that footage, especially since it was called in. Like, you had a citizen call in and say, I have footage of what I think is the car that could have been involved in this. They claimed they were video canvassing within like the first 24 hours.
Right. Yeah. Video canvassing what areas then within that 24-hour period? Because
that gas station's supposed to be like right on the corner as you go into that place.
I know.
You go into that neighborhood. Like, that seems like an ideal place to be canvassing.
Agreed. I agree with you. So when it comes to this footage, I mean, could this be the confirmation that, makes every video out there that suggests they have figured out the route that he drove like null and void? This is a huge deal. This is law enforcement. This is an ex-CIA and FBI contact that is confirming that. Now, I understand that's just a statement. So, like, would I bet my life on that information that we just heard? No, obviously not. In the same way that I wouldn't do it for any human being's statement.
Doesn't that also mess up the footage of the circling?
Yeah, I would think so.
I'm curious. I'm really, really curious what other cameras they supposedly have, and if they got to him on time.
I am now too. And she goes on to say, like we watched, she supports law enforcement, right? She backs law enforcement, the same kind of stance we have. But when a mistake happens, the only route forward is calling that mistake, fixing it, and moving on.
Yeah, being honest about it.
Former CIA official warns deadly strike coming to America's power grid. Can you keep your family safe when the lights go out?
Being transparent about it, and yeah.
Just real quick, sorry, about the Emmy Bailey was one of my aliases, Rochelle. And I wonder if this isn't the podcast where I came in as Plastic Pants, and I'm like, hello babies, and everyone's like, Plastic Pants, and then Malia suddenly realizes that it was me. Anyway, I always got a kick out of it too.
trying to fix it as best you can, remedy it as best you can. I mean, I just really hope that they truly did canvass the area very well, and just somehow that one slipped through the cracks. But when you see cracks, it means there's more to follow usually. And another thing that really struck me in that video was her saying there were supposedly screams on body camera.
The Banfield, yep.
Dude, if I don't remember hearing screams in Banfield footage, do you?
Yeah, I know what they're talking about. Who was it? Gosh, I can't remember the creator right now. They did a breakdown on it. You know what? It was who's the creator that we talk about that is questioning the investigation? What's his name?
Chris McDonough.
Yeah, Chris McDonough. I'm pretty sure it was Chris McDonough and his wife, and they were going through the Banfield footage, and he cut it. He put it into software and cut it. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong, you guys. This is by memory, but I believe he cut the parts out that had the screech. Some people think it's a tire screech. Some people think it's a scream, and they're in two different spots. So we'll have to watch that footage. If you guys are watching this now, maybe we'll watch that footage on the True Crime Talk Show after we're done with this video. But it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting.
Do you have that link for the follow-up live on this, Heather? I'm trying to look for a few more. Falcon was another one. A Tarkanian I haven't seen in a hot minute. Puppies for Peace, always there. There's Latina. And it's amazing that everybody has stuck through together at this point and kind of like Aqua Teen Hunger Force assembled. If Heather has the link for the follow-up, it's so hard to find. I don't know that they're even on their sites. I just happen to have bookmarked them on my tab here, which is why I got the first two. And then thank you, Heather, for these. This is great. So if she has that live, I'll get back to it. I do want to play. Jenn was talking about another creator's video. I forgot what the name. Jenn and Rolo's video. So we'll get to. Like I said, I'm not in a hurry for anything tonight, guys. So we're just chilling, and I appreciate everybody being here. I know you guys love getting together and just having a place to vent out your thoughts, especially today with all this. I mean, even JJ Vance's head is volcanic right now. It's blowing out of his mind. It's unbelievable that at this point they'll try to offer what appears to be transparency when they're still hiding the ball. And it goes to show y'all we live in I hear you, Jen. I hear you, Trish, Heather, Jen. It's like my mom, she's like, Kane, Kim, Mark, Kane. Yeah, you guys are like my sisters, honest. There was a time in Lana's chat when Jen and Heather and I were bantering back and forth, joking around, right? And Murky Piglet was like, I was just about to be like, what the fuck? I'm like, no, they're my sisters. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Alright, let's get back to finding Jen here. I'm sorry. Get distracted easily. Alright. First I wanted to play the Fry video. Because I honestly, sorry, Jen, I haven't watched it yet. Let's see what we got here. She's pouring her heart out on this laptop, and I haven't gotten to watch the end of it. That's so slow. So she's giving us great stuff.
Finally.
On top of having to work her ass off. So appreciate it. Hey, Amy Conway, how are you?
Age-related
Very
dark
nice
circles.
to see you.
And rumors, and what we want to say is we are the official source of information. And we want people to pay attention to what
Hold
we're
on, wait.
putting.
I gotta ask Jen, are you gonna hit me with a copyright strike on this one? Is there music
out there, because that is accurate information.
Let me. I should put a safety net down. Let me do a Rochford file or something. You know what? Let's get a Douglas Outlaw tonight. I haven't played him. Oh shit! There goes my camera. There goes the green beans. My bad. Sorry if I woke up the kids on that one. My bad. I get excited and get happy feet when I have 3 Celsius flowing through my blood. So, there's not. Okay. I'm safe. You sure? 100%? Alright, cool. I gotta watch my ass. I just got off suspension, so trying to be a good boy. Where were we? One of these guys. Here's the backstage. What do you? How did you guys like this thumbnail on this one? Does anybody get? I guess everybody gets the reference to Ratatouille and the collider. I didn't know that Twiz made a collider. You could sell it's a home did one. It's a DIY. And you got Scott Green at the top of the ladder there, and the coffee maker, the nuclear coffee maker. So I thought that was a lot of fun. And then you got Beavis pushing the button. So anyway, sorry, I scratch my own back sometimes. Here we go. Somewhere I put Jen's video. Let's go to roll because this is a good one.
Mess around with drugs. Here the calls just for y'all.
911. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, 1313 Esther Drive, Boulder City, Nevada.
Okay, and what phone number are you calling from?
259-8979.
And what's the problem? Tell me exactly what happened.
My name is Hans Walters. I work for Las Vegas County Police Department. I just shot and killed my son Max and my wife Michelle. And I killed her because she's in such chronic pain from her neck and back and on more medicines and she's not going to survive. And we were both seeing a therapist and a psychologist in Boulder City. His name is Jay Summers. And I feel terrible for doing it.
Okay, and you...
Please don't interrupt me, please.
Okay.
I've also set the house on fire.
That's BK Twiz.
And if the fire department comes to my house, because there's a fire hydrant right in front of my house, I'm going to open fire on them. So I have to wait till the house is burning and then I shoot myself, okay? So
okay,
I don't ask me any questions. This is real. This isn't a joke. The fire alarm's in the background because I set the garage and the bedroom on fire. My wife's in the bedroom. I shot in the head. My son, unfortunately, is an only eyeball, and I shot him in the head too. And forgive me, please don't call back. Thank you.
R.I.P. to the little fella. Yeah. Check out this guy right here. How his lips. I want to hit that and see what happens. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, now you hit it. Huh? You need it, bro? I'm giving you a second. Go ahead, now you hit it. Huh? You need it, bro? I'm giving you a second. Line up the radio station with stand up. I can just complete it. That's complete? Huh? And I gotta make sure everything's up to date. Log it out. So, let's go at him real quick. Chasing that dragon, boy. You gotta help yourself, man. Alright. See you next week. Hey, I'm here. This is my area.
You guys caught all that? Chasing the dragon is a term we use in prison. You know what I'm saying? When you don't want to learn. You just don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But it's usually referred to heroin. But I guess chase that dragon. That fool thought it was meth and he was fucking trying to hit it in the bathroom, but he fucking, and it was fentanyl. He fucking OD'd. That's what you call he straight folded. You know what I'm saying? That got those dreams come true. He got a good ass high, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Not let me expose these fake ass fools that are supposedly out here for the truth, but they're really out here just to persuade you away from it. You know what I mean? Fake ass fools, fucking frauds. You know what I'm saying?
If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floors, does that help jog your memory? Okay, that's the first time we've heard that. So now we know that that blood B is on the railing between the second and first floor. And we also know, eyewitness testimony, there was a male in the house that left through the slider on the second floor. So that's really good information, because now prosecution can argue, look, we had DNA on the third floor, i.e. the sheath. And for us to, choke this stuff out, i.e. send it to the lab for an unknown male, still, and if the defense wants to test it, send it to the lab. They have their own labs. They can send it.
It asks for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't do something that doesn't exist. We have given evidence, everything that we received from the lab.
And if the defense wants to test it, send it to the lab. They have their own labs. They can send it.
We provide everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. We received today. That's the only outstanding lab report. Everything else, along with all the notes, is what there is, has been provided to the defense. They're hoping that there's something else there. It's not there.
And if the defense wants to test it, send it to the lab. They have their own labs. They can send it.
This instrument doesn't know you, does it? Science is in our favor. Okay, technology's on our side. I mean, can you understand that?
The detective shows Michael the charts of his performance on the so-called truth exam. They indicate he lied when he answered no.
I'm going to get a copyright hit on that one. Let's see here. I want to get Douglas out on here anyway, so there. Yeah. Thanks everybody for being here. I love having you with me. Oh, there's another one. That looks like a pretty good one too, actually. It's weird that ones will pop up that aren't in the aren't in their channel list. It's weird. So okay, let me get to the one. I haven't heard this one yet. I can't find another video. Sorry. Oh, there's Jen's video.
To question 12, do you know who took Stephanie's life?
Can you hear that? Can you hear that okay with the music on?
Something we need to understand about Michael and about your sister that we didn't understand, and maybe somebody could have helped. It's okay. It's okay to feel the way you feel. I really don't know. I don't know why you say that. I swear to God, I don't know.
Okay, that's the first time we've heard that.
But the police think they know. Their theory on this second day of the investigation is that a very smart, very lonely, and very angry Michael Crow stabbed his sister to death. His likely motive, a rage-fueled case of sibling rivalry.
What? I'm looking at you right now, okay? And inside, you're about ready to burst. We can't bring her back. She's gone.
Now, Ralph Clater, the lead detective on this homicide case, an investigator with 23 years of experience, returns with his tough, less patient style and more false evidence.
We know there's a lot of blood. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. You mean say with Michael. It's very difficult for the person who did it not to get blood on him. Okay? And not to transfer that blood to other parts of the house. Yeah. We found blood in your room already. God.
You're talking to a 14-year-old kid. Wasn't it possible that did turn up in the room? What is that telling the kid? I better confess to this.
We use processes called.
Where'd you find it?
Pardon me?
Where'd you find the blood?
I'm sure you know.
Why? God, I don't know. I didn't do it. Don't swear to that.
Does that mean you can't tell me about the knife?
What are we talking about?
Okay.
God. What are we talking about?
You're 14?
Yeah.
You got your whole life ahead of you.
Yeah. At that point, he's being, accused of the unthinkable. He's being accused of murdering his own sister. And he's insisting, look, I didn't do it. But they wouldn't take no for an answer.
God.
Oh, God. God. Why? You tell me. Why are you doing this to me? If I did this, I don't remember it. I don't remember that.
Fucking liars, you know where they did find blood was on the child molester's shirt that they arrested outside that house that night for trying to break into the neighbor's house. But he's still trying to bring this little kid. And I'll check the little motherfucker out.
One of the things you point out, Donald Tree, is that some of the blood drops supposedly from O.J. Simpson do have EDTA, and some of them do not. Now, Stephen Worth, in your book, Blood Oath, your anonymous informant, codenamed Skinner, maintains that part of this cause, white supremacist organization and strike team that, according to your informant, performed the crimes, basically had at their disposal a blood and DNA specialist who had obtained a sample of O.J. Simpson's blood from Cedars-Sinai Hospital, where he had gone for surgery, and you theorize about the possibility that that individual may have been Stephen Colburn, an acquaintance of Timothy McVeigh. We should note that Colburn has not been charged with any crime.
No, Colburn went to jail for possession of a gun, was picked up in the McVeigh, Timothy McVeigh Oklahoma bombing investigation. He was a DNA specialist there. It just, coincidental, he happened to be a DNA specialist at the same place that he possibly would have access to the blood. But there's other sources for the type of testing they did. There's Arnell, who went to the hospital.
I don't really like to look at that OJ footage because we got cursed from driving by the house. That's legit. So okay, I'm gonna pull up this roll of video, and I'm gonna put a pin in it for the moment.
First of all, this is on the edge.
And we're gonna play Jenn's. We'll finish up Jenn's here. Look at that. Wait, I don't know what that. Hold on, sorry. What did I do? Here it is.
Anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation, and we want to put an end to that as soon as possible.
As Moscow police contend with one of their most difficult cases in years, the chief emotional and grateful for his officers.
They work hard, they did it right, and the investigators and all of the team we brought in did it right, and I'm proud of them.
No, me too.
Incredibly revealing interviews there, Dana.
No, me too,
the chief
Meanie.
emotional and grateful for his officers.
The funny thing is, I lived right next door to the guy. It was my friend and his girlfriend. I lived right next door to him, but I didn't see him for 2 weeks after. We had that whole weekend that we went to Beverly Hills and Hollywood and all that stuff. He just got a new Camaro. So he wanted to go for what I thought was just a drive to LA, through LA. And then he surprised us with the Nicole Brown Simpson house. And we met after 2 weeks and started telling our stories. And we were all like, holy crap, that must have been a curse from that event. Anyway.
They work hard, they did it right. And the investigators and all of the team we brought in did it right.
Okay.
I'm proud of them.
Your ask about the white Elantra, that came on December 7th or so. Where in the timeline, can you tell us, did Koberger come onto the radar?
So that's all part of those pieces that we have to hold until we can release information with, after he gets to Idaho and the release of that information. But we're bound to hold that.
But when you asked for public information about that Elantra, you said the occupants of that car may have critical information. It was plural. Was there a reason for that?
Well, it's part of our investigation. I said early on that we're not going to let any stone go unturned, and I meant that. And we're following up on everything, just like we're in this new phase now, and we're going to follow up to get to know who he is and everything about him that we can.
There are reports that the Elantra was followed across the country. Can you elaborate on that? Or
I don't even remember ever seeing that before. We're in this new phase now, baby. We're getting down with the disco. Disco sucks.
Speak to that, and also reports of DNA, his DNA at the murder scene.
All those facts are still sealed. They will come out. I know people are anxious for that, and we will have the answers to that, but in the time that we can give it. So I ask once again, just be patient. I know I've asked that a lot of times, but we are bound by the law now.
It's been reported, and we have sources who have told us that Koberger asked, was anyone else arrested upon his arrest? Have you been able to gather information about when he was taken into custody?
All that information will come out as well. It's part of that investigation. It's part of that next step. So.
Okay. The car, the white Elantra, 2015, is it the car? And is the search over now for any more white Elantras?
We believe it is the car.
Okay.
Of evidence,
Is it in Pennsylvania? then?
but we are still looking for the weapon.
And is it done being processed?
And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment on Koberger's connection to the Hyundai Elantra, the 4 victims.
I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment on Koberger's connection to the Hyundai Elantra.
And we've certainly ignored one.
And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry
but we are
wouldn't
still looking
comment
for
on Koberger's connection to the Hyundai.
And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment on Koberger's connection to the Hyundai Elantra, the 4 victims.
I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment
for the weapon, and I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment on Koberger's connection to the Hyundai Elantra, the 4 victims.
I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Though Moscow Police Chief James Fry wouldn't comment.
No one believed it at first, but
Great ending, Jenn. I think, all right, let's click back. Let's see. I have more news stuff, actually, I want to run through. I think we ended at Twitter. Somewhere along the way, we did Jules. Swanky new restaurant. Let me see, maybe I did get it all. On the SpaceX. There's more. Hold on. I had Echoes pulled up for a reason here.
You know what? I roll my eyes every time I see your motherfucking name. That's what.
Wait, I don't know. Hold on, wait. Okay. Okay, so this is where I just moved from. I moved from what is nominated to be the best town in the South to Larghetto, as they call it. And the year of Largo Prison, or Largo Island as I call it, is coming to an end. It appears there's just a week left of my sentence, and my life will shine and continue on. And hopefully I can make it back to the harbor, as we call it. But anyway, I wanted to point out how beautiful it is there. It's a great town. It's a very slow-moving town, and the sidewalks close about 10 o'clock there, not at 8 like a lot of other, like Tarpon Springs. But it's a nice place to live, so I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so this is a follow-up. I don't know why I don't have the article pulled up, but I'll get to it probably here. If you remember, the man took the life of this woman outside and left her to rot in front of Church's Fried Chicken. He's being denied bond. Okay, there's that one. And what do we got here? What was this? Let me see. Oh, this is I put this up for Rochford, and this is a restaurant that apparently caters to glamping. Glamorous camping. It's called Glampez, and they serve you the drinks in a cooler. And I guess for the prepper in you, this is the place to go. It's on Central Avenue over there in St. Petersburg, so I thought that was kind of neat. Let's see here. There's that. Okay, so we skipped over those. I think we're through it. Riot again. I had another article. Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. So check this out. This is pretty interesting look at Florida. Now, this is, I believe, in the 50s, early 60s. And we have 3 bridges that go over Tampa Bay from Clearwater, St. Pete area to Tampa proper. And they built this bridge, and it had protests to the building of the bridge for whatever reason. This is the protest here. I believe the original, these are the original people driving over the span, which is now being torn down, and they're building a new one. And here's the guy that built it. But check out the protest. It's a little different and a little more unusual than you're used to seeing. And so here, this must be the grand opening celebration. And you used to see, this was commonplace. Back when I was a kid, that you would see the rebel battle flag. And these are the Rockettes or whatever doing the dance along with it. And then there's the dedication ceremony. So I guess the governor, Leroy Collins, delivered an address before leading a line of more than 1,000 motorists over the bridge. Traffic jams new bridge. I guess, I don't know, what the protest was. Anyway, I just thought it was an interesting look back at Florida history there. So, alright, finish that one. This one, just for the headline alone, spring burning season announced for Moscow. Apparently, obviously to deal with wildfires and stuff like that. It's burning season here in Moscow. And so finally on the Idaho news, the Idaho Department of Education to host career fair in Lewiston. Excuse me, I need a sip here of the G2. I gotta have my windshield wiper fluid, Okay. The Idaho Department of Education will host a series of educator career fairs across the state in April, providing an opportunity for school districts, charter schools, and prospective educators to connect. One of the events is scheduled for April 30th. The career fairs aim to help ensure Idaho schools are fully staffed with qualified educators, certified teachers, those eligible for certification, and individuals interested, blah, blah, blah. These career fairs give our schools a head start on maintaining a strong teaching staff while offering those looking to get started on their cases the chance to become an educator and make a difference for Idaho's students. In addition to recruitment, the Idaho Department of Education Certification and Professional Standard Division and Career Technical Education staff will provide training for school staff on topics such as alternative authorizations, professional endorsements, and assignment reporting. You can read what you want into that one. Prospective educators are educated to dress professionally and bring copies of their resume. All right, moving on. Let's go and get rid of that. And let's see here. All right. Yep, there's a VS. Okay. We're getting there. Getting there. I don't know what I just closed. Hold on. Probably something dumb. Okay. That was Jenn.
Want zero
Yeah. Zero transparency. That's ironic. I'm a little low here. Hold on. There. Is that better? Sorry, I'm trying not to be too loud, and I'm trying to get the volume just right for it. Alright. Jenn, what was the link that you were posting earlier? I'm sorry. And you can call back in if you would like. I don't have to fight the volume when you call in, so that would be nice to have a co-host here for a little while longer. If you care to, I'm sure that you have more to put into the conversation. But let's play this link here. Thank you, Jenn.
I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is Ann Taylor quotes, eh? It's got some kind of music. Oops. Alright, let's just kill the white. What's in the box? Yeah, Alright, we'll pass on that, sorry. I'll play guitar over it, but I don't want to wake my neighbors up. Let's see here, what's this here? We got that. Were we playing this one? Oh, is this the one I put a pin in? Is this the right one, Rollo? Give me a 1 there in the chat if it is. I'll wait a second for that. Captions. Okay, that's a good call. Nice call. Can do that for sure. Where are the captions? Oh, there. Dirt. Let me see if I can blow them up a little bit. Okay, that's as big as I'll get. I'm gonna block the captions. Seems weird to be quiet like this. I said, who let Jeff H in here? What's up, Jeff? Sorry, Rollo, I'm trying to ask you. I pulled the Swamp Rose there real quick. Yeah, I'll just some other time on that, Jen. I'm sure it's great. Is Rollamana in here still? Put a 1 in the chat if this is the right video for me. I'm sorry, Jen. Yeah, when I can play my guitar or something over it, I'm happy to do it. Just this is the one. Okay.
Speculation, my personal opinion, theory, and offer entertainment. And everybody I mentioned here is all innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Well, trip out on this, people. I had already heard about this guy crashing the 1122 King Road home parties, harassing girls, and being intoxicated, being pushy, and, you know, stuff like that. Look at the way when he rolls up, the way the girl walks away, and the look, all this body language, the way he covered his face, like in shame, or I don't know, so he's embarrassed or something. And look at how these guys post up, like in a protective stand.
And if I'm warning them, I better go fucking warn them. True. Well, I saw that big tall JBL on the back patio there.
How the fuck did you see the JBL fucking sign, which is like 1 by 1, all the way from that Jack D's house? Calm down, Rolo. And look at Kaylee right here, you know, playing the part, being fake, you know, I'm just tired of this fool, like, you don't get to hit it.
I thought that I would drive it. I thought that we would probably switch. I'm like, well, probably, because we didn't get it back for a long time. And that car hit me hard.
6-7 months.
When we got that car back.
They pulled a chip out of it. It took them, it was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again. And they pulled a chip out of it.
You have to succumb to the fact that there's people out there doing evil things, and we have to figure out how to address those people and get them off the streets before they do this to your family or to another set of kids that are just getting educated and going to school and come home at night and go to bed. But there's people out there doing evil things, and we have to figure out how to address those people and get them off the streets before they do this to your family.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle.
This is making sense now, people? Come on. Look at his pocket. Look at what he got right there. It's one of these, but bigger. This is a small version right there. You know what I mean? One of these or something like that. Look at his jacket. Look at the way the investigator's looking at him. Where's his body cam at now? Huh? Look at his partner. I think this is Hunter. Huh? Huh? That's Popo right there. I mean, on the apartments. This guy's suspicious with his statements. Katie didn't even work there. This guy, see the one in the white shoe? He's the one hiding when they get off the car. And I think they live in the apartments next to the ones on Taylor. I mean, where there was actions going on now. Look at the pizza box. Xanos, remember? 12? She went down and threw the pizza box away, and she got attacked in the kitchen. Look, that's evidence. That's the blood. Come on. Why did the police wipe it after? Huh? Look, they cleaned the blood. Why? They're covering it up. Come on, people. So they know it's going to go back to them. Look at this stalker. Dutch Brothers Sweat.
Oh, I don't know that. Wait a second. Hold on. Slow down, Rolo. I got you on 1.25 speed. Shit. What the fuck? I don't know that I've ever seen that picture like that before.
I mean, where there was actually going on. Look at the pizza box. Xana's, remember? 12. She went down and put the pizza box away, and she got attacked in the kitchen.
Am I tripping? Heather, verified. Fitziana, for fuck's sake. Have I seen this picture? Is this fake? Holy shit. Bro, that can't... Holy shit. And then you have the next picture.
Look, that's evidence. That's the blood. Come on. Why did the police wipe it after? Huh? Look.
And it's clean. Talk about fire. Fuck yeah. I will twist. That's fucking epic.
They clean the blood. Why? Covering it up. Come on, people. So they know it's going to go back to them. Look at this stalker. Dutch brother sweater. I mean, with the fucking head knot on, the knot on his head. They have blood on them too. Look. This partner right here. I mean, look at the numbers they use. 18, 81, or whatever. A 9, a 6, a 8. 666 adds to 18. I mean, come on, people. 8 and yourself. I mean, 1 and 8. Come on, look at the mass. That's Jack K. I mean, look. Come on. Look. You're gonna say it ain't it? Remember the kids running? That's the same thing right there. Come on, people. Fuck with me. I mean, look. Deadly. That's his account. Number 9, Bears jersey. Flip them around. 666. I mean, look. Come on, look at the people right here. The shadows don't match. There's people all over. Adam, you're shady as fuck. Why you got blood on your sleeve? Huh? You were keeping an eye on them, partner, or what? I mean, come on, people. Look, the guy on the driver's seat, he has a little puppy on his stomach. There's a girl on her knees in front of the passenger. Zoom into it, people. Put filters, you'll see. She's bleeding too. And they have the people in the back, they have guns. I mean, number 9 is in the back too, on behind the driver. Number 8 is behind the passenger. Look at
So shit. I'm just still thinking about that picture with the blood. That goes literally against everything they've told us, everything that the surviving witnesses allegedly say, and all against everything. Holy shit, that picture.
the working girl. That's a hooker. Or a working girl, but you can tell. I ain't mad at you, girl. Get your money. Look at the girl wearing the 8. I mean, she's wearing the 8 jersey, the one on the red backpack. I mean, come on. Look at all this. Look at what's going on. I mean, look at how. I mean, see the number 9s. You flip them around, and he has the 2 on his shoulder too. 666. The 8 and yourself. Yourself stands as a 1. Look at the phone. I mean, yourself counts as a 1. You're 1, and the 8, 18. 666, 612, 18. Come on. 330 Venmos. 2 of them. 330, right? 6. I mean, $6. The whatever the account they opened, the GoFundMe, whatever. $6. Come on. I mean, 330, 6, and the GoFundMe 666. Come on. You guys gotta I mean, it's all these are pre-K codes, look at the girl, how anxious she is. They're coming already. They know they're coming. He's gonna give her the keys. Look, go fucking, get the car ready, whatever, or whatever. And I mean, they're in 2 cars, obviously. And I mean, they're gonna go and I don't know, do what? They're gonna come back right now. As soon as they're coming back, here, look at the Grubhub footage. You'll hear the alarm locking right there, dude. And then they walk up. Look at them. They know they're about to roll up. I mean, the plan's on. I mean, the people in the little gray SUV where they're walking, what'd you tell Adam? They were right there. They were right there with these fools. I mean, this was got dropped off and all that, and they know they're on their way. I mean, look, he's checking. Oh, they're rolling up already. Look, what happens? Oh shit, something. You know, I think they got something in the car that the girls don't want to like drive with or whatever because they're gonna take it, or I don't know what. They're gonna go probably, you know, scout, and then, you know, like, hey, you know, go get this fucking strap. You know, these fucking girls, you know what I mean? They might fucking do some dumb shit and get caught up with it. You know how the cops are, or, you know, turning signal or whatever. I mean, they're riding dirty. I don't gotta get ready because I stay ready, partner. I mean, that's me. That's how I think. You know what I mean? Criminal mind. And all my crimes are against low-life gangbangers, the scum. You know what I mean? You got the good ones and the bad ones. And look at this guy. You know what I mean? He came from the same bar that the girls were at. Look how he's gonna look back right now. And look who's gonna walk up right away. As soon as look at Jack K and the other guy. Well, as soon as they walk up, who walks up? Look. See how the other guy turned around? Look, their sweater. Look, he's looking like. Look, saw that? Come on. You saw how as soon as he was all turning, you know, the girls walked up. Now look at, hey, I want a Mads. Jack K, look, I want a Mad. He says, go and listen to the footage. I want a Mad. Maddie goes all happy. Hey, what's up? That's a homie. Yeah, bumping into the trash. The girl's a fat motherfucker too, you know. And not knowing this motherfucker had shady intentions, you know. I mean, hey, I'll give you a ride, you know, after, like, what? You're just playing, you know, just talking. Yeah, don't trip, I will, you know, like, all right. Just don't say nothing, keep it low. You know, she's not even trying to say nothing. She's like, yeah, you know, like, she ain't trying to ditch her homegirl neither, you know, like, fuck, you know. Well, the word is they left with him. I don't know. That's a...
Real quick, yeah, Douglas, this is a rare treat, hopefully. I've been working so hard lately, I haven't had time to do a Purge podcast where we really get into it and keep going. Like I said, my shows may run 4 or 5 hours, but I feel like they're entertaining and chock full of nuts from open to close, and the chat's always fire. So I'm happy to have you here, brother. It's funny you fell asleep on the couch. This is fire, Rolo.
From what I remember, at first, they left with Jack K. I didn't even know who was Jack K. You know what I mean? I figured all this shit out after. I'm like, why does this guy is the same guy in the footage at the apartments at 1228? Why did he, like, why is he in different clothing after, an hour after? And then I caught the knife and all that. Like, okay, now it makes sense. And like Doc says, he opened up the mailbox. What did he put in the mailbox? What? The knife. He obviously didn't want to take it in his apartment, right? Come on, you know? Like, this is, I mean, I ain't gonna fucking deceive you guys.
So I was able to get a pretty good timeline on Kaylee and Maddie the night of, from about 10:15 until shortly before 3 a.m.
Olivia Gonzalez says she discovered at least 6 calls from her sister Kaylee's phone between 2:26 and 2:52 made to a boyfriend in the early morning of November 13th.
What time did the body cam start? 2:53.
Is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about?
Look at all these hand signals, the waves, the rubbing of the jackets, the flashlight clickings, all that.
We're just doing alcohol enforcement and running
saw a
around
hand,
across
the wave, move to the side. Watch every time it does that, move to the side each time.
CHI.
Watch his about to do it again because he's realizing the fucking the stabbings are going on over there behind the pole.
Okay. First name?
Said, S-A-I-D, like said.
And look at Saeed's eyes, how they glow when he hears, stop it. How his eyes are like if he sees a cold soul.
2001. Like,
how'd you pull that one off?
Lucky birthday, 9/11, fucking 2001. Crazy.
You got a driver's license?
Yes, her is awesome and lucky. 9/11.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Look at all the little hand signals.
I'm just gonna check if everything's good. Since they're not open, I'll let you know.
Tell them move to the side.
So I get charged with anything?
No.
You know, the signs, you know.
Appreciate it.
But it's just enough for me to stop, check, make sure you're 21, walking around here in public.
Oh, you mean I could still hold on to my unopened beer, officer? Oh, thank you. What a privilege.
Moscow
Like, what time
77,
they call
check
this,
one.
Moscow 77, whatever?
No, let me run
That's
this through
the time
dispatch
I
and make sure you're actually 21. Don't give me a fake
That's
birthday
it.
or anything.
Not
It's going to be a 2-part last. Charles Henry Ida, King Henry, space.
The call
Adam
came in
Lincoln
at
Ida,
2:55.
First of Said,
Something.
Sam
It should
Ida,
be 2:55, not
correction,
3:01.
Sam
But
Adam Ida David.
I'll show you why they
Nominal,
changed it right now, or on the next video.
2001, North Idaho.
Pay attention to the sound of the jacket rubbing.
Yeah.
Look at all those clicks. Hear all these clicks, people. Little flashlight clickings and all that.
Yeah,
Look at the jacket.
I think that's the first one I've
Hear
seen.
how it moves and all the little signals right there, like right there. Hear it.
So if that comes back good, yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Liar. Yeah, they are.
Just hang out, my man.
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries.
Yeah, wait for dispatch to come back. Come on, you guys heard it from Rosie himself.
In general.
This call incident should be logged in at 255, not 301 like it was. Look at all the little handles. Look how he's standing on it right there. He's trying to block it. Same thing when the big truck passes the black one, tries to cover it too. That's all this other one. The other one did his weird ass movement getting in the car when the truck passed to block it out. Is that Dylan?
Alright, Moscow 77, check one. What's that?
You heard it from Rosie himself. Moscow 77, check one. That's the time to call.
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
Wait till dispatch
you guys
comes
taking off
back.
on me?
I didn't hear you. Yeah, we thought you were talking.
You all three turned around and I pointed my flashlight. You said, hey, come here. You guys all turned around and walked away.
I thought it was just like a fake person, honestly.
Yeah, we thought it was a fake cop because we saw you motherfuckers being right there, accessories to a murder. I mean, and now these guys just trying to frame these kids. I mean, that's what they're doing. That's their intention. That's why they're trying to place them at the apartments when they said they were at a house and they're like, oh, what apartment you were at? They keep consistent apartment, and they're like, no, we're at a house. They're trying to place them in the scene of the crime. Right here, he tries to block the
5927
black truck
you can be issuing.
Camera.
Copy,
You saw that?
over
Come on.
Right
There's
at
two little flakes right here. Look at the corner over there to the right. See all the lights? Do you see them? You don't see them right now. Watch. With the little laser pointing to them, you know? They have the camera view. In the corner by the little pathway to the
if you
house.
guys all want to stand somewhere in this area, don't run off on me.
Look what's going on over there. You know what I mean? It's the people that stage the bodies and all that. And then when he opens the door and trip out. Who's working? Dispatch. Look at that. Tripping on the car that passes by and picks people up, and how Rosie keeps trying to distract.
I'm not going to say I didn't drink in college, I did. But I can go staggering around the middle of the road.
This is the car that picks up the people that are
I'm not saying you're a bad person or anything, but there's a way to do it, obviously, and there's a way to
they're
do
right
it.
behind them, but I wish they were. Look at her all shaking and scared as fuck, you know? Everything's going on, feeling everything. And these motherfuckers are just right here, you know? Like, and then he looks down at the floor and he has the puddle of blood, like, what the fuck? And then he looks to the right, he fucking sees the people stabbing him over there, and then he looks down, and then he looks at the car and he sees the people inside, he's like, what the fuck's going on? I mean, trip out. 993. Body language, people, come on, look at this fucking, the way he starts shaking and trembling, and his teeth click like, look at his body language, his reaction. That shit ain't normal. I'm scared. He saw it like you see him. He has death in front of his eyes, you know? He's like, fuck, the homies leaving. I'm gonna be here alone with these fools. Like, fuck, what the fuck? He's not even gonna remember his hair color, his eyes, all that shit. Watch, trip out. Now he sees a puddle of blood on the floor. He's like, what the fuck? Oh shit. And he's gonna look right, like, down the stabbing and all that shit, and then the window. Now trip on the phone vibrating, and every time it vibrates, like something happens. So when the kid's signing his ticket, Tesla looks to where the actions are happening, and then like two goes.
What state was your license out of? Idaho?
There's a car that picked up the people that ran to the car behind them. They were right behind them. So they could test all the actions. Car looks. So it looks left, then right, and then look at Rosie. Now he forgets how to rip out a ticket. You nervous, partner? Remember the white top that Katie was wearing that morning? Now remember? How Katie was found sitting down, looking down, slumped. I wonder why. Look at how she's right there laying against the fire hydrant, sitting down. Same position she was found. Fuck with me. We're not against Rolo's vision. But we are against these crooked cops. It's a Rolo Motor Show. It's a Rolo Motor Show. It's a
I never heard you sing, Rolo.
It's a Rolo Motor Show. This is a mic drop. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna deceive you people. I ain't never gonna try to make you look a certain way or a certain whatever. I'm just calling out what I see, what it is. And I mean, fuck the bullshit, I mean. So, peace out. And this is...
Bro, you can't deny what he's saying now at this point. I mean, we've said it over and over with speculation, right? With a limit to it. But at this point, after seeing that bloody kitchen, everything is straight up bullshit. Holy crap, bro. Wow. I mean, I just gotta get back to that real quick. I'm tripping on that, really. And that's what he told me to do. So I guess I'm obeying the roller show. Yeah, look at that. I never really noticed the couch on the roof there. Isn't that interesting? The couch is on the roof. And here you got the lookout. It's so a lookout situation, undeniably. And, you know, I think it was Leslie and Billy, let's go up to the house that's not making any sound and give them a music warning. I mean, what the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah, great video, man. Awesome. Does one of you girls... my phone died, I think. Heather, Jenn, Heather, Trish. But did you have something else you want to look at? Oh shit, my hand's in the way. Sorry. My bad. I can play it back a little bit. Those were some
how to address those people and get them off the streets before they do this to your family.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? Is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle.
This is making sense now, people? Come on. Look at his pocket. Look what he got right there. It's one of these, but bigger. This is a small version
I
right
kept
there.
saying that. There's something in this motherfucker's pocket.
One of these or something like that. Look at his jacket. Look at the way the investigator's looking at him. Where's his body cam at now? Huh? Look at his partner. I think this is Hunter. Huh?
Sorry, happy
Contaminated the scene already, huh? Look at this Popo right here, huh? This is, come on, when he opens the door. Huh? That's Popo right there. I mean, when on the apartments, this guy's suspicious with his statements. Katie didn't even work there. This guy, see the one in the white shoe? He's the one hiding when they get off the car. And I think they live in the apartments next to the ones on Taylor. I mean, where there was actions going on now. Look at the pizza box. Xanis, remember? 12? She went down and threw the pizza box away and she got attacked in the kitchen. Look, that's evidence. That's the blood.
Yeah, it's getting
Come
late,
on,
Jen. I
the
get
police
it.
wipe-
Shit, this still is tripping me out, though. I appreciate everybody getting here. Yeah, it is getting late, but I don't care. Because I do
Look at
not
the
have
pizza
to work
box.
tomorrow.
Xanis,
So I can
remember?
sleep
12?
all I want.
She went
when I'm
down
dead.
and threw the pizza
right
box
now, I
away and
wanna
she
hang
got
with you
attacked in the
guys.
kitchen. Look at that.
This is a trip, bro. Okay. I'm just going to read the chat for a minute. Oh, the thing, yeah. I don't know. Had to have that defibrillator there. Yeah, they even proliferated. One thing I didn't get to mention with JJ was they had that video where they said it was Kohberger's car driving up, what is that, Taylor Avenue or whatever, over the house after the crime, and he'd come back for the knife sheath that he forgot. Man, if they had this and they didn't say shit, wow, bro. Yeah, that was there an artist rendering or whatever of how Kaylee was positioned? All right. Let me see. Let's go back one more time here and look ahead. And then I want to look at Miss Potts, what she had tonight, and maybe a quick zip. Oh, what is it? Excuse me. For fuck's sake, Fustiana. Here we go. At Jewels of All Trades, what she had, we missed that if you guys were with me. So can get caught up on that. All right. Heather's still running. I think we never played the second half of this, but 6,000 people have seen it, so I'm guessing that's more than is in my chat right now. So we'll give. But what was I saying? I wanted to do is Miss Potts. So we'll check that out real quick. Let's see what she had here tonight. And we get to hear her like Twiz wanted in double speed. Oh wait, there's one scheduled for the morning. This is the one. Okay, here.
Well, good evening, friends. Hello, hello, hello. Back again, back again. One more time. Yes, y'all. We've got all of these new documents coming out. So yeah, here we are again. Hello, friends. Hope everybody's having a good night. The done one. Hello. Open, open, open. Time to get going. Silent G, hello. How you doing? Hope you're still here. I'll give it a few minutes. Let some notifications click in and stuff. Sure, there's probably 100 people live. I was just over with Kane. I didn't know Kane was live with JJ, or I probably would have scheduled this for later. And then I saw he was live, so. Sorry, Kane. So sorry. Anyways, so yeah, we have a lot to get to. Tom Campbell, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Yes, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, huh? Quality Emerald, hello. How are you? Welcome on in. I feel bad, and I would have probably just pushed this back for later, but I didn't know he was live until after I already scheduled this. So I feel bad. I completely understand. If everybody's over there, I don't want to take away from Kane. Christy, hi, honey. How are you? Thanks for being here. Absolutely 13. Hello from New Zealand. Well, hello to you. Welcome. Welcome. True Crime Unraveled. Hello. All right. So we got a lot to get to, friends. Please, I appreciate it.
Hey,
sure
can anybody tell me,
know, but,
just real quick, before we finish the Miss Potts, what's up with Christy Nevada? She doesn't come to the chat no more, but she's in every other chat, and when I see her, she says, I miss you, Kane. I can't do a chat replay on this yet. I think you have to wait 24 hours so YouTube can verify how lame they are. Does anybody have an answer? Well, I miss you, Kane, but she doesn't come in the chat. Is there a feud with somebody in here? Somebody tell me why, because I miss Christy Nevada to death. Anyway. So.
Try and hold it in. I know it's going to be hard. Try and hold it in, right? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, right? It's all wild at this point. Stacy, hi, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, so, reading through some of this, obviously, especially when it comes to the text messages. Hang on, let me fix my screen here. Hang on, friends, I can't get into my chat. Let me figure this out. What's going on? All right, what's happening here? Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Why is it not letting me into... There we go. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. All right. Let's get to it. We're only 3 minutes in. I feel like, they say you should wait a few minutes and let notifications click in and stuff. But I mean, let's just get to it,
Sorry.
Right? P. Fox, hello, how are you?
I'm a child.
Hi, holy shit. These text messages, Dylan and Bethany's text messages. Let's just get right to it. I'm not even wasting any time. This is absolutely insane.
Nice. Love it.
All right. Well, as already per usual.
I just want to say we love you, Miss Potts. You're good at any speed.
Looking at things. Yeah. Okay, so we can go up here. Yep, yelling this because of this and blah, blah, blah. And these are their standards of admissibility. Okay. Not going to waste time. I'm wasting no time this evening. We're just going to get on into it. If you are just joining chat, welcome on in. I'm wasting no time this evening. I'm in another window reading. Cannot see you if you join. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Mods, if you're here, I appreciate you. If I have no mods here, fully expected because they're probably over at Kane's, which is totally fine. All right. Here. Redacted states motion in limine regarding messages and testimony. Oh, wait. Quick. Let me just get in the chat. How's my audio, guys? Would appreciate it. Before I even start reading this, let's make sure my audio is good because we all know around here what happens with my audio sometimes. So, don't want to waste anyone's time. Want to get right to it. Hopefully my audio is good. As long as I can see like a couple of ones in the chat saying, yeah, you're good, bitch, I'll get to reading. You know what I mean? Because honestly, got to tell you, you know, all good here, all good here. Musical Contessa, welcome, welcome. Okay, all right. Okay, Stacy, audio's good. Cool. I got one person saying audio's good. That's all I need. Yo, Willie, welcome. Let's get to it, homie. Okay, good. I got a mod here. Welcome.
She exonerated you, Heather. What are you talking about?
Welcome. Willie, I'm going to be in another window reading. Okay, handle it. Handle it, homie. All right, let's get to it. I'm not wasting any more time with this shit. Comes now, State of Idaho, by and through Latah County Prosecuting Attorney, respectfully moves the court for an order in limine, allowing the state to admit the text messages Dylan Mortensen on November 13th, 2022, and testimony from Dylan Morton and Bethany Funk regarding their conversations with each other on November 13th, 2022. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive of DM Dylan Mortensen. Her phone extraction provided April 5th, 2023, and State's Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record stated S1. Attached. The testimony of DM. The testimony of Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk was provided to the defense as part of the grand jury record, State's Exhibit S2, State's Exhibit S3. Let's just mark that real quick. S2, S3. All right, standard of admissibility, blah, blah, blah. This is why we want to admit it. These are the reasons why we say we should. This is other Idaho rules of evidence and other cases do this. This is why we want it done. Thank you. Moving along. Argument. Dylan Mortensen's phone records contained in Exhibit S1 for November 13th, 2020 testimony contained in Exhibit S2 as to what Dylan Mortensen told her should be allowed at trial. In the case at bar, starting November 13th, 2022 at 2:10:29 a.m., Dylan Mortensen sends text messages to E.G., Uber driver. Sidebar. This is Eric Gower, Eric Grower, whatever the fuck his name is. His name is in the Pennsylvania affidavit. Eric Grower, Uber driver, private driver, also happens to be the exact same gentleman that dropped Kaylee and Maddie off at the home at approximately 1:58 a.m. So, at 2:10:29 a.m., 12 minutes later, so 12 minutes after Kaylee and Maddie are getting...
Don't worry, Rolo. Love means never having to say you're sorry, but we appreciate that. Thank you.
Getting dropped off, allegedly, by this Eric Gower person. Dylan is texting this gentleman to inquire if he is out driving. The state submits this text message. Exchange is not hearsay because it will not be offered. Blah, 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 blah. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline. Dylan Mortensen. So where's the rest of the text messages between her and Mr. Grower here? A. B. Why is Dylan Mortensen texting this man? Okay, I've always been of the opinion, and this is purely my opinion, that when it comes to the 30-plus-year-old married man with a couple of kids at the time, I believe he had a toddler and a brand new baby, or baby on the way, something to that effect. Sidebar, extra sidebar, Eric Gower also happens to be the private driver of the girls who gave an interview saying that he lived approximately 1,200 feet from Brian Koberger. Interesting. So Dylan Mortensen here is texting approximately 12 minutes after Kaylee and Maddie are dropped off. The same person who dropped them off, and this same person just happens to live 1,200 feet from Brian Christopher Koberger. Interesting. And why is she texting him? This is a 30-something-year-old man, married man with children. Right? Just saying, these are just my thoughts and opinions. I'm just throwing it out there as I read this. So where are the rest of the text messages between her and Gower? Did he respond? Did he answer back? Did he go pick her up? Did he come visit? Did he come over for a booty call? What happened? Where's the rest of it? Because this is not the full context. None of this is the full context of the text messages. Dylan Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10:29 a.m. That's all you get. She's awake and texting.
Wait a second, that's a good point. Who made that? Tonka Trucks. There it is, right there. Is it? You know what it seems like? It seems like. What is it? pyrite, like fool's gold, in Silence of the Lambs. What was it was like an anagram for fool's gold. Eric Grower. It does seem like a made up shit. JLR was doing the interviews.
At 2:10 and 29 seconds in the morning. Apparently with this Eric Gower person. Don't know who else. From 4:19:07 to 4:21:50, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie. But not Ethan. All of these calls went unanswered. So she's calling all of the girls, but she's not calling Ethan at 4:19 to 4:21. Isn't this right approximately around the time the DoorDash has just arrived? Approximately 4 a.m., right? 4:19 to 4:21. This is 2 minutes and 43 seconds. So for 2 minutes and 43 seconds, she is calling people and no one is answering. What prompted her to start calling people at 4:19 in the morning? What's happening at 4:19 in the morning? That all of a sudden, she's calling everyone in the house except Ethan. Okay. The records of these calls are not hearsay, as they do not meet the definition, blah, 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 blah. From 4:22:08 to 4:24:27, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk send the following text messages. This all occurs in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. As you can see, I went through and marked it up, and with the help of Willie there, he and I were on the phone going through it earlier, I was just losing my shit. I three-way called Lana. I was like, you better answer the goddamn phone. We're doing a three-way call right now, and we're reading all these goddamn text messages. Okay? Absolutely wild. So for 2 minutes and 19 seconds from 4:22:08 a.m.
I got a couple I want to add. Safonda Cox, Harry Balzania, Phil McCracken.
4:24:27 a.m. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk send the following text messages. Dylan to Bethany. No one is answering. Okay. She's calling everybody. 4:19 to 4:21. Then she texts Bethany. No one's answering. So there's text messages here clearly to Bethany at some point where Bethany is telling her, call people or something. And now she has texted Bethany back saying no one is answering. And then she texts Bethany again. I'm really confused right now. Then she texts Kaylee to say, Kaylee, what is going on? And then Bethany says to Dylan, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Right? Because there's text messages, obviously, right? DM is saying, I'm really confused right now. Bethany's saying, yeah, dude, what the F? But what are you really confused about? Well, Bethany tells Dylan, Xana was wearing all black. And Dylan says, I'm freaking out right now. And then Dylan says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And Bethany says, shut the fuck up. Actually? And Dylan says, like he had her spelling all messed up here. Drunk text. I have written in here what I believe this text is supposed to say, and this is purely my opinion. I feel like I attempted to decipher what the text is supposed to say, and I typed it here. She says, like he had some biff over his forehead and little ND mouth. I think what it's supposed to say, this is Dylan Bethany, is like she had something over her head and mouth. Because Dylan is saying, no, it's like a ski mask. Okay? So Bethany is saying Xana's wearing all black. There's messages missing here where it's something's...
So that's where JJ was saying that they based the timeline on the surviving roommate's messages. And in Miss Pot's super speed here, I think it's clearly easy to see the jump in the text in the conversation, that there's missing parts. And they don't mention that, really. I mean, they just redact what they want us to redact, so we hear what they want us to hear, obviously. So transparency, out the window.
Something is said to Dylan to where she responds, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And Bethany is like, shut the F up. Bethany says, actually, meaning like, actually, are you serious? Right? And Dylan responds, like he had some biff over his forehead and little ND mouth. I think she was trying to say, like, she had, Dylan's, we've seen some of her other testimony. She's like he didn't say anything, like, to me at all. I think what she was trying to say is, like, she had something over her head and mouth. Then Dylan says again to Bethany, Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. Bethany says, so am I. Dylan says, my phone is going to die. Fuck. Bethany says, come to my room. Bethany says, run. Bethany says, down here. Let me come back over to chat. What do you guys think about what we're reading here, what we're seeing here? Obviously, we don't have the full context of these text messages. I'm fully aware of that. If I missed you in chat, I'm so sorry. Debbie, how are you? Thank you for being here. Thomas, how are you? Welcome on in, everybody. Sorry, I was in another window reading. Johanna, how are you? Thank you for being here. Broken Glass, how are you? Thank you for being here. If I missed you, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to come back over to comments now. When I'm reading, I'm in another window. I can't see my chat. Elisanda. Hola, mi amiga, ¿cómo está? Can you fucking believe this? Can you fucking believe this, Elisanda? This is wild, bro. Wild. So all of this texting occurred in a matter of, young black economist, how are you, darling? Welcome on in. Miss Potts, turn slow-mo down a little. 1 minute is a long time for people. No, Willie. I'm not going to turn it down, because when I have it at 20 or 30 seconds, people are slamming comments in, dude, every 20 seconds, and then I can't keep up with my chat and read people's comments. Sorry, guys. You're just going to have to wait your 60 seconds, damn it. Have some patience, friends. Bree Sully, hello. Welcome in. How are you? Appreciate everybody being here. Delby, formerly Ty Knots, how are you? Welcome on in. I don't know that it's meant to confuse, to be honest with you. I look at it from a, trust me, I'm looking at it from a couple of different ways. Did you just tell Willie to shut the fuck up? But what we are looking at here is something that is submitted by the state. We're not getting it in full context. Obviously, there's text messages missing. Obviously, that's clear to see. Okie Granny, how are you? What this does show is that
still a reasonable
at 4 o'clock in the
hour
morning,
for you West Coasters.
Doesn't sound like
Appreciate
anybody's
you joining
sleeping.
me. Should pick up England here.
At the very least, what it
on
sounds
the World
like
Radio
is that at
soon.
approximately...
I always enjoy having my British
go back and
cousins
look
in
at this
chat.
here.
That's always nice.
Okay. So at approximately 4:19 to 4:21 a.m., something has alerted Dylan that she needs to start calling all of her roommates. Okay? And the problem is, for this 2 minutes and 43 seconds, no one's answering. Oddly, she isn't attempting to call Ethan. At all. Right? So something has occurred between 4:19 and 4:21 a.m. Now, this would be the time period that your alleged suspect vehicle 1 is seen speeding away, leaving at a high rate of speed, coincidentally. Right? And then when you get to their actual text messages, all of this is occurring in 2 minutes and 19 seconds, and clearly we're missing context. Right? Because in between this, Xana was wearing all black. Bethany. This is Bethany, by the way. Let's just highlight here. So, is telling Dylan Xana was wearing all black. Okay? And then Dylan is saying, no, it's like a ski mask almost. So, we're missing context, right? I personally believe that this text message here, when Bethany is saying, like, shut the fuck up, actually, are you being...
Rhoda, yeah, I see.
I'm serious, right? To Dylan. Dylan is texting her back saying, like, she had something over her head and mouth.
I gotta watch McGonagall. That's her sister. I'm just saying. Oh, wait, by the way, I wanted to talk about my Miss Potts dream that I had. I'm going to interrupt her here real quick with another Kane dream. And this happened during a nap during the day after work the other day. Okay, and I didn't remember it until I got into the chat and I started talking, and then the whole thing started to flood back to me. And so we were in Miss Potts' house with her, and she was cleaning. And the house was actually like a cave. Like, there was this huge parking area out front, and then it was like this beige army bunker spot kind of thing. That was her house. And we were chilling, and I remember we were having a great time. And my mom was there. My mom was 94 years old. And so at some point... And this is just a dream, and I'm just going to report it for as it happened. And I hope I don't make anybody mad or piss anybody off for this one. But this is just how it went. So it was us yucking it up, having a good time. Had like blonde hair, wearing khakis, but he was wild. And they were, to say the least, overbearing personalities in the room, which for some reason led to my mom and I escaping down this hallway, and I think they were drinking. And things got progressively, at first it was good times, and then progressively things got out of control. And so they retreated back to their room, and just as they were about to come out, my mom and I dipped into this side hallway. There was this like maze of hallways like in the back rooms. Okay, and so we dipped into there, and we heard all this commotion and all this crazy shit happened in the living area where we'd just been hanging out. And so somehow, I guess, we dodged the bullet. Miss Potts handled her situation, and everything got under control. And, well, we started walking out and hanging out with everybody. And for some reason, JJ Vance and another, like, army spook guy kind of came in. And we walked outside, and it was this, like, you know those metal grate railings that was attached to a cliff, like a ledge. And it was 1,000 feet down to the water on this cliff. And so I'm like, oh, cool. Look at that. There's like a underwater thing, and it said something on it, like Operation GCD Podcast or something, on this blue thing that looked like it was a few feet deep in the water that was on this side. And then on the other side, it was just deep water. So this guy's next to me, or he's next to JJ, and JJ jumps, and he's going 1,000 feet down. And at the last second, he pulls his chute, and it's a base jump, and he lands like right on that ledge. And I'm like, wow, that was crazy. He pulled that at the last second. And then all of a sudden, the arm of the guy who was next to JJ pushes me, and we fall off the cliff. And I remember hitting the water, and that's where I woke up. That's the end of that dream there.
You take this into context. Something is occurring. 4:19, right? We were told she was woken up at approximately 4 a.m. to what sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog, right?
Okay, wait. Happy Hounds. What? Because that's the second time I've heard about these kitties. And I'm wondering if I did fall asleep during my live. It wouldn't be the first live I've fallen asleep. I fell asleep through when I was a guest on Dinky IMO's show. So I wouldn't. Wow, I was talking about kittens. Was I really?
Approximately 4 a.m.
Oh shit!
She's awoken to what she thinks is Kaylee playing with the dog. But then she also is saying she saw Kaylee going up and down the stairs. Right? And we know that after these text messages end with each other for this 4:24 a.m., right? Well, now we know why Payne is, the PCA was talking about how even though this suspect...
Wait, where is it? To now, on Miss Potts... I think she has like a Starlink connection, so they've been having stormy weather up there where she lives, and I think that the audio will cut it out. Hopefully mine's not cutting it out, but just on Miss Potts you'll hear glitches, and I have it on 1.25 speed, so we can make it through this together here, and that may be what you're hearing, hopefully.
Vehicle 1 fled at a high rate of speed at 4:20. They're putting the crime from 4:20 to 4:25. Approximately, because these two girls are still texting each other after suspect vehicle 1 has left, and they are telling each other that Xana was wearing all black, looks like something over and mouth that looks like a ski mask. None of it's talking about a guy in the house. I just saw a guy in the house. It sounds like Bethany is telling Dylan she saw Xana wearing all black. And Dylan is saying, whatever Dylan is seeing, Dylan is saying, no, it's like a ski mask. I don't know where Eric Rower lived. I have no idea. All I know is that he told the news that he lived 1,200 feet from Brian. So, anyways, let me come back over to chat. Who am I missing? Yeah, Xana was wearing all black. Bethany is the one who's telling Dylan this. I don't know how Bethany... I don't know exactly how Bethany's on the first floor. Bethany is seeing Dylan wearing... Bethany is telling Dylan that she's seeing Xana wearing all black, and these text messages are occurring in 2 minutes and 19 seconds, from 4:22 to 4:24. Oh, yeah, sorry, Willie. I know. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. Because if I have it at 20 seconds, then what's happening is multiple people are just slamming comment after comment every 10, 20 seconds. And then I miss people's comments. I can't read my fucking chat. It's a nightmare. Okay? Of course there's missing text. Absolutely, Yvonne. 100%. Yeah, I already said that. We're missing lots and lots of context here. Lots and lots and lots of context. Okay? Because when you go back and look at this, what the state is trying to claim at this for no reason at all, just DMs of, oh, well, she's awake and texting at 2:10, and then just for no reason at all, at 4:19 to 4:20, just decides she's going to start calling all of her fucking roommates, except Ethan. So she's calling everybody else in the house except Ethan for 2 minutes and 43 seconds. No context. What provoked, what prompted her? She hears Kaylee? I thought she heard Kaylee going down the stairs. Why is she calling Kaylee if she thought she heard her going up and down the stairs? Right? This is why I'm saying it can't be true.
Yeah, if you missed it earlier, when Rola's talking about the Texter roleplay, it seems evident that possibly maybe Bethany had left her phone behind and someone accessed it to create a alibi. And then when she returned, that's when 911 was called. Just to get you guys up to date on that. And again, thank you for being here. If you're new to the Purge late night here, this is one of our little treats for me not having to work for a couple days. And I enjoy being with you guys, so I'm happy to have everybody in. And let's keep going.
What she's saying about Kaylee going...
So if you're new, please hit subscribe. Thank you. Bye.
Up and down the stairs. It just simply can't be true because at 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan's calling Kaylee and Kaylee's not answering. Steve W., hello, welcome in. So, interesting. It's very, very interesting. Yeah. It's very, very strange. Not exactly sure why. Now, I could be wrong. Like I said, this is just my interpretation of what I think Dylan was trying to text. And because she's drunk, whatever, you know, when you're trying to wasted, you're typing your words all in wrong, right? I think if we were to put this in context, what's being said here, there is some text message to Bethany. She's saying, I'm really confused. Bethany saying, well, Xana was wearing black. Dylan, I'm freaking out right now. And then she says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And Bethany says, shut the fuck up. And then says, actually. And then Dylan says, like, she had something over her head and mouth. Or maybe it's like she had something, yeah, over her head and mouth, I think is what it's supposed to say. That's purely my speculation and just my guess based on the context of the text messages and what's being said. Now, as we get further down, friends, let's continue. There's more. So now, here, what we find out. Oh, wait, she does call Ethan. That's purely my speculation. 4:39, and just my guess based on the context of the text calling all the girls first. Being said. At 4:24:39, so this is 12 seconds after texting Bethany, she's calling Ethan. The call goes unanswered. Then, Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk continue to text at 4:24:58. So 19 seconds later, Dylan Mortensen texts Bethany saying, I'm screwed though. And Bethany responds 18 seconds later saying, I know, but it's better than being alone. Right? So now, why are they texting each other if Dylan went downstairs? Come to my room, run down here. Dylan clearly didn't run downstairs to the room because now her and Bethany are still texting each other. And Dylan is texting Bethany, screwed though. And Bethany responds, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. And then another 2 minutes and 31 seconds after Dylan texts Bethany saying, I'm screwed, she starts calling Kaylee Gonzalez. The call goes unanswered. Approximately 1 minute later, Dylan Mortensen calls Xana. Call unanswered. 3 minutes, 13 seconds later, Dylan Mortensen at 4:32 a.m. sends a text to Kaylee Gonzalez. Please answer. Then that's it. Then we get this wide gap, and it doesn't start again until 10:23 a.m. The next morning, Dylan Mortensen sends the following text message. Dylan Mortensen to Kaylee, please answer. Again, please answer. DM to Dylan to Maddie, are you up? Dylan to Kaylee, are you up? Then again, I wrote a little note over here. Weren't we told everyone slept until just before the 911 call? Well, the 911 call wasn't made until 11:50 a.m. and at 10:23 in the morning, Dylan is awake texting people. Only Kaylee and Maddie. Okay? 10:23 a.m. She's texting only Kaylee and Maddie. Then at 11:39 a.m., she texts her father. Dylan has a text exchange with her father. At 11:50 a.m.
There it is, Ro.
So 11 minutes later, she receives a text message from Jay stating, bro, I assume this is Jack D. Just my opinion. Totally my opinion. 3 seconds. Let's see, 11:50:55. She receives a text from Jay that says, bro. Okay? 3 seconds after receiving this text from Jay that says, bro, she calls EA, Emily A. Is my guess. Emily Alant. That would be Hunter Johnson's boyfriend. So this is 3 seconds after she gets a text message from Jay stating, bro. She calls Emily A. Right? Then DM receives a text message. So 5 seconds after she calls Emily, Jay again texts her back. She receives a text message from Jay. It doesn't say what the text message is. Okay? But Jay texted her back at 11:51 in the morning. And then the vandal alert went out at 1:04.
Real quick, one thing to think about going back to...
So this is really interesting. She received a message from Jay stating bro at 11:50.
Hopefully I didn't end the podcast. Going back to the blood in the kitchen. So if there's blood in the kitchen, then two things. You have a witness that didn't hear shit happening right out, not in the bedroom, but out in the kitchen on the same floor, right? The kitchen's on the second floor. Right outside her bedroom, I guess, right? Around the corner. Am I right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Heather. I will, Jen. I do want to look at Jules also, because we get a little further and deeper. I was playing these text messages one for Rolo to see that they did say that she texted her dad.
Then at 11:50 and 55 seconds is when Jay is texting her. At 11:50 and 58 seconds, she's calling Emily Alant. And then at 11:51 and 1 second, Jay is texting her back. Okay, I go look through this. I don't remember if there was anything else. Hang on, sorry, I'm in another window. Conclusion. Yeah. Jennings, off. All right. Redacted. Exhibit redacted. Okay. All right. I'll come back over to chat. Sorry, friends. Okay, so it's pretty interesting that she's texting Bethany at approximately 4:25 in the morning, saying, I'm screwed though. Wonder what she means by that. Twiz, darling, hello. I didn't even see you there. I just got back over to chat. welcome in. I feel so bad. I didn't know that Kane was going to be
Twiz.
live, or I wouldn't have scheduled my live like in
It's
the middle of
okay.
his.
Twiz is a
and I didn't
social
realize until
butterfly,
it was
so
already done. It was
he's got to
after.
flap around.
So I hope Kane isn't too mad. I feel bad. Oh yeah, they have all the text messages. I have no doubt about it. We're only getting this because this is, you know, when you hear people talk about cherry picking, this is right here, the definition of cherry picking. Because if they wanted you to see the text messages in their full context, they would have included Bethany's text messages from the forensic download of her phone. They'd be able to show you a linear pattern here of the timeline, right? So you're getting cherry picked what the state wants you to see. But the good thing about this is, you know, the opening the door doctrine, right? Well, now that the state has opened the door for the text messages to be introduced, I understand the state thinks, oh, we just want to introduce them limited. Well, I mean, maybe that's what you want to do, but you've now opened the door for all the text messages. You know, opening the door is a double-edged sword. So, if they wanted to be able to use these text messages to corroborate a timeline, well, that's okay. You've now opened the door for these text messages. So, now you can get them in their full context. That's how I look at it. This is not all they have for text messages.
Speaking of messages, I think Rochelle was asking earlier how you go from top chat to live chat, and I think she was talking about my chat. I see that I only have top chat, and I tried to change it, and I was unable to do it. That would be odd. I'll be honest with you. If that's only in my chat where you can't change, what is the point of live chat anyway? I don't know. Unless somebody got blocked or something, it doesn't affect anything. So I don't even know why they have it. But as well as not being able to rewind my lives while you're watching, I don't know why that is. I can only assume that one of those might be related to being monetized, because with the when you're monetized, you have the commercials pop up, which actually interrupts the live stream. So by the time the 5 seconds has gone by, you're 5 seconds deep now in the chat, and in the chat you're up to date, but in the show you're back. So those are two odd things I just wanted to ask if you guys noticed.
This is just what they selected out of the text messages in the timeline that they wanted to include in their motion. This is not the full account. Because there's nothing here in the context of, okay, so at 2:10 in the morning, Dylan's awake, texting Eric Gower, right? DM was awake and texting at 2:10:29.
The package that they want us to buy for Christmas here is that they were asleep and they didn't hear anything. But clearly, obviously,
AM,
they were awake and a bloody murder happened. How many lies do you want the public to believe, guys?
And then with absolutely no context or reasoning at all, from 4:19 to 4:21, she's calling everybody for 2 minutes and 43 seconds. And then sends these text messages between her and Bethany, and then calls Ethan. Calls all the girls first. Her and Bethany do all this texting with each other, and then she calls Ethan. Interesting. Right, Cold? No shit. All right, sorry, let me get back over here. Yeah, it's Wicked Sketch. It's Wicked Sketch. I don't know what he thinks. All I know, Hitler must be... I promise you, there's part of me that thinks Hitler saw, like, whatever he saw, whatever he looked at, something made him say, you know what? I am not losing my robe over you dumbasses, okay? I don't know what's going on here, but I'm not... Y'all are not dragging me into this shit.
To rebut what Broken Glass is saying is if he was calling out the lies, then it'd all be in here and we'd hear it. Because why not hear a 911 call? What did they say in that 911 call?
We're just going to let it all be public. Y'all are going to fight this out. It is what it is. They're past the point. They passed the deadline to be able to file for dismissal. So it's going to trial. It is what it is. That says Ethan call was answered. No, it says call unanswered. At 4:24:39, Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin. Call unanswered. Well, Eric is interesting. It's very interesting that she is texting the private driver of Kaylee and Maddie 12 minutes after Kaylee and Maddie are dropped off to ask him if he's out driving. It's very interesting when you think about it, right? Why is she texting him? Yeah, I want the context. Exactly. Exactly, Quality Emerald. We all want the context going along here, you know? Yeah, there was no frozen shock. There's no frozen shock happening here. There is no I was in frozen shock and locked my door and went back in my room. Don't think that's what happened. She called Bethany. We found out in other documents she went to Bethany's room, allegedly. But it sounds like based on these text messages, she didn't go in there downstairs because they're still texting each other. Why would you need to text each other if you're in the same fucking room? And no one dialed 911. None of them. Neither one of these people dialed 911. But yet they're texting each other at almost 4:30 in the morning saying they know for a fact that one of these victims is running around this house clad in black with a fucking ski mask on. In my opinion, that is literally what they're telling each other. There's some shit going down in the house. With Xana. She's dressed in black. They're referencing a ski mask type face covering her head and her mouth. And Dylan's other statements pertain to Kaylee. She thought she was hearing Kaylee. Right? I don't know. Very, very interesting. Obviously, she didn't think she was hearing Kaylee if she's calling Kaylee. I don't know. Maybe she thought she heard Kaylee. That's why she's calling her. It's just very strange to me. Something has, at 4:19 in the morning.
And another thing they would have done if they were, again, trying to be transparent and Hitler was done with the lies, they would have given us Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana's, and maybe Ethan's last messages. Let's see this final well, we've seen the final TikTok, haven't we? But let's see everything leading up to that when she ordered the DoorDash, allegedly. The messages, because there had to be messages from Kaylee and Maddie to order the private driver, right? So let's start there, let's say. Or let's start 6 hours back and 100% see what was transpiring during the day. Was there a build-up to this? We don't know, because they're not telling us a damn thing. All right, let's skip ahead. Oh, this goes an hour. Okay, here we go. Yeah, perfect.
We're hearing, but it's clear we're not getting the full context, and there's lots of shit missing to get the full context. So, you know, pretty interesting. All right. Official. No, it's just wild. Like, if I try to read my chat and I don't have slow mode on, I'm not going to see anybody's comments because it will literally just continue to fly right by and I won't get it. It is what it is. And I just don't like people feeling ignored. I like to be able to address everybody when I can and when I'm looking at chat, you know what I mean? So either way, I mean, yeah, I guess True Crime Unraveled, right? Yeah, it could be just their alibi. Absolutely. I have no idea. It could just be their alibi, yeah. It could be that the shit all happened much earlier and now they're starting to get everything going, right? Now they're starting to text and, oh my God, did you hear that? And, oh my God, did you hear that? And, oh my God, run to my room. And I don't know, but it's definitely very interesting when you think about it. And yeah, Jesse,
Well, Rochelle, if you missed it, there was something said that they didn't even get the DNA for Koberger off the knife sheath now. And the eyebrows are apparently drawings around Dylan's room were heavily focused on large eyes and heavy eyebrows. So she doesn't know if she was tripping looking at her own wall or watching a fireman huff through the place covered in blood.
I agree with you, honey. Yeah, hit that like, right? There's 135 of you watching. better do something. Hit the like, hit that. You could do thumbs up, thumbs down, follow your heart. You know what I mean? By the way, thank you every single one of you who sent something to the Cash App for reading all those goddamn documents. 8 hours of reading documents the other day. We did it, and thank you to every single one of you who kicked in the Starbucks Fund. Appreciate it. All right, yeah, blood going down, yeah. Down towards the downstairs, right. Allegedly, there's a lone perpetrator who's allegedly left out the slider. And yet, for some reason, the defense is mentioning this blood droplet that's going down, second to first floor. Meaning, your perpetrator is not coming up the stairs when the blood is being deposited. Your perpetrator's going down the stairs and depositing the blood. And they're going to know by the angle of the blood, how it's splattered, what angle it hit the railing at, all that shit. Whether or not this person was running down the stairs or coming up the stairs and all that, you know. They'll know all that. Pretty wild. All right. Let's get over to this here. So, we have our little chart, okay?
No real talk.
911 call, so Q is going to be dispatch. Q1 is some man. I guess Hunter Johnson.
Honestly, I forgot where I heard it, but from what one of the interpretations maybe of one of these documents is that the blood's not even, or the picos, the 70 picos, was not from the sheath. Was not from the sheath.
Q2 is woman 1. Q3, man 1. Q4, man 2. Q5, man 3. Hang on. 1.
It's not in this one. It is. That's why I wanted to get a piece of Jules and play hers tonight, because I think she was taking a deeper dive and we would have gotten into it there. Let's see.
2, 3, 4. 4 men, 5 men.
So 5 men.
5 men.
4
yep,
women.
We're only getting mention of Hunter Johnson. There's 5 men at this house. And there is 1, 2, 3 women. Well, we know the 3 women are going to be BF, DM, probably Emily Allant. I'll go with Emily Allant. 5 men. Hunter Johnson. Whoever this quote fucking Evan kid is. Could be the EA as well. Don't know. And 3 unknowns. Interesting. Interesting. So 5 men, 3 women on this 911 call. That is 8 people.
Who's trying to debunk Linda Lane now?
Contaminating the crime scene. And yeah, I'll say it. Because as you go through the damn transcript here, what you're going to find is that, oh, well, oopsie poopsie, they're all passing the fucking phone around to each other. And the poor dispatcher has to tell them, stop passing the phone around. I need somebody to fucking cooperate here. So there's 8 people inside of this home. 5 of them are men. All right. 911, of your emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We have, what's the address of your emergency? 1122. No, don't. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay, and is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? A1. A1 is woman 1. I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're right next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address, 1122 King Road. And what's the phone number you're calling from? What's your phone number? Redacted. So A1 and A are giving a phone number. A1 and A are 2 women. Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. A1. One of the roommates who passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. One of our roommates, they were going to say. And then stopped and said one of the roommates who passed out. And she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. And then...
Which roommate? Isn't that a mansplain edition right there?
Female A says, no, we saw. And then this person says, okay, the dispatch. And then A1 says, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. A says, hi. So these are females. Dispatcher, and are you with the patient? And then they say, okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. Hey, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently? Someone passed out right now. I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come on. We got to go check, but we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? And then dispatch says, dispatching Moscow Law Ambulance 4. And then the female says she's not waking up. Dispatcher says unconscious, 1122 King Road. Q1 grabs the phone. Dispatch 70 is en route. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help. Started that way. Female says, okay, maybe. She's not waking up. And then, okay, maybe. Then it's unintelligible. 1122 King Road. All ambulances spawn for unconscious person. 1122 King Road. Q2, copy. Q, unintelligible, 58. Multiple RPs on the phone. Advice saying the roommate on scene is passed out, not waking up. Believe shot drunk last night. And unintelligible about a male being in the room with them. Unintelligible being around. That one, I copy about a 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Wait. I don't know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Dispatch stops her. Need to know what's going on.
For fuck's sake, sorry. For fuck's sake, Viziana. I can't even say that 3 times fast. Such an unimportant detail to focus on. Interesting.
Going on, is someone passed out? Find that out. She's not waking up. 70 en route. Okay, one moment. I'm going to get help. Started that way. And then female A says, okay, maybe. Okay, so how is... So dispatch here is calling out multiple reporting parties on the phone. Advice saying the roommate on scene is passed out, not waking up. Believes she got drunk last night. And then about a male being in the room with them. And then says that one, I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Where does it say it's a 20-year-old female? Nowhere did anybody say a 20-year-old female. How does this dispatcher know it's a 20-year-old female? No one said anything about a 20-year-old female. Not yet, anyway. Right? At this point, no one has told this dispatcher anything about a 20-year-old female. All they've said is my roommate. A roommate. Right? How would this dispatch person know that
Happy March, guys.
it has to do with the 20-year-old female when nowhere in anything anyone has said on this 911 call up until this point is mentioning a female or a 20-year-old? This is the 911 call, Steve. It's the transcript. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Elisanda. Maybe we're missing a portion of it. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty weird. No, this is the transcript for the 911 call. Maybe it'll sound different when you hear it. Maybe it'll make sense when we actually hear it. But it's very interesting that nowhere up until this point was a 20-year-old girl mentioned. So how would this dispatcher know that?
It's the gift that keeps
Copy.
on giving, right?
About a 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further.
Hey, I give.
Nowhere in here does it say. Let's go look at what they're disclosing. Let's go back up here. They're given a phone number. Tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night. She's not waking up. Okay, so she. Okay, so you get the female. Where are you getting 20-year-old? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, let's go. We got to go check. We have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? Multiple reporting parties on the phone advising, saying the roommate on scene is passed out, not waking up. Believes she got drunk last night and about a male being in the room with her. Copy. Trying to a 20-year-old unconscious female. How do you fucking know there's a... nope, I don't like it. Copy. So there's two, right? Dispatch. Q1 saying copy. Male 2. Oh no, okay, A2. Yeah, it's Evan. Okay. Okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to them? Okay. Hello? Okay. I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. This is the dispatcher. Who's Evan? You go back up here. 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Yeah, it's Evan. Okay. Okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Well, up until this point, no one told you it was a 20-year-old, so how do you know that already? How do you have Interesting. Okay. I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. Okay, sorry. They just gave me the phone. Is she breathing? Hello? Is she breathing? No. Okay. Unintelligible, en route. Bethany or Dylan, I need you to Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. Okay, hello? Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. Okay. Is there a defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RP is advising. Then it's unintelligible. The patient is not conscious, not breathing, unintelligible. Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have one. Unconscious, not breathing? Do you have a defibrillator? Yep. Yes, we have one. But are you talking to the officer? Yes. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay, Moscow 46 out. Who's 46? Who's badge? Moscow 46 out. Interesting. Do you have a...
Hell no. Heather, the shit I miss. I go back and I try to just watch the beginning of my lives after the chat comes back up. And the shit that I miss from Heather, it like literally has me floored every time. Beep, beep, here comes Brian in his Barbie Jeep. He has to rescue the defibrillator. This is why I stick around, because this shit don't write itself, you know what I'm saying? That is epic. Epic. I don't want to diminish the meaning of... hold on. Of being a moderator. I still expect you guys to do your jobs. But I also feel that YouTube should be more interactive. And I want to give people the opportunity to post links, pictures, videos, stuff like that. Just try to make sure that it doesn't have music, anything that's going to copyright get my ass. But welcome new moderators, Doug, Danger Zone, all you guys. I trust you 100%. You're in here and you're a big part of this community, so welcome. Thank you for doing it, and let's keep going. Okay, I'll show
you later. Okay, so female A or whoever this person is asking the cops when they arrive. Yeah, see that someone arrives unconscious, not breathing. They say,
Happy
and
Hound,
the
sorry,
person,
Happy Hound, sorry.
whoever this person is, says, "Yeah, do you have a defibrillator?" Q3 answers, "Yep." And then whoever is on the phone with the dispatch says, "Yes, we have one." And then dispatch says, "But are you talking to the officer?" And this person answers back and says, "Yes." Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? So we have 8 people in the house passing the phone around to each other. Oh my God. How does this dispatch person or whoever is, trying to... What's happening here that they already know it's a 20-year-old female when no one has disclosed the age of the female at any point in that call prior for this person to know it's a 20-year-old.
Yeah, Tara, we're just a shit little channel here. Like I say, they all get their start here and grow and grow and grow, but they don't ever forget where home is, right? I got Jenn in here till she falls asleep crashing because she loves talking to you guys, and I don't even think Heather left once to go back to Miss Pot, so she's been here since I was dancing to Grease records and showing Kopaka eye videos. Oh, that's right, I wanted to de-interlace the picture. So we'll do this, we'll do Jenn, and then we'll de-interlace the picture, and then we'll shut it down. Welcome, new months. Thank you for being here.
How do they know that? This is absolutely insane. Let's go look at this again. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Interesting. It's female A. Let's go look at our little chart here. It is just woman A. Interesting. So woman A is saying, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Dispatch, what's going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? Female A. I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. What do you mean pretty much at 4 a.m.? What? So you're ready to just, yeah, pretty much that's what happened. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. Unconscious. This is what happened at 4 a.m. Oh boy, what's missing? What's missing from here? There's something, I don't know. Dispatch cuff too. I need to know what's going on right now. I need to know what happened at 4 a.m. I need to know what's going on right now. Someone passed out. Can you find that out for me? That's what dispatch is saying. They just want to talk about, well, pretty much what happened at 4 a.m. was this. And this is why she's dead. Because of all of this that happened at 4 a.m., this is why we think she's passed out now at noon when we're calling you. That's what's happening here. I don't know who woman A is, Sunny Days. It doesn't say. We do know that they say Dylan or Bethany. One of you need to talk to them, right? And one of them gets on the phone. We just don't know which one it is. Yeah, they want to nail that 4 a.m. timeline. Exactly. So hard. Exactly. Yeah. These kids are already on the fucking 911 call talking about. So basically what happened at 4 a.m. was. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? So at 4 a.m. Interesting. And this is the... Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night, too. So trying to correlate, well, I mean, yeah, like she saw a man in the house and like, this is why it all has to equal to why Xana's dead on the floor and why they found Xana, right? The whole thing is just very, very insane. A1, Bethany's phone. Oh, gotcha, honey. Okay, thank you, honey. Appreciate you. Because it's Bethany's phone. A1, gotcha. Makes sense, honey. See? I mean, yeah, it could be. Robert, I know. Could just be that the text messages are an alibi. Yep, I know. But, who knows? Don't know what they're doing. Obviously, maybe it is an alibi. Maybe this is why they're already wanting to talk about pretty much at 4 a.m. This is what happened, and this is why everyone's dead. Because the guy with the bushy eyebrow.
Not a single word about any blood, right? Wow. But we know they're not breathing. Like, you pretty much, to know somebody's not breathing, you have to hold a mirror up to their mouth, right?
Right. Well, Sparkly Starfish, good question. So EA is likely Emily Allant, Hunter Johnson's girlfriend. Makes sense. But there's also apparently an Evan on the phone here as well with the 911 call. There are no less than 8 people in this home while the 911 call is happening. There's 8 people at this scene passing the phone around. 3 women, 5 men. 2 of the men we can identify because we know one is Hunter Johnson, one is this kid Evan on the 911 call, so that leaves 3 unidentified males, incidentally, on the 911 call. 3 unknown males. Interesting. Well, Sparkly Starfish, what do you mean, 2 E's? Oh, right, yeah, Evan and an Ethan, you mean? Is that what you mean, honey? Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm beat. Evan, maybe Ethan transcribed wrong? Oh, I see what you're saying, Twiz. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. Okay, let me go look at that again then. Evan. Let's go look at the wording. She's not waking up. Unconscious 1122 King. Right here. A2. Yeah, it's Evan. Okay, you're right. Maybe they are saying, yeah, it's Ethan. I don't know. You could be right about that, Twiz. Who knows at this point? Sick of this shit. Fact of the matter is, you got 8 people. No less than 8. My guess 7, even if you take out this Evan. If the Evan is a typo, okay? You've got Hunter Johnson. And who else? Because when we're looking at the men here, they're listed.
You've been cracking me up.
We have on the call, Q1 is a man, Q3 is a man, Q4 is a man.
Again, insignificant.
And A2 is a man. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 men, yes? 5 men, 3 women?
Welcome in, Viviana.
On the 911 call, does that look correct? So, if they all went in, they're all looking around. I don't know. It sounds like at one point they're outside on the 911 call because somebody says, yeah, we have to go check. We have to go look. We have to go check. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, Deborah. Yeah, exactly. I know they probably just weren't on the 911 call. We know that Maisie and Hunter were called there, texted there, whatever, however they found out about it, I don't know. But even if they were there, they're not on the 911 call. They may just be people who stayed outside. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Thomas. I'm pretty sure EA is Emily. Makes sense if Hunter's going over. And Dylan was also calling Emily or texting, something like that. So at like 11 something in the morning, 11:50 in the morning. So very interesting. Oh, good night, Broken Glass. You have a good night. Enjoy taco night. Tacos. Tar Rock, I know, right? The whole thing is just very interesting. And I gotta tell you, someone on this 911 call wanted to make sure, hey, can I just like tell you what happened? So anyways, at 4 a.m. It's, oh boy. But anyways.
This chat's getting wacky.
I know there's more. Let me go take a peek. Because I'm pretty sure one of these is like 30 pages, and I'm not doing that tonight. I think it is the motion to preclude the death penalty.
She's seeing what she wants to see, kid.
What we're going to do is we're going to save this bad boy for tomorrow. I'll probably end up just going.
All right, okay, now we can move on. So Jen hopefully has hers coming now. I get to do Jules of all trades, and I want to just see what she got into tonight. I don't know if you guys caught it. I have not seen it yet, so I'd love to hear what she... Okay, so that's the guest I would like to have next, okay? And I'm sure you can understand my reasoning on that. Having Jules on, although her show is called True Crime Reactions, and she does express her opinion as she goes, like I do, I would like to be able to talk to her and explore a little bit more on her overall impressions like we were able to do with JJ tonight, and gather great insight, again, from Operation GCD Podcast. Please like and subscribe over there, and join us in the Friday night chats we have over there and all that stuff. So, all right, let's get down to it here. Let's see how long she went. It was an hour ago. Okay, so she was still going an hour ago. And let's see now what's going on.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mats.
It's a lot. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see what Disgrace is saying about all of this, because she's going to say something. Let's see how honest she is about all of this, because there's still so many people out there that are still like pounding down on this DNA thing without reading like the rest of the document, or caring that the state is literally claiming it's exculpatory, and forgetting the fact that more testing was done to prove that it wasn't Brian's. But the biggest argument in all of that is, okay, so if the defense was able to take the fingernail clippings and test them further, what about the other unknown male DNA stuff? Like, is it just freaking sitting there whenever we've got all these resources and, test the shit, like, figure out what these answers are? And my biggest thing with that is that with the stuff underneath Maddie's fingernails, there was no concrete anything. It could be Maddie and Kaylee and another person, or it could be Maddie and two other people. Like, how do you not freaking know? How did you not bother to know? Hey, LR. It's been such an exhausting day. Yes, we're going to try to just, like, slow down, chill out. Hello, Crystal. All to Jim. Hello. Just more confusion. Yep. Exactly. That's why I want to pull up the PCA, because I've always envisioned, and it made what we heard from Christy, from what she told Daniel, it made it connect. I always envisioned when reading it that they were walking towards the door, and because of what we had heard about the door not being able to like come open, it was open enough, but probably opened more by the first responders so that they could get an assessment about what's happening. So the door being open more, or I doubt they would have moved Ethan if he was actually behind the door, because they have to preserve the crime scene as much as possible. So then again, I don't know. That makes that whole part confusing. That makes that whole freaking part confusing. But I've always envisioned them walking towards it and the door open, and they can see Xana across the room through the open door. But Ethan would have been like behind it. But no one's even mentioning Ethan in this 911 call. No one is mentioning blood in this 911 call. That's the wildest part. Nobody freaking says anything about blood. But you notice as soon as like one of the police gets on scene, you instantly see it says, I think we have a homicide. Like the second he walked in the door. So we've got at a minimum 6 people standing right there all over the place on this 911 call, and no freaking body's mentioning the fact there's blood everywhere. Nobody's mentioning Ethan also being in the room. Nobody's mentioning the...
That's awesome. You coming from Styx, Viviana. Was that because it's the Purge? Everybody loves the Purge, baby. Was it Tommy Shaw singing the Styx with Tommy Shaw? Because I think Dennis DeYoung is kind of retired and just kind of sits in his living room and plays piano, from what I understand from a friend of his. But he does live in Texas, I believe. James Young, yeah. So, because it's you, babe. Because it's you, babe. I'll tell you that.
Other people? No, the house should have never gone anywhere. Yeah, we're gonna talk.
If they played like the full pieces of 8, that would be pretty kick-ass too, because that album kicked ass.
Yeah,
Or
because that's where they
rocked.
came from.
What is it?
Originally.
Other adjective.
And I guess they just figured that to keep the story until it was needed to change it, because I guess it irrelevant. I think it meant scared, Lisa. Like, we went back, I was reading through some of the comments, and if you go back to like, and we're gonna pull.
Well, you know, Dennis DeYoung is irreplaceable. He was the foundation of that band and wrote most of the songs. Tommy Shaw was kind of the hired gun voice. Dennis DeYoung and his brother were the founders of that outfit.
Pull it back up. But if you go in through like the context, it's like she's saying that she's scared, but then Bethany's like, but it's better than being alone, like about running through the house and getting to Bethany's room at that time, because she's claiming, I guess, in this conversation, because there's a bunch missing. Like, I don't know why they even bothered. Like, I'm glad they did, because we needed to see something. I'm glad they gave us something, but they've obviously deleted a bunch. Obviously, they've taken out a bunch. If they call 911 for an unconscious person, which is Nana, how do they not see? Yeah, I know. How do they not see the blood or Ethan? Or do they actually not go inside and saw from say the hallway? No, there's no way. Because I mean, I can't even say that any freaking more. Okay, all I know is that Consalvas made it seem. Christy made it seem.
Hold on, to address Viviana, first of all, there was kind of at one point, and they weren't as famous as Styx, but a blurred line, I felt like, between Rush and Styx. Some of their songs, you could almost be like, wow, which band is that? Like Working Man? That's a very kind of that era. I think there was a name for that, like April Wine and even maybe Triumph, that had that heavier guitar mixed with the keyboards and the heavy keyboards. It was immersive, and then Journey kind of came out of that whole era. But Styx definitely blazed the trail. I guess it was kind of the beginning of easy listening rock too, also, because, you know, if you look at REO Speedwagon and Styx, how they kind of sold out to the ballad, you know, which was sad to see, because you had, like, with REO, you had Riding the Storm Out and songs like that, and, you know, Rush kind of stayed the course. You know, you started with Spirit of the Radio, and then you move on, you know, from there, and they never lost, even though they did have the keyboard and synthesizer thing. They carried on with that edgier metal kind of mentality.
As if they went in the house and had to like manhandle Xana's freaking door to get it open, because Ethan's body was blocking it from getting open, which to me, saying that would almost mean like it was unlocked, but they couldn't push it open. And that's if what Christy is telling people is accurate. But this story right here is making it sound as if they were able to see Xana? Like they physically had eyes on Xana?
My name is Elizabeth. I work for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency in Ukraine. I'm right now in...
Wait, so Viviana had a younger date? Who's this Styx band? What, are we going to see Neil Diamond? I was born after 2001. That's hilarious.
Instead of saying, oh, there's blood every freaking where, they're like, oh, she drank too much last night. She's not waking up. What? What? Oh.
Yeah, see right there, that's the point I was making earlier, that it was a full-on mansplain or female splain, to add that she was drunk last night, which in reference, you know, obviously would be something's, I don't know. It just has a bad feel to me.
I freaking hope so. I hope that Judge Hippler does smell what's happening, and that's why all this stuff is being released.
I would go so far as to say I'd go see Manilow. If Manilow could, I don't know if he passed away, I think Manilow, but he, you know, like, just to see Copacabana live, like, holy shit. I mean, how many times have you heard that song? Or like Anne Murray, or the Carpenters would be the shit. That lady was so damn talented. Heart is another one. You know, I played the song from the Kennedy Center. Heart does Stairway to Heaven and Jason Bonham on the drums, and they have a full choir in the background, and it bring a tear to your eye. It brought a tear to Robert Plant and Jimmy Page's eyes, and John Paul Jones. You know, there was that whole thing with them, and everybody was in attendance there, all the evil satanic celebrities like Obama and whatnot. But okay, we're hitting 8 a.m. We should start seeing some British folk wander in here, top of the morning or bottom of the morning to you, because this is the Purge, and I have friends in low places.
I hope so, because at this point, he's like, redactions for super sensitive information. All these whole ass ceilings are not happening anymore. And this kind of like pisses me off too, honestly, because like I said, there's nothing in these calls, nothing in the freaking text messages that alludes to Brian. Literally nothing. It alludes to all of the rumors that we already thought about the shadiness and the cover up and the cleanup and the bullshit. That's all that this did. Yeah, I really thought that she said, I think she meant to say scared, but her phone was dying and she was apparently, you know, not all there. And see.
And now you guys went and did it, and you got me talking about music. Okay, so Golden Hits from 1973. Did anybody else own that record? Or whatever, 8-track maybe? You had Bad Leroy Brown, Jim Croce, right? And then you had Anne Murray. You also had Tie a Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree. This is 73. And I think these are competing songs with, when did Elvis pass? I don't know if that was like kind of I think 75 or 76. So that was the competing record label, EMI, I believe, from Elvis. And they came out hard, running strong. Now, after that, you had a dip. You had a disco era, and you had a rhythm and blues explosion with, like, Peaches and Herb. But you also had a backdrop of, like, Deep Purple and I forgot when Deep Purple broke up, but Feel Like Making. Now there's the most underrated drummer in the world, and I believe that album was recorded by Mutt Lange, who was a producer that was famous for making drums sound amazing. He's done everybody like Beastie Boys, you name it. Mutt Lange. But who is that? Why can't I think of the name of the band? Bad Company. And what I'm trying to think of, as time went by, you got to 76, 77, movies took over, so movie soundtracks were actually in the top 10. And you had Smoking the Bandit, you know, we got A Trucking Convoy, Eastbound and Down. Then you also had Odd Stuff in 76, The Streak. Does anybody remember the song The Streak? It was a funny song. And then you also had another Bomb Iran song, which was a weird kind of rap country tune. And it was called the Maharishi Get Rich Quickie. And it was during the hostage crisis in Iran. And so from there on out, you kind of fast forward to 78, and you get into your Styx, your Journeys, even what's the name of that band? Anyway, I digress. And then when you hit 80, Rush going strong, Styx going strong, Queen really starts to pop out, and the edgier side of Rocks really starts to come out. So
That also,
I'll stop.
the whole her going downstairs thing, now that we know that there was blood on the stair rail between the first and second floor, it really does want to allude to Dylan having some sort of blood on her from being around the people that were injured or touching something that had it on it.
Definitely,
and like
definitely with, you gotta mention Barry and Andy and whatever the other Gibb brother was. They were super talented. And I believe that it was Steve Lukather that did the funky guitar tracks on those albums for them. Not that I think Barry Gibb wasn't an excellent guitar player. I think they came up with a riff, but I think he played on the record. So go dating that far back, and they always say, "Oh, Steve Lukather of Toto is a studio musician." I mean, he wrote "Beat It," he wrote it, and he changed it a little bit, but Lukather wrote it.
the handrail on her way down the thing. Like, that's just something that comes into my mind. Hey. Hi, Bree. No Apple warrant for Bethany, only ever Verizon in mobile, so that's Android. Oh, maybe so. I didn't even think to go look at those. You're probably right, though. So yeah, maybe, well, I don't know if her phone died, though, because at 11:40, she's texting her dad. 11:40, she's texting her daddy. So I don't know, maybe she grabbed her charger before she ran off. Yeah, we're going to look back at it and see the order that she says.
No, yeah, I got what you're saying, Leslie. Like, ABBA definitely had a run, that whole album. And now you got me flying. Okay, so, yeah, Doobie Brothers, Rochelle, for sure. But more importantly, back a little earlier, is probably the most important music that the counterculture and all that produced was America and Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. And so you had all these superstars touring together, and towards the end of it, they kind of just started showing up whenever they want. Neil Young doing his own thing, and he really wanted to bring the band back together, but they weren't unable to for many reasons. But yeah, like Ventura Highway in the sunshine. I love that song. And, stuff that really had meaning. Albums were albums. You could listen to a whole side, and they would play a whole side in the radio, commercial free. And it was amazing time. Aerosmith, don't forget that, really came up 72. You had the Stones going at the same time, and Wings. The incredible Wings. I wasn't growing up. I listened to nothing but the Beatles as a kid, but more important contributions, to my era would be from Wings and Paul McCartney. Gosh, and then you start to get the '80s. You have ELO, and that really was, looking back, it held up so well, right? And so ABBA paved the way for that group. I forgot the name off the top of my head right now, but all that she wants. Was it Yaz? Not Yaz. Is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that. Right? Charlie Daniels band. Yeah. Well, Charlie Daniels was in Urban Cowboy, actually. I don't think they played Devil Goes Down to Georgia. But that one got so much fucking radio play. And you had instrumental music too, Chuck Mangione, Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, doing stuff like that. Look, now knowing a little better, I appreciate the Beatles more than I did like a period of middle school. Somebody gave me a T-shirt, a Beatles T-shirt for my birthday. I said, I hate the Beatles. So like, nobody hates the Beatles. Yeah, you gotta like, let me see, one more moderator there, and But Rubber Soul, it was a real departure, right? That was the first introduction to psychedelics. And that was, brought apart, whether you think that was a conspiracy, that the Beatles themselves, I think, was one of the things that Operation GCD podcast, J.J. Vance, not the vice president, was talking about, how that was a psyop. The whole thing with them being this huge band in England and them coming to America and influencing along the way every aspect of, hey, there he is, Black Hawk Magnum, 57 Magnum. What's up, bro? Talk about somebody I trust, man. Hell yeah. I love it. Furthermore, you had the fall then, with the disco thing, and you had even Kiss doing disco tracks, which I actually put out a pretty good disco song. One more. Rock and Roll, what was it? I want to say Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo? Not Rock, that's Rick Derringer. Rock and Roll Rescue, right? Emotional Rescue. Thank you. And also Rod Stewart, another player that you can't leave out. I mean, how many times did you hear If You Want My Body? So those songs, yeah, Hendrix influenced everyone. And Purple Haze and Hey Joe got a lot of radio play. Smashes. In England, I think they played a wider variety of Hendrix. And if you followed another Operation GCD podcast, they were talking about a subject that I'm very fond of, is Hendrix's passing. And allegedly his manager had some mob ties. And he was making, obviously, tons of money off Jimmy. Jimmy did a couple crazy things. He made a comment in Tiger Beat magazine, of all things, about the Black Panthers, which got him in hot water. And then he wanted to branch out and do other types of music, jazz and all. He was tired of the burning guitar, psychedelic dude image. He wanted to expand his music. He's an artist. And so he wanted to break up with his manager, and his manager wasn't having that, and had a hand in his death. And one thing that I've heard that's an interesting fact, from the autopsy, I believe that there was over a gallon of wine in his stomach, which would be like impossible to consume, and it happened within like a 10-minute period. So what's theorized is that they sent two honcho guys, hitmen or whatever, and that's a way that they took care of business with Hendrix. So he was a very tall guy, and he used to hang with I think it was Otis and Curtis Redding, is that right? In New York. And when he would walk down the street with the feather cap, he'd get a lot of attention. But yeah, when you talk about the fall of REO, is the saddest thing to me. It's worse than the Billy Squier. If you're not familiar with the Billy Squier downfall, he was the king of MTV. Right at the beginning of it, he had an album with like 10 hits right in a row, and everyone good as the last. On one of the last ones, he had a different director, and he made him wear this pink cutoff t-shirt, and he looked all kind of like Floydsy or whatever. And at that time, it wasn't an accepted thing because he was a stadium rocker. And he came off hoitsy-toitsy, and overnight, he went from playing stadiums, so he couldn't fill a bar. But, then you had the whole new wave thing. I would say the new wave thing definitely started with New Order. If you're gonna go, because Duran Duran did have the hits on the radio, on the MTV, but it was actually Joy Division that wrote the songs, because what it was electronic music based on killer, really well written songs. So they turned, Joy Division was like an acoustic band. They turned that into electric music when they added Peter on the bass, and you had Bernard Sumner replacing the lead singer of Joy Division, who killed himself. He had some type of mental instability. I forgot what it was. He hanged himself, and his wife and kids found him, believe it or not, all his New Order songs. So that was more in England. You had Nick Kershaw and those guys, and then you kind of wound its way over to America, and you found Nick and Simon with Rio and stuff like that. And then, from there it branched out, and you had all the weird stuff. I want to know what y'all thinking. But then you had, like, the Australian band there, Big Country, who were kick-ass, and weird shit like the Bangles. I guess I could go all day on this. I'll let Jules, you guys are good to get me sidetracked.
Something about her being 20 in. Maybe as if she's asked if she spoke to the intruder. I don't know. Because she definitely wasn't frozen. I mean, she was definitely not. She was definitely talking. Hey there, Miranda.
Okay, really, because Depeche Mode is great. I like them. And you had also, at the same time, you had the punk thing, and you had Black Flag. You had Dead Kennedys, were like rock mixed with flamenco and wild lyrics from a crazy poet, and just a really killer album that even rappers have, like California Brawlers and stuff like that. I think Kanye West did a version of that, and Jello Biafra from Dead Kennedys actually ran for mayor of San Francisco. He really loves that city. I kind of wish he'd won, and maybe they'd had a better chance at going through what they've become. But when you talk about The Cure, that's a very great story. They were a band on the outs, and was it The Cure? Somehow related to Prince with the Bangles, because Prince wrote Manic Monday. And then somehow from there, I forgot what it was that saved The Cure's career. It might have been Love Cats or whatever, but Pictures of You is probably one of the best songs ever written.
Oh, yeah, I'm mad too. I mean, yeah, sorta. But even in all of the stuff now, there's no proof of life for anybody. There's really just not. Her messaging Eric Grower is interesting, though.
I do have playlists on my. I don't know if you can find them, but I have hundreds. From country to new wave to I mean, when you start talking about bass bands like Smashing Pumpkins, with especially I've talked about it before, the Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness being such a devastatingly awesome follow-up to I can't remember the name of the first one, the second one or whatever, but just so well produced and just so well written, and it was for the time like a Coldplay level thing for the time, and then which without U2 you wouldn't have bands like the Killers and stuff like that also. So there's heavy influences either way. Somebody asked me if I'd heard of Miami something. Yeah, goth was kind of crossover with. There wasn't much choices. Bad Brains had some great songs, definitely, but yeah, and AC/DC just held it through, and still going to this day. Influenced every single guitar player before, or seemed like as soon as after. Where it's funny because Angus Young and Malcolm Young's brother was already famous in Australia as a musician, had those kind of doo-woppy kind of 1950s songs, and then all of a sudden they did a little parade with AC/DC playing in the streets of Australia, and they became this huge thing, and their older brother, who was already famous, became their producer. And there's a funny story about after Bon Scott died, they replaced him with a guy they'd heard of that was good for the Back in Black album, and he had written a song called "You Shook Me All Night Long," and their older brother producer said was ripping on the lyrics, because I think he just scribbled them down on a napkin really quick, and he's like, "You need to change those lyrics." And Angus is like, "Don't fucking listen to him. You use the lyrics all you want." Thank God, because that got us "You Shook Me All Night Long" and all the other songs that are on that album. For sure. You guys know I love Halen. Come on.
Anyone who's been on metformin for more than 60 days needs to see this. What happens when a toxic cell suffocates your...
Okay, wait, just one more thing. If you don't know the history of prior to Van Halen, you had a band called Black Oak, Arkansas, and Jim Dandy was the lead singer of that band, and they had a couple hits, and then lived all together in this house, and then it all fell apart for reasons that you got scattered into at the same time. And then Jim Dandy was this flamboyant, jump around singer. He had the disco shirts and the tight pants wide open. So a lot of people have said David Lee Roth was the reincarnation of Jim Dandy for the stage. What a stage show Van Halen gave.
So I don't know. We're going to look. We're going to look again. It's very annoying. Very annoying. Oh, I missed a lot. I'm like way behind. Holy crap, a freaking moly. Oh, welcome, Jessica. Thank you for the $4.99, Mountain Man. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping so, but then again, I don't really trust him all that much. I guess maybe I trust him a little bit more now that he's letting this stuff out. Yeah, this was a truth dump. This was a truth dump. Definitely has my brain rattled. But he has already said certain things in court and then came out and ordered against what he said in court. And I'm just like, I wish you would keep, your mind, make your mind up and not go back and forth so much. Well, yeah.
I'm only stopping this because this is I may never say this again in my life. I have to agree with For Fuck's Sake, Tiziana. Mother Love Bone is one of the most underappreciated, and they didn't get the commercial success that Soundgarden and Nirvana got, although they were one of the forefront bands of the grunge, and then he passed away. But they didn't have the kind of twisted made-for-radio hits, but they had amazing songs and amazing vocals. So I just wanted to point that out. That there you go. That's the one time.
But at this point, I need to know what TikTok activity they're claiming is TikTok activity, if that makes any sense, because anybody can make your TikTok turn on. No, I'm not watching Karen Reed. I can't handle more than one circus at a time, honestly. And I'm already trying to keep up with a couple of not so circusy, but still really important cases. And it's difficult because there's always so much crazy stuff happening in Idaho. Thank you for the $5 super sticker, Jessica. That's very nice. It's very sweet.
It's amazing because, okay, I want to say between 89 and 93, I feel like there was just this void in music. And you couldn't even, it got to the point 91, 92, where I couldn't even listen to the radio. I don't know, maybe I was listening to the wrong stations, but we had 97X out there in San Diego. which was I think out of Tijuana, and they play. All of a sudden, you started to hear Stone Temple Pilots and Smashing Pumpkins, and out of nowhere. So before it was like unbearable. It was like, oh, this stupid song again. I hate the radio. And then all of a sudden, like, what the hell is this? And there you could buy an album again, and you could go out and you listen to the whole thing of Aerosmith, just kicks ass, crazy. All those big hits that they had right there, and it all came at once after it was like a drought for like 4 years of music. Sorry, I get so excited with music, but and all of a sudden out of the blue, I had probably at the time I think I was 29, 93, 20, do the math, 630, I was 23. And my girlfriend was probably like 19. And so she had a little bit fresher of a taste of new music and stuff. And she already had the albums of the groups I was going, oh man, these guys are killer. Like thinking about the first time you heard Plush, or Sex Type Thing, that kind of shit. Anyway, I don't know. It's what I hear a noise at my window, and I have a towel. I forgot to address that with the phone. I'll tell you later. But there's like a gap between the window and the house, so I assume that there's possibility. So I have a towel holding it down. So I think they're trying to get their way through it. So I keep trying to scare them back. I'll hit this wall. And then so whatever, they're locked out, but they're always trying to get back. You bastard! I can't hide shit from you guys. Get it?
Oh wow, Jeff, you finally said something I like. This is actually like a really good. Wow, Jeff. Jeff just said, does it say that they are in Xana's room and she's unconscious, or did they use the ladder to look into her room and can't get her to wake? That would honestly make some sense if one of the guys.
Warrant was never really my thing. Kip Winger, and what's the other one with that guy from Rock of Love or whatever? That wasn't my time. That was too. I got it, like you're influenced by Van Halen and you're taking that song. But to me at that time, it was more Ronnie James Dio, Rat. Ironically, the Rat is back. And I was focused on Scorpions. And I was learning all those songs, Van Halen and Iron Maiden at those times. And those, like, bands like Warrant and Kip Winger just seemed like pussies to me. At that, I wanted Yngwie Malmsteen, metal in your face, melt your face off kind of shit at that point. So, of course I still appreciated all the shit. That was kind of a fall time for Queen too, which was one of my favorite albums, The Game, but they went more pop edge. They lost the dramatic feel of Bohemian Rhapsody and that type of thing. So
guys grabbed the ladder and went up the freaking ladder to see if they could see inside the freaking room to see what was going on. I can get down with that possibility. I could get down with that possibility because the blinds were open, weren't they? Like you could see inside. I could see that maybe being possible. I like that out of everything else that I've heard about that ladder.
So Carly, just to take a break from Music Angels for a second, I was explaining earlier that I wanted to make my show at least more interactive than YouTube typically allows you to be. So that way I wanted to spread around the moderator thing so that you are able to post pictures and videos and stuff and interact with the show more. And we can have a better time all together. You can enjoy it a little more thoroughly. So there you go. And so we're going.
I'll say that. Oh, be nice. Be nice. It's just wild. It is just wild. Okay. Wow, I've really missed a bunch. I'm like way the frick down here.
This is truly my like go-to #1 beauty product at the moment. I wear this like no matter the time of the day. Like this just sets.
Well, thank you, Dropkick. Thank you for the $5. Just want to say hello, and I'm so freaking excited to finally catch you live. Love you, girl. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. We're gonna take these a little bit slower than we did earlier, because damn if we wasn't trying to get through all of it. And we're gonna also work on my little timeline to put the text message times in here. I think the most interesting thing out of all of this is her contact with her father before the 911 call. I think that's the thing that is most interesting to me. That alludes to a lot, regardless of what anybody wants to admit to when it comes to her dialogue about the situation. Her getting a hold of her father, what was it, 19 minutes before the 911 call, is wild. Oh boy, I don't want to start that rumor. He's a married man. As far as I can remember, Grower is a married man. See, and that's my problem. Like how, even if not even getting up close though, like just like opening the door and looking inside, like how could you possibly look and think, oh, she just drank too much and isn't waking up, whenever we have literal red stuff seeping out of the house? Okay. There's no freaking way. I mean, maybe. Because it doesn't tell us anything in between that, and that is hours. And for her to have been tired all that whole day and still being complaining about being so freaking tired and out of it on the next few days after that, whenever they interviewed her again, I'm like, damn, were you like up the whole time for real? Why are you so exhausted? It's just wild to me. This whole thing is just absolutely freaking wild to me. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the text messages, because we're going to put this now in my little bitty timeline. And once the timeline Excel sheet is done, I will probably put it in the members only folder. So you guys remember to check for the link if you haven't, if you're a member already, to go to the members only community post section, wherever that is for you guys. There's going to be a post in there that has a link to the shared drive folder for Idaho versus Coburger. There's not a lot in there. There's some things. I just started it. But I'm going to add more to it, and this timeline will be part of it. Yeah, she was texting the roommates and trying to get them to answer the phone while the incident was happening, and then at 10 o'clock in the morning too. So that whole like 10 o'clock in the morning too thing is really, man, I'm about to summon her. Oh, Kim. This brings back Kim, okay? This brings back Kim, the basic Kim, not the crazy Kim who let all of the crazy people that have channels talk a bunch of crazy shit and put it in her head and twist her story up, but the original Kim. It brings me back to Kim. So we're going to consider that 10 o'clock time, because that's a bit interesting. There could actually be some messages out there hidden somewhere. It's all very wild. It's all very wild. Let's go through the text messages again when it comes to the times that they're giving us, because I want to put them in this little thing. I don't know if I can make this big enough for me to be able to like do both of these things. I have no idea. Let's see. Can I split screen this, or is it going to look like absolute shit? I have no idea. Oh, is it not going to let me do it? It doesn't let me share split screen. Well, that's poop. And dumb. And they should fix that, because it's technically the same screen. So I don't know why it's not letting me. Still just have to go back and forth. It's not a big deal. Okay. Let me get this part back open. Okay. So this first one, I'll make Dylan green. For this first one, we have 2:10 in the morning. Dylan sends a text message to Eric Grower. But this is interesting that they're calling him an Uber driver in here. Are we still using the word Uber for him? Because normally Uber drivers can't take like personal requests. And I thought that this was like a drive service, according to the way that Steve always talked about it, that it was more like a driving service for the school for kids, you know, for them to like be able to go drink and it's okay. It's interesting to me they're still using the word. Yeah, that's what I thought too. So why the frick are they using the word Uber? Yeah, but it's more, yeah, it's like this. It's a private driver, like a campus service. Yeah, I thought it was a personal driver too. So this word right here is kind of throwing flags because we're like, why the frick does this say Uber? That's not normal. It's not supposed to say that. So let me go over here. Did that say 2:10? Let me go back. 2:10 a.m. So we'll be inputting it here. For some freaking reason. I think I'm going to make these a different color all the way around.
As a mama to 2 toddlers, one thing I love to be is classy and comfortable no matter where I go. That is why I love my Mary Jane. She's from Vivaya.
Okay. To inquire if he is driving. Why are you inquiring if he's driving? Like, why? Where are you going? Where this all okay. This is weird. What if he's also the freaking like DoorDash? Since they seem to be mislabeling every freaking thing in this case. What if this Eric Grower guy is really the person who like showed up as a DoorDash, like delivered food? Yeah, it said she was home between 1:15 and 1:30 on a different paper. But I'm almost wondering if she was trying to see like where he was to take her somewhere. Like, was she trying to go somewhere? I'm going to put this question right here. I'm going to make it smaller. Oh boy. I just put these nails on, so I'm not used to texting, like writing with them. So I feel like I'm slow. Okay, we'll just put this here. Was she trying to leave? Because that's a weird, like, why? She got home at 1:15. Okay, so then it goes from 2:10 to 4:19. And there's nothing in this space at all. So what's that, like 2 hours and 9 minutes? Okay. So then from, well, I guess I can get rid of that part right here. So then from 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan attempts to call Bethany, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie. And all the calls go unanswered. They don't mention that she tries to call Ethan's phone, I think, until after 4 something. I don't know if that's right. Maybe it was the next day. I think it was at 4:20 something though. Yeah, right here. Okay. So yeah, there's like nothing here, nothing here. We have 4:19. Okay, so I'll just do it like this. 4:19. Dylan begins calling all the girls in the house. Ends at what time? 4:21. Okay. So then we have from 4:22 to 4:24, this conversation, and I'll put this in the timeline and then I'll read it again, but I damn well know there's pieces of this missing. There's no way. There's just no way. So we have it right here. From 4:21. And there's no way. There's just no way. So we have it right here. Ends at 4:24, 4:21. Okay. I'm going to read through these. Bella said, this may not actually be text messages. It may be an app where your messages disappear and some stay. Too many missing messages, or they just deleted some text. I don't know if they deleted it or if this is just how they're giving it to us. Because
I like getting the two perspectives here from Jules and from Miss Potts. And if you're just tuning in, yet your eyes are not deceiving you, and you absolutely will remember whether this was real or a fantasy dream, because this is the Kane Bees, the Purge, late night. We're running strong on 3 Celsius right now. We had Jenn and JJ Vance earlier. Rochford called in. Now we're doing our own thing. We're kind of running wild. I got a night where I got a day off and I can enjoy the company of everybody that I love being around. And I'm happy you're here. If you're new, though, please hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you a thing. And you can jump on in the chat with us here. We'd love to hear what you have to share. Okay? So please do that, and make sure you do the thing for GCD podcast.
because they're saying this came from, it said it. I think it says it up here. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive, which is the same thing when it comes to the storage, like Seagate storage that they put all of Brian Koberger's phone data on whenever they did the forensic download. It's basically that. That's what that is. So I don't know. I guess if it's like messages that were deleted, they would still be able to be found on the hard drive. I don't really know how Apple stuff works, but that's possible. Dang, now you said it too. So let's just go check that out real quick then, because you're the second person to mention that. And I was going to go back to the 911 call after, but let's go ahead and look at that.
Assalamu alaikum and greetings. My name is Arsalan Iftikhar, founder of themuslimguy.com and brand ambassador for Penny.
How did she know that she was 20 before they said it? Let's see if that's what happened here. Okay, let's see. 122, what's your phone number? Okay, what's going on? She's passed out. Are you with the patient? Someone passed out. Can you find out? She's passed out, unconscious. One moment. Copy.
Let's talk about eating harsh for a second, if you guys don't mind, a little sidebar. Since we have Black Hawk Magnum in here, how do you guys feel? And maybe I will. A quick poll. Okay, so answer that question for me if you don't mind, real quick, because if you think of the implications, if that is him in that Mexican parka there, of what that would mean to the overall picture of the case, because here you have somebody that's committed acts of violence for minor reason out of the blue on his own accord, and he did his time for it, I guess, whatever. But then he's next door to this house, and apparently he was next door to another house where there was a violent crime unsolved, I believe, or solved by Idaho PD. And with him lying, because he clearly stated that he was not a grub truck. Ha ha ha. Not me, no. I wish I could afford to go out all the time. I'm a homebody. What a huge lie that would be, which is one of the few from a person in the suspect realm that is a straight up lie that we can, contend, beyond. And another thing, well, just a sidebar from that, is I think I pointed out Justin, if you remember, Dylan is trans Justin, and I'd like to play, I keep meaning to play that video because at the end he says some interesting things, and I forgot what they were. But he was in the audience of that Fry press conference, clearly. So I wonder what his role is beyond. And I appreciate you doing that poll for me there, guys. So I'm going to skip ahead with Jules here, because clearly it's a 3-hour guy, and we can't get to all of it. But I want to see where she ends up burying it up on this.
On freaking Houston. Where's the addresses to these damn places on the buildings? See, that says I'm at 318. Wells Fargo. I don't know what you're trying to show me here. Talk about this cafe right here. The 4522 is whenever they receive the data. Yeah, but the coffee shop is a different one. Okay, well, I'll have to look back into that because that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Because I know this is Friendship Square where there was a bunch of
So that's interesting on that poll. Thank you. I ended the poll. I meant to. There it is. It wound up 60% no. So I don't know if you guys have seen something I haven't seen in regard to that. How many guys that seem identified? I don't know. Maybe you've looked at the eyebrows closer. We're waiting for Jenn's video. I don't know if she fell asleep before it posted. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm definitely... Is this something Heather posted for Jules to look at? I'm assuming it's something with Friendship Square, so...
Like, this was like the big area where everyone hung out. Oh, wait. This is it right here, huh? That's... Okay, well, this is... Oh, I'm blind as shit! I'm blind as shit! It's right here! There's a freaking bagel on the door! I am blind. Blind! Okay, but what's it freaking called?
Apparently, it's an L, yeah.
Moscow something bagel? Is that the one that we were just looking at, though?
When is a thyroid condition not fixable?
Oh, we're getting
Weight gain
some
despite
commercials
diet
on
or
this
exercise, sleep.
Hold on. My blind ass, bro. Hold on a minute. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was the first one that I saw. The Moscow Bagel in Delhi. Yeah, that's the first. That's where I was at first. For a lot because of that hex hat he likes to wear. Oh, freaking life. Okay.
Okay, she said she was going to get deeper into documents. I don't think we missed anything as far as documents go. I think she's here talking about the 911 call now. Or oh no, the text messages. Okay, so I think we've beat that one to death. That's interesting, Blackhawk. How did you vote on that one, Blackhawk? Just out of curiosity, did you vote one for Ian, one for not Ian? If you don't mind sharing your vote, your secret ballot. So let's go. Okay, let's get to Jenn at Criminal Confidential, and then I want to interpolate that the supposed launcher from 112. So let's check out Jenn. She passed out. She's got tired. There's so many criminal things. Even though I type Criminal Confidential in there a million times, it doesn't pop up until I get to the 30th letter. Okay. Well, there you have it. Okay, I guess I must have missed something as far as that goes. 31 minutes ago. Cool, here we go. All right, I hope she doesn't copyright
Can you
me.
speak to that at all? Have you guys investigated claims of a stalker for Kaylee, and where does that stand?
Yes, we have. And today we were able to come out that we had found a situation, an incident occurred at a local business where it appeared that a male had followed Kaylee through the store and then as well possibly out to her vehicle. It didn't appear that there was any contact that was made between the two. We have investigated that. We have talked to the individuals involved, and we do not believe in any way that they're actually part of this actual crime.
Police are also asking for more.
Two men follow Kaylee around a local business, and one of them follows her to her car. In what world is that considered normal? They claim that the guys were just trying to pick up women, but I am not buying that bullshit.
Absolutely not. Our son went to that college. No, absolutely not.
My daughter was aware of her environment.
Very aware.
She turned her camera on. She would film when she thought somebody was following her out of a mall parking lot or a grocery store. She was very aware that, she was a pretty girl and that, it could attract some problems. So she was alert. She was a streetwise child.
She herself was a web sleuth, literally through and through. Listen to, which is just so ironic and just so surreal in all of it. Just very, sad for families when she'd hear about this type of stuff happening. Like, Mom, did you hear about that? Or Mom, did you hear about that?
Keep track of it.
And she was very well of her surroundings, very well. I mean, she would think somebody was following her, and she would call me and say, Mom, I think there's somebody following me. And I'm like, well, Kaylee, call the police, and then she'd say, oh, never mind. They just turned into 7-Eleven. She was aware, and very aware. And she locked her doors at night, and she locked her car. Kaylee was home.
Steve, this question of a stalker, and I'm very conscious with this story of how many rumors have been circulating, and a lot of those rumors turn out to not be true. But Stephen, this discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Yeah, it seems to be knocked down. Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well.
Police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Yeah, it seems to be knocked down. Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. Kaylee FaceTimed me. She didn't call or text. She FaceTimed me for literally hours, almost every single day.
That whole
and she was extremely
situation
cautious. She was
with
very
the business
vigilant.
in town and what you found out.
I cannot believe that I vacuumed with the other vacuum and this was left behind.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, this was interesting, Ashley, and we didn't expect it. We went to this vape shop in downtown Moscow looking for surveillance video. I mean, we've been going all over the place just trying to get any new information. And the manager actually knew Kaylee and Maddie. They had been there 6 or 7 times. And then he had a lot to say about the potential of this stalker. Listen to what he told me.
So Kaylee and Maddie would both come in very happy, very friendly. They always were just such a smile on their face. Just like pretty much you would say they're the light of the world, pretty much. Always happy, go lucky. They always came in just chatting. They always came with a group, like I said. They probably I'd say 4 or 5 girls at most, all the time. They come in together. And I made a joke about it earlier. It was like, hey, coming together and stuff like that. It's nice to see you girls trying to stay safe. One of them more or less openly says, oh yeah, we've had a friend of ours be stalked before, so this is kind of why we all travel in a group like this. And just
was it Kaylee who said that? Do you remember?
No, it was Maddie who actually said that. So Maddie said it, and it was kind of like more motioning to Kaylee too, who was right next to her. So you could tell that they obviously all were trying to keep Kaylee safe, and to be there for her as good friends. And then to know that a few weeks later, now I won't see them, anymore, anything like that. So it's crazy.
How long before the murder about was that?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks beforehand, because I was telling them I hope they had a good Thanksgiving break and everything like that too, because I didn't know if I'd see them again. So, because with a lot of the times with the kids, with the way after the pandemic, some of the kids leave in waves. So I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to see you this weekend or not. Hey, hope you have a great, Thanksgiving with your family. And that was the last I saw them.
Did they elaborate any more on this?
weekend or not. Hey, hope you have a great, Thanksgiving with your family, and that was the last I saw them.
Did they elaborate any more on the stalker comment?
They more or less kept making the comment that it always seemed to happen either by the campus or down on Main Street. And the last time the Kaylee more or less made it sound like it seemed like it was down on Main Street, and that the person was coming from like around the Corner Club area, and then as far as I remember, it's the guy who ended up like trying to go and talk to her, and then he gave up on it and he ended up walking away. So she thought she was being stalked up to a certain point, and then looked behind her and he was no longer behind her. So
I just want to make sure that I get it right. So just tell me again exactly what you remember.
Just more or less, I made a joke about them being in a group, and they just said, yeah, one of our friends and motioning to Kaylee that she'd been stalked recently, and so that had people constantly following her around. And it's not just a one-off thing, that this is apparently something that Kaylee had tons of issues with. That apparently she always had somebody who's constantly walking behind her like that.
So much more than she ever told her family, or that they ever let us know that they knew.
So, and it was more so at nighttime when they were out there drinking and stuff like that. Because I asked them, like, is it at school? And she's like, no, when I'm at night, going out to the bars or coming back from the bars. And again, living down that way.
Did she specifically mention the Corner Club?
Not the Corner Club, but just in that general direction and stuff like that. So the only reason I would assume the Corner Club is because that's the only bar that's down in that area anymore now. So we used to have two. One was CJ's, and then the Corner Club. It's just Corner Club.
Was he the sixth roommate? How does he know all? I mean, he's got a whole history for Kelly and Maddie, where they drank, who was following them. Holy crap!
Club now, then a whole block before it mingles. So.
How many times did you see Kaylee? How many times did you see Kaylee and Maddie? How many times would they come to the store?
I'd say, now that I'm trying to think back in my head, I've only saw them maybe like 6-7 times total. So I'd say probably since the start of this beginning of this year.
So we know that police have looked into the possibility of there being a stalker. Latest we know from police is that they've never found anything to corroborate there actually being a stalker. They looked into an incident, Ashley, you might remember, from mid-October from a business downtown, and said there was nothing there that they could figure out that it was actually a stalking incident. We're not sure if that's the same incident that Kaylee and Maddie were talking to the vape shop manager about, but certainly interesting to hear him say that.
It seemed like he had spoken with them multiple times and about that topic multiple times as well. What about surveillance video from his shop, that manager? Was he asked for it? Does he have any? Would it be helpful anyway?
Yeah, so he says police came to his shop a couple of days after the murders, and the video had been deleted there. He doesn't have cameras on the outside, but I guess they were still interested in video on the inside since the girls had been there so many times. But like so many other stores that we found, the video deletes after a week or two.
What about the police? Did he tell the same story to the police that he told you?
He says yes, and he mentioned that he has called the tip line, and also that the police had been in the store. So it appears that they are aware of the story.
Well, that's incredible, because they had been saying that they hadn't found anything to corroborate it. And that sounds awfully like that fella heard them talk about concerns multiple times. Oh.
For the record, I am not accusing this guy of anything. I'm just pointing out his weird behavior and the inconsistent statements. We have two possible scenarios here. One, he is telling the truth. Two, he's just repeating the story that we were told by Aaron Snell, and he's just doing this for clout. He claims that the victims told him about a stalker approximately 3 weeks before the murders, which would be right around the time of those videos on Kaylee's TikTok account. Could Kaylee have posted those TikTok videos intentionally to send a message to Jack, or someone else possibly? She has him blocked on Instagram, so I believe that something happened between them and they were not on good terms. What do you think?
Do this 7 minutes a day until 8.
Really, really, really quality stuff, Jen. Thank you very much. Criminal Confidential, you're already subscribed. That's all good. They get their start here. And if you're new to the Purge, hit the subscribe button. All right. Meanie don't bite. She'll gum you to death, though. Alright, let's see now. Next one here we're going to do. Thank you, Rolamato. I'm going to explore where this rabbit hole goes. Let's see what it says here. So Mike Curtis lives in Moscow, Idaho. There's a phone number. And all this jabba dabba dabba. 1122 King Road. What? Okay. We won't be able to get records for him, I guess. So that, I think this is what Rollo had in mind. For the first part, you got the second part of that, Rollo. You were saying there's something about who he is. You want to post that up there for me, brother? Just so we can put a pin in this one. And then I'll do the GIMP. I'll let the GIMP out of the basement. What's the guy? Mike Curtis, Moscow. Come on, man. Help me out here, Rollo. I gotta work. Kidding? Mike Curtis. Mike Curtis. Oh, I put Blackhawk in there. Blackhawk, are you Mike Curtis? Alright, let's look at pictures first. Say 1,000 words. Okay, I've seen this picture. It looks like Jim Thorpe right there. I see Fry popping up. Of course, I did type Idaho 4. Alright, and alright, just typed Idaho. Interesting. Okay. Mike Curtis. 2 people found. What am I supposed to find here? Tell me what to click on, Rollo. Or post the link. What am I seeing? 2 people found. We already did this. This is the white pages. Same thing as that people search, right? You gotta click this white pages. Mike Curtis, Michael Lee Curtis. I'm lost, bro. Let's give it one more chance here. Of course, this is Yahoo. Maybe I'm missing something. But, oh, Christchurch. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes. So, like sometimes. Sure. I like this glamour shots pose right here. Such a glamour shot pose. Ah. Does that say that in here? He owns a white Chrysler? Where was it? I thought I saw something a little more specific as far as Christchurch goes. So he's in the leadership of the Christchurch, I assume. Is that right? And he lived at 1122. What year? Let's go with this. It doesn't give a year that he lived there. Let's see if we get anything. Okay, so he's related to Christchurch. We got that far. Let's see where he is here. I don't see him in the leadership there. Mike Curtis. I think I'm missing the bigger picture anyway, Ro. Why don't you just go ahead and blurt it out? This isn't images here. This is all right. Look, I'll go one step further. I'll do DuckDuckGo, and we'll try it one more time. So Mike Curtis, and do I need to put Idaho? I guess Moscow, Idaho. It'd be much more direct and less of a waste of our time if you just posted the link, Rollo, because I don't see shit else that's blowing my mind here. It's just more Wikipedia shit. Let's try this here. Just humor him since he won't do anything I ask him to do here. Okay. A+ storage in Moscow, Idaho. Mike Curtis. Mike Curtis for your personal storage. Okay. Get it? Corner Club. Tavern prepares to party. Is he the owner of the... I can't see this one because it's subscription only. Is he the owner of the Corner Club? Is that what I'm missing? And he lived at 1122? Hey, Meanie, are you sick right now, Meanie? I did not know that. What, did I find it? Birthday beer. Students were always doing research on animals, and Tom Dowd would get the bum lambs, said Mike Curtis, Corner Club owner from 91 to 207. He'd bet any of these guys down at the Corner Club his sheep could chug a beer faster than him. He'd put a nipple on one of those bottles and the sheep would never lose. Okay, and I feel we're not all the way there yet, Rillo. Go ahead and put a pin in it. Can you guys read this? I'm not sure. Well, what did the doc ask? I'm sorry, I missed. I made everybody a mod Blackhawk for a reason. I don't have TikTok, so I don't know if I can get on TikTok. If you could post the link, if you wouldn't mind, I'll try. I'll see if I can get there. I don't know if you can you do TikTok on a computer? Okay. Then what? Chef Dizzy? Oh, here we go. Man. Okay. Let's see here. What do you say, Chef Dizzy? Here it is. Copy that. Okay. I've been refraining from deleting the copyrighted stuff. Okay, that didn't copy. Alright, which one am I looking at here? Oh, thank you. There it is. Okay, I guess I was already on it, technically, but... Okay. Does anybody want to pet my cat? Okay, I've seen the kitchen stuff at his mom's there, the flamethrower stuff. I don't think he has a video of himself getting pulled over. That's probably not... Wow, he has a lot of views, doesn't he? I guess he's a pretty popular media figure, isn't he? Money stacks. Shit. Okay, I mean, I stopped that in time. Not. Okay, wait. I'm hearing the music and it bothers me. Here we go. Where's Angel D, by the way, all this time? You can't enlarge this picture. So he's got a dustbuster in the background. And he's got some bushy eyebrows, doesn't he? right here, right? Is that it? I'm trying to make it bigger. I got it at 300%. I think sometimes when you go backwards on these, it gets bigger. No. TikTok's got a mind of its own as far as the HTML goes. Very cool, very cool. Thank you, Blackhawk. That's awesome. I guess we'll put a pin on that. He's a man of mystery, Blackhawk. But I appreciate the lead, and we'll follow up on that. What am I missing? Were we that close? I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention. What am I missing? Okay. Did I miss them? Alright, anyway. So yeah, thank you for that. Okay. So let's move it on. I have to find first the documents, which are right here. And let's see here. That one, no. This one, no. Oh wait, it's the ones here. There it is. Okay, so let me save, because, okay, if you notice, the first two things about these pictures is this one is cropped to a landscape, and this one's cropped to a 16 by 9. So the difference being in the height of the picture. For some reason, this first one that they show, where the car is further away, it's got something at the bottom cropped out, obviously, and a little bit of the top. Okay, so they did the crop thing for a purpose. Look at the timestamp here, and look at the timestamp there. So that's suspect. So let's do a purge look, and I'll get a drink to correct my throat here. Sorry. And we'll wrap it up with the GIMP. The GIMP's coming out of the basement, you guys. We're about to get some pictures here. I dig it, man. That's following along a path. And if there was multiple people, who knows who was involved, and there's no reason to leave him out. All right, let's get all of this here and put that in the thing. Hopefully it goes to March. Yeah, cool. All right. There we go. And now down to 2. Oop. Did I get all of it? I think so. Okay. Close enough. Okay, get that close. And now, bring out the GIMP. Alright, let's look at that, Rochelle. That's a good call. Did they really do a 15-minute on a vacuum? I wonder, was it a vacuum? Was it one of those outdoor knife kits? Was it a defibrillator? I am not sure, but I know the girl was tripping, and for them to say that her testimony was consistent is not even right by a damn sight. So, all right, let's get backstage here. Hopefully, you can see, and you guys can talk about me because I'm be out of the chat for a second. But I just want to make sure that you can see the entire screen. And so, okay, I'll put the chat on the bottom. So just put a 1 if everything's copacetic as far as you can see GIMP. Because I can't see OBS right now. Alright, so let's open up these pictures and take a look. Please put a 1 and let me know, somebody, that you're on board still. Thank you. And let's find March show. Where is that? Here we are. Okay. And let's see, car 1. Here's the first guy. And we'll just start with this. And what I was going to do, I was going to de-interlace it whenever you have video. Can I get a 1? Anyone? Oh, the one with the fancy rims. Yeah. Am I okay? Can we see the picture and everything, guys? Thank you for being here. I'm trying to do my Miss Potts impersonation. Okay. Let's see here. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so for the first thing I'm going to do, let's start with the de-interlace. Get that going. And see what happens there. I forgot where it is. It's a filter, right? Which one is it? Is it a filter? Or maybe it's a tool. Is it under colors? I always forget. Okay, I think he does it anywhere. Invert. Let's try and invert real quick. Why not? Anybody see anything there that they? Let's take a zip around, and we'll look. Thank you very much, Meanie Weenie and Leslie and Billy. I appreciate the feedback there. It looks like something's written there. I don't know what that is. And this is just a reverse negative image. This is what you would see in a negative of this exact shot if it was a still photograph, which it's not. Alright, and so let's hold there and let's add that interlace. I'll try to run through this real quick for you guys and not bore the hell out of your pants. I need to find de-interlace, darn it. Somewhere. Combine, artistic, what is it? Interlace, de-interlace. What is it under? God, I feel like such an idiot right now. It's not there. Okay, paint to new. Transform. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? De-interlace, there it is. Thank you very much. Okay, so I have to add it twice. So this one is going to be at a 1 with the orientation is going to be horizontal. Okay, so there we go. That cleared that up. And now we'll do de-interlace. I think I can add on top of it the vertical. So here we go with that. Okay, so that'll kind of put the pixels together, and one more spin around on the inverted image just for shits and giggles. I don't see anything odd there. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to undo the invert, so I gotta do all that. Okay, so there's the original picture, guys, as far as we know. And let's do the interlace one more time. Sorry, this will be horizontal. Add the vertical. Kane's boring. All right, let's see. The interlace vertical. Okay, and there's that. All right, now we're straight. Okay, let's zoom out. First, we're going to zoom out. All right. And, okay, so people are talking about the fancy SUV, and they're talking about a dog, and there was also some talk of a person. So this is the first picture, and it's pretty pixelated. But gosh, I don't know if that's a windshield wiper right there. I don't know if you can see my mouse. I assume you can. But that could almost look like a person reaching over to me. I don't know. This is grainy at best right here. And this is the further away one. And Rolla was talking about headlights. So let's see what we got here. Let's spin around real quick in the normal image. I don't see anything that's standing out as far as what everybody's talking about, a person or a dog or whatever. This is the bottom. That might be in the other picture though. So we'll just scroll through. And let's go right zipping down the center here slowly. Okay, it's all very pixelated. Okay. Let's focus on the car. could be any car of modern day, couldn't it? So let's try a couple other things here. And we're on the deinterlace thing. Let's go ahead and anti-alias it. That's for text, so that doesn't usually help. And we'll try to sharpen it. And let's get the preview on and see what different levels of sharpening do. It becomes cartoonish there. Nothing there. And let's do the radius of it. On the car, it's not helping. Okay. Alright, so now we're really far zoomed in. And trying to think of anything else that I can really pull it together with other than colors. So, okay, let's go to equalize. White balance. Color needs. Alright, let's scroll around real quick. I don't know, guys. I'm not seeing a whole... Oh! Wait, that's a white SUV. Now I finally see that parked. Is this the one you're speaking of there? Fancy SUV? Maybe it's in the second one. Okay, I don't see anything really pop out there. Okay. Alright, the really bright headlight. Gosh, this is what they're presenting to us. Alright, let's take those off. And I want to focus on... Let me see where I'm at. Alright, let's focus on adding another deinterlace. Let's see if that will do something. And we'll keep the preview on now. And usually when you do an interlace and you try to increase it, all it does is pixelate it more. Yeah, so... Alright. And there are different modes. So here's a dissolve mode that blends it in. Put it behind. It's not changing much. So let me move this thing so you guys can see. And I'll roll I'm not going to go... Oops. Let me make sure that's all the way up. I'm not going to go all the way down the list. I'll skip around a little bit. As far as the deinterlace options. This is horizontal. And let's see which other ones we get. Lighten only. That didn't do no good. Dodge. Oh, maybe try a burn. Ooh. Just try this one. Try and multiply. It's interesting. Kind of scrolling through it quick. Let's zoom out though, because right now we're in super pixelation land. Alright, does that kind of clears it up a little bit, doesn't it? Right there. So if you want, put a pin in this video here, right there. Let's go ahead and open the second one. That's the bigger one, and the car has seemingly... Wait a second. Hold on, let me zoom in real quick. Did the car do a 180? It looks like it's going the other direction. Oh, is that what this is? Is this the Great Escape? The Great Vacuum Escape here? Alright, and we can see other vehicles. And I guess this is what I thought was writing before when I inverted it. Let's go ahead and just do a quick invert on the bigger picture. Oh, okay, I see where the car is. Is that right? And there's another car going the other way? Is that what we're dealing with? I don't even know. Let me take a look in the chat and see where we're at. I'm sorry, right here. I didn't even look down. No, that's the second car. Phantom of the Elantra. Oh, I do see a small back roof antenna. Interesting. Okay, we'll go back to that picture in a second. I think I have an idea for one thing that might help here, but I guess that's the second car. And we're still at super pixelation, and I kind of I'm remiss if I don't. Okay, there's horizontal, and we'll do vertical right here. Okay, so there's your basic enhancement, and now we can do all of the auto stuff. Let's see what happens with white balance first. And what I was thinking is to do the desaturate to make it a true black and white image. Okay, and so that's the preview. Let's see what the difference is there. See that? Because you'll get more contrast in a true black and white. So if this is the car, if this is the second frame, is that, let me go back, 420, 47, 356. Okay, so that's the car on the run. Now, to me, that looks like an Audi almost, like a TT right there. Is it a two-door? Let's zoom up on it. Oops. Let's zoom up on it real quick. Gosh, doggity dig it. Oops. And sometimes I hate it when GIMP does that. Bring out the GIMP. Man, I mean, from what I see, are they really trying to do a year and model? Is this the best they have to offer out of that video? They're trying to do model and year research out of this. This could be a kid's pool with on top of a tricycle with some naked, crazy perv underneath it. Who knows? All right, let's see. And just for shaking giggles, we'll do the inversion of it, or however the heck you do that. Not that I use this thing all the time or anything. Oh. So I need to, okay. Hold on, I'm sorry. There's a lot of this shit I can do. I'm sorry. But just to see if it helps and changes anything in the distance here. There's the negative image of the fleeing of the suspect, allegedly, where they chose this car that looks like one of those, not Hot Wheels, but the ones you made in Cub Scouts, the Derby cars. I don't, with the inverted, I don't see anything as far as people walking dogs, or necessarily Black Hawk, the SUV. And he's saying that it's parked in the background, but I don't know, because I thought it was black, right? Wasn't it black? So I don't know. I see this car here. It doesn't much look like a fancy SUV, but how can you tell? All right, so let's get back to where we were. Thanks for staying with me tonight, guys. I appreciate it. I'm having a good time being with all my friends here, and let's see if we can't make some lemon out of this lemonade. Color balance exposure. That's probably where we're going to want to be. I'll saturate it a little bit first. And let's preview. Okay, there's a heavy saturation. Well, I'm on the wrong one. Native. Probably want native. And then the scale can change. That doesn't affect anything. Okay, this is not doing much. Let me see. Reset. And I'm in replace mode. Let's go with normal. And we'll throw the scale up, down, nothing, no change. Okay, and cancel that. And so, one more. Sorry, bear with me. Okay, that's not probably going to do a whole lot. Let's try one more exposure. Okay, so let's drop the black levels, not doing a whole lot there. Exposure up. Okay, that's where we're going to get it. You gotta get into the shadows with it. So that's one pop. And then here's the second one. Exposure, and Wait, I'm sorry, I did the wrong one. Shadows and highlights. There we go. Okay. So here's shadows. We'll bring those down. And that sort of took the black out of the black, right? And we seem to get a little detail on the car going the other way. And that gets a little detail on both. Let's see what this does. They're different for each one. Let's try here. That's a little better than the original image, I would say. Let's see what the radius thing does. It's all in the shadow for some reason thing. That clears up the front one, but did I get the one in the back? Okay, there's extreme. You can kind of make out the doorknobs at one point right there. And they fade out. Like right here, you kind of dial it in on that. Does it look like there's a bra? Do they have those anymore, the bras for cars? And let's zip out a little bit and take a look at the overall. Alright, so to me, wow, this lit up real well over there, this area. Look at that. Interesting. But that really darkened this area, but the light areas really popped. It looks more to me like an Audi or some type of Lexus or Benz, I don't know. It just looks like there's more of a slant to the windshield. Does anybody have a thing on that? So let's do that same to this one. And that was we saturated it, right? A little bit. And there, let's see before and after. Slight change, but it really comes out when you get in there with the exposure. So let's see if we can drop the black level again like I did, and then bring the exposure down. Because obviously those headlights are going to increase your exposure. That feels a little better. And then let's see if the shadow and highlights does anything for us. Where were we with that thread? We're using the compressor, and I brought the radius down, and then the highlights. And so, okay, let's leave it there, and then zoom in. Aha. So now it looks like you can see, is that trim? Over here, this is again back to the first picture, the cutoff one. Whatever they were trying to hide from us here. And it's darkened everything else. But in that area where the headlights are, I don't know. What do you think? Each click gets you a little less pixelated there. If you go too far. Man, you know what? Again, my first impression looking at it, I have an Elantra. I don't have this year Elantra. But it looks sportier to me than an Elantra 4-door. And it seems like the trunk area is a little shorter. And one thing I've noticed in all of the images that are presented of a white car is that when we watch the Pennsylvania trip, his car is absolutely disgustingly filthy. Like, no Miss Potts in her right mind would even get inside that car to drive back to Pennsylvania with their father. It would be also an embarrassment. And there seems to be some type of, maybe not a racing stripe, but right here, like a plastic something. It seems to elongate more than a taillight. So, okay. There's that one. And this one, I feel like this one cleared up nicely. And it leaves a blurred image, but it doesn't almost look like a bubble car right there. What do you guys... Oh, where it was supposed to be. Oh, okay, all right. I'm picking it up now. What did Rochelle say here? 2 black cloaks carrying something and like a little white table. Cloaks? Where? I don't know. Oh wait, I don't even have it full screen for you guys. I'm so sorry. My bad. Right, my bad there. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. But I got to the point where I feel it's worthy of a view. So let me see. I'm afraid that if I blow it up too much, it'll pixelate more on your screens. I'm not sure. And again, for some reason, I have it set to SD on YouTube. I do need to change that. Let me see if changing that will help you guys too as well. So let's see here. I'm at 1600 by 900 in base, and for some reason I cannot change it. And I'm at 30 frames per second. Well, let me change that either. Let's see if the stream thing, anything here. There's really nothing you can change, unfortunately, as far as quality of stream goes for you. So maybe it's something inside of YouTube itself. Okay, let me click over to the other one here. Let's take a look at that together. And I'll blow. Is this one blown up? Yeah, that one's blown up too. Okay, so there's the car. Let's look around. Ah, shit, I have the crop on too. I really suck. There we go. I'm sorry about that. You guys are like, Kane, we can't see the damn image. Okay. So there's no SUV. That's interesting. Okay, so I was making a good description for you. But this is at the least pixelated. I have it zoomed out. Also, it seems that this has one of those visors here to me. Let me get a drink. And I'll click back to the other one in a sec. So here it is going that way. And I want to say, again, I see too much of a slant in the windshield. I've driven my car enough to know that this feels sportier. I think that's when I say this looks sportier than an Elantra would look. That's where it's coming from. So that's an interesting little thought there. What do you guys think about that? Let me look at the chat real quick. And oops, what? Clicked away. I don't know if you guys are even interested in this. It has the shark antenna. Yep, okay. For sure I have that on my car. Can't get the radio without it. And actually I've always wondered if it was more than just a radio antenna. I've had people tell me that cars do broadcast their location with the FM frequency. Yeah, sorry about that, Heather. I know. Okay, I my bad on that. I'm trying to do a live where I'm doing it step by step, and I totally blew it. But I think we got to, in my opinion, a point where it's the clearest image that we're going to be able to get out of it, barring getting Reagan Brown in here to clear it up for us. I'm sure she has a trick up her sleeve that we could do. Let me see if I can add one more enhancement that may make a difference or not. Let's check out this speckle. And this is another pixelation thing. And it'd be most important in this picture. Let me make sure you guys can see. Okay, let me move this picture here. This one is... Where did the car go? What the hell's going on here? Hmm? Hold on. Right. Where the heck? Oh, there it is. This is in my mind. Excuse me. Okay, there's that, and I have this down here. And where's the car? Okay, it's so hard to see. Make sure I'm on that. Yep. There it is. Okay, cool. Now we're on the same page. All right. And what was I gonna do? I'm in the middle of doing a despeckle. Okay, so enhance despeckle. All right, brought that up, and so I'm gonna put this off to the side, and let's see. The black level goes up. Are we getting a preview of it? Yeah. And then the black level goes down. Black level up. And let's bring it down. Okay, so I'll put it in the middle. And let's see if this makes any difference. That's pretty wild. If you bring the white... Oh, snap. That looks amazingly clear. Let me add that. See, for some reason it's not previewing to the main image, but check this out. Hopefully it'll do what it did to me. Let me zoom out on it a bit. Like really tighten it up. Let's add another one. Why not? An NL filter. Let's see what an NL filter is. This has alpha and radius. So let's see. Alpha trimmed optimal estimation. Let's try that. Let's see here. Boy, that cleared it up a little bit too. Reagan Brown always had me experimenting with all this stuff in it. Well, that gets pretty wild. Wow. Let me look around the picture here though. That's more of an effect there. That'd be let's do it the opposite way. And let me see if I see a difference. I don't know if you guys can see the little window I'm working in here as far as the preview goes. That's just pixelating it more, so we'll leave it at that one, and then one more enhancement. Let's try to sharpen it. I haven't done that yet. Let's see your amount of sharpness here. I've got the preview on. And let's see if radius has good or bad effect. Oh, that's a good. It got darker. Let's zoom up and see if it cleared up a little bit, though. Let me see what you guys can see. Where are you? No, you guys can't see because I made it too big. Okay. Sorry, where is it? There it is. Okay, well, slowly we'll get it back down to size. It's really big. I know, Cold. That's what she said. Okay, here we go. It's getting so late, huh? Okay, now we're back down to size, and you can see what I did there. Alright, and I'll zoom out now. You see what I'm talking about? How it sort of, it made it darker. But in other ways, it kind of cleared up this front car a little bit. So let's do a Control Z on that. Alright. And then here's a Control Y. And there's a Control Z. So it takes the fuzz out of it, but it really darkens it. But man, I cannot help but say, I wish this would cooperate, that I'm trying to keep the car in the center of this since that's the focus. I would say it's still, unless, you know, okay, I want to say, if you can see, can you see my mouse? Yeah. Okay, right here, you see the slant of the window? I see it both ways coming and going. And I can only think that Elantras into the 2020s would have that degree of angle to them. And let's apply the despeckle to this picture while we're at it, just because, for all fairness. Let's see what happens. And I dropped the black level. That doesn't help. And I up the black level. And I think the white level was what made the difference. Yeah, because all wackety wook. So let's see. And then there's recursive we can add. Take that away. Okay. Yeah, and let's zoom out. What can you guys see here? Oops, I meant to zip over. Okay, I'll go zoom me any. I'm trying to get it direct. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not a trick of the light. That car to me seems to have a pretty. So let's just in all fairness. What are they saying the year is? A 2015 a launcher, right? Let's check the slant of its jib here. Interesting. Well, if this isn't a launcher, that would certainly. Well, let me click on the other one. It would fit the windshield of a launcher. And it does have one thing I noticed. Alright, so let me switch you guys over from this into the webs of the internet here. Bring that down and bring this back up. Okay, so hold on one sec, appreciate it. Alright. And I'll click back and forth for you here. What was I looking at? I was looking at. I'm assuming this is 2015. That picture right there, and then the one that set me off was this one. So I'll enlarge that picture. Okay. So when I go and all of a sudden the chat got tiny. I don't know why I do that. That happens when I do the scroll. Okay, one thing I wanted to point out with this particular picture, and I'll enlarge the image here, is, darn it. Okay, what I'm talking about is there seems to be in the picture a bar across the front, and I guess that is like a tint thing, or maybe something to do with heat. One thing I do not notice at this angle, and this is a 2015, was Too Fast for Fleas, or I believe saying that there was an antenna. And let's look back at the other ones. Maybe it's just the angle that's hiding it. I don't see that antenna on this model. And there's a side view of it. There is not one of those snarky, and this says 2015 Hyundai Elantra SX. And there's a Vortex, there's a MD3, there is an Agaro, there is a GT. And did he have a GT? Because it looks like this one has a hatchback. So if there's an Elantra with a hatchback, I think that's his model. So his model is the GT. Okay. Got it. On none of these models, front, back, side to side, I don't see a single antenna. So let's get back in the Wayback Machine here real quick. And let's look at the speckle. And let's see. Oh, do we have an option? Hold on. Oh, look at that. I can show you. Okay. I can show you the clear despeckled image that I was talking about. Let me get back on it. Hang on one sec. Oh, neat. This is neat. This is cool. Here is... Where's the despecular? Okay, here it is. Okay, so let's see if I move it. You still see it. Okay, good. Let me zoom it up. And where's the car? Let me see. Right there, baby. Okay, now we're talking business here. Oops. Right there. There's the one going. Let's get that focused real quick. Ah, what did I do? No. I don't know what I did. I made it blurry. Oh, I went crazy on the white balance. Hold on. Aw, Kane. We'll add to the speckle again, guys. Don't worry. Hold on. Okay, the speckler, do your thing. Okay, now you can see the speckler again. Hopefully. Yeah. It's on the speckler. I don't know why it's not cooperating. Oh, I messed up. Darn it. Okay, and I'm not on that yet. Hold on. There it is, baby. There it is, speckler. There it is. Okay, so I blew it up so you guys can see. And let me get on that, baby. There it is. Okay. There you go. So this is from the view of the preview of the speckler. Let's look around to see if there's anything else that jumps out. I don't see people walking around. I see trash cans and I see a car. So this is a little, in my opinion, clearer. It kind of took away some. And let's go back to the irregular image. And I got that zoomed up like crazy, right? So without a doubt, obviously. Okay, so what year did they add that antenna? Because this freaking thing has that antenna. It's got that stripe across the front that matches what I see. And this one, okay, there's one. That's the GT. It has the pole antenna, not the fancy modern day antenna, right? Do we agree? I don't see a single one with the, and let me see if I move this thing out. Okay, with that fancy modern day antenna. Okay, there's one. Okay, and that could be Koberger's car right there. Okay, so all right. Well, that was a shot. So we know that it has that. Let's click on this particular vehicle and find out more information about it. All right, and you can't see because it's zoomed up. But this says, oh. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm not even going to say shit. I'm going to let you guys see this for yourselves. I never even heard of this freaking car before. There it is. And it's got that newfangled antenna, right? It's a Dodge Trazo. So if that turns out to be the one, remember you heard it here first on M. Kane Ultra's The Purge. Late, early in the morning, when the British folks are hopefully joining us now. If they still love me over there. Shame on you, Dinky. Kane, are you laughing at the thing I did, Kane? I sound more like Pinky and the Brain. This is Dinky talking to Kane. And it's Pinky and the Brain. Let's see here. If you go to the video where he was pulled over. Does anybody have a link to that? Miss Fitziana, for fuck's sake. Hi, C.A. Kane. How are you doing? Very nice to see. For some reason now the tick for tat, the chat is tiny. I can't believe that 3 Celsiuses got me burning the fires. Thank you, Heather. This late at night, but here we are. I might as well be Chelsea Whitaker, you know. Hey, and hopefully you guys have joined us in some of those Chelsea Whitaker chats. Somebody put a link for Miss Whitaker, please. She's amazing. she doesn't stop, and she does it every day. She has great comparisons. She is very knowledgeable on the Alex Murdaugh case. Oh, you're down in Miami, right on. You're right around the corner from me. How are you having a good time? Heck, you're not, because you're not even getting a taste of this cold front. I'm chilly as fuck right now. Kids go to bed. But well, that's cool. Are you on Miami Beach? Or are you in Miami proper? Or what's going on there? Okay, so we've looked at the Dodge. Sometimes, no harm, no foul. At least, I'd rather have you falling asleep here. Are you looking for that video, Heather? Or did you just say processing? But I fall asleep to Chelsea Whitaker's videos every night. And then I'll wake up for work on the way out the door and chat as much as I can. And I've actually been a couple minutes late a couple times, you bastards. But other than that, let's get away from this car. I mean, I don't know if I type in... Heather doesn't answer questions, so let's see. I'll type in video of Brian. Excuse me. It's late at night. Sorry, what things happen here? Thanks for that idea, Blackhawk. I think this was in Pullman, right? Oh, okay. We have all the videos. The different types of, yeah, and this kind of just gets right to there. It is. Here's a great picture. There it is. So there's the little wiggle woggle, huh? I can't deny that. It's got that. Okay, so let's discuss my other point, which was the slant of his jib. And let's get that. A look at that. Okay, so here's a good angle of it. That's a side angle. That's the back. Filthy, dirty car, though. Not the gleaming white vehicle. Of course, this is a month later, right? Or so. Let's see if we can get a front shot. This is the ticket. The ticket. Yeah, it does seem that it has that same slant to it. See, I'd love a full-on front shot. I don't think we're going to get it, are we? Alright, there's a sidey. Okay, good call, Black. I know that saved a lot of time and question as far as that goes. But let me get caught up in chat with everybody. Somehow I can do this zoom in, zoom out thing on the chat, but it only works selectively, so I'm going to have to squint my way to 2020 here. How did he say antenna? Is it antennae, Hyundai? Man, the chat was just rolling there so I didn't... The fin in the back, the fin. Okay. This is great. Everybody's up in here so late. Thank you, guys. Oh, you've been all... Now you're just visiting. Is that right? And there's Chelsea Whitaker. Thank you for that, Meanie Weenie. Please subscribe to her. Get over her channel and join us in there. It's another good time like JJ Vance. And if you're new to the Purge and you're waking up, yeah, this is real. This is you're not dreaming. This show has gone on for 7+ hours, I'm sure. I can't even see right now. Oh, I know what to do. If I close the chat and then open the chat, it'll reset to the default settings. Yay! There it is. I can see again. 8 days. Okay. And you're from Mariold, right? Or are you from up north? I'm sorry, see, I can't remember where you're from. I just know you're my counterpart. And Annie Ruler was in here. Yeah, I did see her for a minute. the line down the body. And what I wanted with the front image of the car, that, you know what, actually, let's see the side image again. That's a good point, because you remember that. When I enhanced it, you saw what looked like a pinstripe, I called it, but I would say it's just that plastic crap that they put on cars now to make it more expensive to repair, which, you know, of course you got your safety crumple zones and all that stuff now, but I don't know what, some aesthetic. But judging from what I see here on this picture, wait, let me see if I can get it on the screen. Not that one, not that one. Also, while we're zoomed in, look at that. There seems to be reflectors, and I'm sure you guys have already gone over this, at the very bottom of the back bumper, right? And they have a very distinctive pudginess to the rear lights. Does it have a third light? So I guess he's not tapping on his brakes right now, so we don't know. It doesn't look like there's one of those third lights. I don't know when that became a requirement. But what I noticed with this car, and I only see it in the Photoshop thing, in the back quarter of the car. But let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Oh, man, I can't believe... Where is that image? Okay, here it is. Here it is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So that was, I think, worth it to look at it again. Here, let me get to where you can see my mouse. Okay. Here, this area on the side panel, it looks like in the GIMP photo that there's some type of trim. That there's a trim stripe that goes back to either even with the brake lights or below them. And it could be a trick of the light, for all I know. But let's look at the picture one more time, and just to compare while we're here. And let me see, where's GIMP? Oh, no, there you are. Okay. And so, yeah, this is where... Oops. Yeah, let me see why. Okay, that's why. And it on your screen, it even is more prominent. And for what I mean, it looks like it angles down below where the headlights would be. Gosh, I need a drink. All right. I'm talking forever here. So that's very interesting to note. There is definitely that snarky antenna. But also, if you look, and let's compare real quick, at the tail, at the trunk, BK's car seems shorter. Let me pull that back down for you. And more rounded, right? So if we go back, this one seems to have a longer trunk and more of a right angle. And it seems more prominent now that I've enhanced it, so I haven't done anything to stretch it or alter it in any way. I feel it's a much clearer image. It's de-interlaced and all that stuff. And we've done nothing but color enhance it with a couple filters that would not make it so much different in the distance. And then I clearly see some type of racing stripe, pinstripe along the side. So those are two things. Let's look at the other picture where we're at, just for fairness. And let's see here. Okay, darn nabbit. Here it is. Okay. And, alright, I've got it up here. And I'm zooming in. On this one, I don't appear to see that racing stripe thing, and it, with the headlights blowing it out in the front, it certainly looks a lot shorter on the front end, but I'm sure that's just the reflection of the light. And let me take a quick pick back. Oops, I knew that was going to happen. I don't know why it zooms in so much. What do you, let's since I talked about the trunk and it cutting off and being a more of a right angle going down where the rear tail light would be, or the brake light. Is this edge? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so this, yeah, it seems very rounded. And again, that could be a trick of the light. But it seems very short. And I've always noticed that is one thing I go back and I question myself about. Kane, are you a man or are you a mouse? But I always can never remember whether or not BK's car was a hatchback or it had a trunk. But clearly, it's a trach or a hutch. No, it's got a trunk, right? Isn't that a trunk? Because it doesn't have. I don't think there's a car that has a whole back window that wide that has a hatch. That's a trunk. Yet it seems okay. Let's keep looking. Look. If I could find the video, I guess. Let's just take a look at the video to see that part. Hopefully we can find the one of him getting pulled over. That's the guy. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Isn't St. Patrick's...
I'm gonna just kill this video. Interesting. Thank you so much, Jameson. There, okay, boom, right out the gate.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. Thank you.
Okay, there's a lot of answers right there. And it's okay, the car is sparkly clean at this point. It couldn't be cleaner. Go away, window. And let me... YouTube has just been pathetic. But look at that. It's not it seems very squared off in the car in the video. And do we see the snarky radio antenna?
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and
It
video
does seem to have that lowly slanted angle that I agree with.
recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was
forced
behind
to
you
turn
the whole
left.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason.
It's all at the beginning, right at the beginning. And they won't let me... Okay, there it is. Yeah, okay, so we see that. Man, with the way that this juts out... oh, gosh, you can't see shit. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so there it all is. Anyway, this is where we were. With the way that this juts out... Look how much cleaner it is than in the Pennsylvania. I don't know if that was just road tripping or if he had stopped cleaning it before his dad got there. But you see the antenna. You see... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a trunk? Or is it a hatchback? Does it even open? This is wild. Now that I'm really looking at this thing, I can't tell if it's a trunk or a hatchback. I really can't. But it does seem to have... And let me see if you can see my mouse. It does seem to have a flare. Whereas the other one gets to the back and it goes straight down. Like it's cut off. So that's one interesting thing I could say. And I'll revert back to it real quick. Just to see what I'm talking about. You see? So that's interesting. Let me catch up with the chat again real quick. I feel like I'm just rambling all day long. We're coming up on 6 in the morning. No, here in this particular picture, Meg P, it's definitely shiny clean. It seems that when we go to Pennsylvania, however, it's a whole different situation. That it's a dirty mess, and It seems to be from exhaust, so it does lend itself to a lot of driving, you know, because it's like exhaust dirt, I guess you'd call it, or whatever, fossil fuel germs. Darn it. Okay, they just wanted to play a video for us. It's always got to be a video, doesn't it? Let me go back here. Okay, yeah, these are all videos, so of course it's going to be a video. Let me move this over so you guys can see what I'm talking about. How it's filthy, dirty right there. And so this is a month after. It's definitely, I feel like it's been driven. I feel like that is a trunk. It's not much of a trunk. What do you guys thoughts on that? I can draw bushy eyebrows. So this is where I wish it was more interactive. That you guys, because I want to ask you a question, and it's not like I can put it in one of their MySpace questionnaire things that they offer for the chat. But my question is, oh, guys, late. I'm forgetting. Oh, what was I thinking? I don't know. I think the rat juice is finally wearing off. It is cold too. My little tootsies are turning blue. So I wanted to go over that. Let's take one more zip around since we're up late together, and see if there was any. Because a lot of times we'll do a 5-hour live or something. I don't even want to know how long this one is. I'm afraid to look. Moscow's 30 degrees. That's cold. Okay, they're just catching up with that right now. This is from nine hours ago. That there was chilling text and a 911 call. Idaho police recovered a 3-person mixture. So let me read the article to you guys, and we'll finish up there. And thank you again, everyone, for being here. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. It's free. You can join in the chat. You get all kinds of super benefits, believe me, for being. You get all kinds of cool emojis. You get to hang out with Meg P all the time. Are they going to play us a video here? Is that what it? Dad of Idaho college murder victim demands justice. Okay, we know who that is. Is this a video we've watched over and over on 100 other channels? I'm guessing. But I played a part of it, but I've yet to see myself really pay attention to. Madison Mogan fought back. Idaho investigators found a 3-person mixture of DNA under the 21-year-old University of Idaho undergrad's fingernails after she and 3 friends were killed in her off-campus home. And real quick, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to bring it right back, guys, so you can see. I keep forgetting. I get carried. Oops, what did I do? There it goes. Okay, it took a second. All right. Wow, this computer is beat up today. Hold on. It's been banged up all week. Let's see here. That's the one. And we'll do audio. It was nice. Excuse me. And I'll zoom it up a little bit. And now it's over me. Okay. And let's make it bigger so you can read it. Ah, crap. What did I do? I don't have a back button, so we'll close that. Let's see here. I'm trying to zoom it up. Anyway, I'll just read it. Okay, so strikingly noticeable in the beginning. This is from 12 hours ago, we said, right? 3:15 on March 5th. So yeah, 12 hours or plus. One of the first things that they state is they found fingernails after she and 3 of her friends were killed in her what class? Bueller off-campus rental. Oh, they added rental home now. That's a new twist on the nipple. In Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, according to court findings. They're still going with that off-campus because if it was on campus, the university might suffer enrollment issues. Just like, Bicka Barlow, a defense attorney who specializes in attacking DNA evidence and who was recently added to suspect Brian Koberger's defense team, wants to limit testimony on the fingernail scrapings at trial. So Bicka Barlow is the one who is asking them to limit. No, I think this is wrong. I think that the prosecution wants to limit how Bicka Barlow is going to opine on the 3, if I'm not mistaken. I would like some confirmation if anybody knows. In a pair of, let's say, okay, we get further. In a pair of redacted motions regarding the evidence, she argued that because testifying of the samples came back inconclusive, focusing on them could mislead the jury. And, excuse me. Additionally, she argued that independent testing conducted for the defense ruled Koberger out entirely as a contributor. Okay, that was Ms. Potts' thing. Additionally, Bicka Barlow argued that independent testing conducted for the defense... Oh, shit. So the defense did independent testing of the sample, and it ruled out Koberger entirely. Bam, to me right now. That's a big one for me. You guys have probably already heard this 100 times today. I know you've been at it. And thank you so much for your attention to this case. It means everything. And I know you've all given up a lot, and you put a lot into this day from sunrise to sunset, right? And I kept you up all night, all my good lovelies. We only do it once in a while here, but this is one of those times. Mr. Koberger, inconclusive likelihood ratio is similar to almost every other person whom an LR was generated, and focusing on his inconclusive LR would mislead the jury. Heather, please tell me what LRs. Mislead the jury in that... Did they tell us previously? I'm assuming it's lineage, relation, or something like that, right? They don't define LR. They just put it out there and say off-campus house. Okay. It implies that the LR means that Mr. Koberger's DNA might be present in the sample, which I guess it's not. Likelihood ratio, that's right in front of me. Darn. Okay, Mr. Koberger's inconclusive likelihood ratio is similar to almost every other person for whom a likelihood ratio was generated, ever or just in this case. And focusing on his inconclusive likelihood ratio would mislead the jury in that it implies that the likelihood ratio means that Mr. Koberger's DNA might be present. So this is what she's talking about, where the sample didn't even come from the knife sheath. And it's totally inconclusive. Barlow cited heavily redacted testimony from Jade Miller, who discussed samples recovered from under a nail on Mogan's left hand. And they never mentioned this. And we asked and asked and asked and asked and asked. Wasn't there something under their fingernails? Wasn't there something? Although the specifics of what Miller said were not included in the publicly available filing, Barlow argued that her testimony was misleading and therefore barred under state law. Let me read that again. Although the specifics of what Miller said were not included in the publicly available filing, Barlow argued that her testimony was misleading and therefore barred under state law. Additionally, the presence of unknown DNA could support the defense theory that unknown persons left it there. An issue defense already raised regarding blood samples found on a hand. Oh, this trial is going to be a freaking battle show. An issue the defense already raised regarding blood samples found on a handrail in the home and on a glove outside. It could play in the defense very well that there was more than one person at the location in order to control that many people. And so, boom. We have multiple DNAs. And, if Koberger is guilty, send him. I don't care. I'm not married to Koberger. I'm married to the truth. And if there's multiple suspects under the fingernail, and one turns out to be Koberger, who are the other ones? Is it somebody she was flirting with? Was it somebody she brushed upon in passing? I don't believe so. I believe these are other ones, other DNAs. Okay. Holy crap. Mogan, a marketing major from Coeur d'Alene, was killed alongside her best friend Kaylee in an upstairs room of a 6-bedroom house just steps off campus. They toned it down a little bit. I mean, it's like crazy, dude. It's this media coverage is like, if I talked about this house 500 times, I wouldn't say off campus. It's about as on campus as you could get. Yet they always have to specify that it was off campus. Why? They stopped saying after hours. I don't know why. Oh, man. Holy shit, dude. Is there going to be more that comes out? I feel like there is. Not elaborating on what we've gotten so far, but more misdirection stuff. Oh, my gosh. This is wild. Multiple people appear to have been tested as possible matches to the unknown persons. None of the results were a conclusive match to anyone. Both police alleged that Koberger visited the area of the home on multiple occasions, citing cell phone records and video, and that will be the next Rubicon for them to meet at. His trial is scheduled to begin on August 11th, and announcement here late in the evening. I am definitely 100% going. I haven't booked or anything yet, but all things going well. The moon's in Venus, and the sun is setting with all the planets aligning just correctly at the right time. So we'll have boots on the ground, some Kane bees the Purge, stirring it up over there in Moscow, and so I've been saying all day that I'm going to get Twiz to do the Randonautica app with me in Moscow. I don't know if you can do... I've never done Randonautica, but I think it'd just be an interesting experiment while we're up there. If you can do specifically on the house or just the area, see what pops up. So that's a goal, and hopefully it'll be warmer. I'm freezing right there. I gotta get over my covers. With Twiz to do the Randonautica. So yay, exciting. I'm gonna rage quit on you guys now and get warm. I'm going to bust out the heater and curl up with Radley and get some Z's. Finally, the other stuff is wearing off. So I won't drop out like all the other creators do and peace out, bitches, or whatever. But yeah, still William Tardy here, C.A. Kane, Meanie Weenie, Rolamata, Rochelle, Kohler Covered. Love you guys. Heather Fitzgerald, Tom Campbell, and Jenn fell asleep. We got to see her video though. First here on the Purge, where it all started. And thank you again. What's today? Thursday. We'll do Friday now. Have a happy Friday, everybody. I will let the chat run as I always do till it drains the last of the typing that you have in you today. And I hope you enjoyed the GIMP thing, and maybe somebody got something out of it that I missed. But you, Pinchy Rolo, have a good night, bro. Don't ride off on your horse too fast, okay? But y'all have a good night, and go ahead.